Shouldn't be too bad. I should get back.
All righty, I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order.
I received this.
So always before we start our meeting, we have a word of prayer. Kalenda?
Let's pray. Father God, thank you for letting us gather here safely today. Thank you for the much needed precipitation. Keep those who need comfort and safety and care in your loving hands. Thank you for forgiveness of sins. Let us rejoice in this coming season, to celebrate the birth of your Son, our Savior, Jesus Christ. In your name I pray, amen.
You don't get off the hook.
With allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yeah. Check her.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Good morning.
Check the quorum for today, Ms. Cook and Book,
Present.
Ms. Bechtold,
Counted.
Mr. Cox.
Here.
Mr. Booth,
I'm present.
and Mr. Terman.
I tell you what
All
kind
right,
of day
it's on
going to
now.
We done had 40 Tuesdays this week.
Oh. I'm glad we got a little break from agenda. I've never done one agenda so many times.
There you go. All righty, approval of the agenda. Does anybody have anything you want to add to it?
No
That's the
additions.
amended.
Or take off.
So, sir, I have the amended agenda because this one was updated from the one that was advertised and posted. So that's what we're doing.
Well, nobody has
Well, it made
anything.
it longer, we had to do all the red stuff.
That's right.
I'll move approval for the amended agenda.
Second.
All right, on a motion to approve the amended agenda.
In red, white, and blue.
That's right. And please note, everything that in red is what was amended from the original one that was posted.
Thank you.
Ms. Cook and Book,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes. Next would be approval of the disbursements. Does anybody have any questions or
I
comments?
got mine answered.
There are two sets, right?
I think there's three.
Three, right?
Three.
Do you have anything, Drew?
No.
Alrighty, no questions, comments, I'll take a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
All right, on the motion to approve the disbursements as presented, Ms. Cook and Book,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold.
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
I abstain.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes. Next will be the approval of the minutes. Does anybody have any corrections or comments?
I thought we showed the votes on the certification instead of just the plain statement. I thought we had actually, on the certification motion,
Right.
you know, on everything else, it's all right, but on the actual certification motions, I thought we were gonna show the actual vote.
We can do that. We can do that.
I mean, it was unanimous, but
Yes, yes. So we
It's always
can,
good to show.
we can amend it, if that's okay with you, just to add that it wasn't unanimously carried, and add it to the minutes that will be.
well, or just show the actual, each of us, yes.
Yeah, that's what I mean, we'll amend it to show the vote.
On the certification.
Just on
Just on the
certification.
certification.
Got it.
And if there's like a 3-2
Yeah, of
vote or a
course.
4
That's
to
always
1, you show
noted,
it,
yeah.
but on the certification, we've always in the past just showed what the actual
Okay.
vote was, I thought,
Mm-hmm.
We can do
Yeah.
that, okay,
just to keep it clean.
yep, sure.
I make a motion to approve with that amendment.
Okay.
Second.
Motion second, call roll.
Alright, on a motion to approve the minutes but with the amendment of adding the actual vote in the minutes for the certification, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook, Ms.
Yes.
Bechtold,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Turman.
Yes.
Alright,
Back on time, yep. Alrighty,
Danny,
here's Cromer, will be
That'll be
Dr.
the-
Cromer.
Chris, Jim's got it.
Yes,
I'm gonna stand up a minute before Chris does,
Okay.
if that's okay. Good morning, everybody. I just wanted to share a couple of thoughts before Chris. Chris is bringing back an updated concept to you all to think about for the workforce housing project. And you know, as I reflect about this, I've been a broken record for a while, talking about our housing shortage and what I hear from employers, and we saw in the survey that it's the number one concern of employers for the county to address. And I was thinking this morning that when I started this job, and my passion was to have more good job opportunities for people, help them start businesses if they wanted, and that's still really important, and we've made some progress there. But unfortunately, now, even if they want to stay, most people can't find a home that they can afford. Even if they're working, even if it's a two-income household sometimes, many times they can't afford it. So I used to think that that people could afford housing if we just got jobs and they were working. But the cost of housing has gone up so fast compared to the wages that it's just an incredible challenge. So, as you know, we've been working on some concepts for you. The goal here is to have a grant application ready by spring that could cover the cost of the utilities, the road, and the site work. It would not cover the cost of constructing the houses, but that would be a huge chunk. Right now, if somebody were trying to buy a little piece of land and put a well and septic on it, what, $80,000 or $100,000 just for that,
Yep.
probably? If we can take that part of the burden away so that it's just the house and then work to keep, to get down payment assistance and all those things. I know I'm kind of blabbering here, but this is an important thing that I appreciate you all thinking about, and it's a challenge to do, but I hope that you all will give us a green light today to move forward in the process. And so I'll turn it over to Chris to kind of share a new concept with you based on some lessons learned, as well as kind of a little bit of review. So
Thank you, Adina.
Well, thank you, Dana. I appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning and go to the next, I'm sorry. I get to change them, right there. All right, let me make sure I get the direction going right.
Yeah.
So this is where we are in the process. We have completed what we call the feasibility study. And so we set out to study the property, the utilities and what it's gonna take to get this property developed. And so we've completed what's called an ALTA survey. Those are, some of you are into real estate, so you understand that ALTA is a standard of care that is the highest. So this ALTA survey and title research and report kind of work together to make sure that there's clean title and assure a prospective buyer that there's a clean title. We came up with 3 concepts that we'll take another look at, as well as a phasing plan for each one of them, and studied and reported on the development impact that we would expect from these 3 different concepts in terms of how much traffic they would generate, how many units obviously, and how many and how you get the utilities to it. So we're looking, as Ladina said, at a couple $1 million community development block grant and Appalachian, ALPARC funding, as they call it, Appalachian Regional Commission. The pieces that we build at the beginning will need to be at least slightly over half would need to be at 80% or less than the area median income. In reality, it would have to be at the very high end of that below 80, if you will, range. And so the deadline for applications is upon us. And so these are just a quick look at the three concepts. This is a large lot subdivision, and this has 21 lots in it. And this would rely on public water and private septic systems for each one of these. And then,
Can you
yes,
back
sir.
up?
Yes, sir.
Is the loop road a state maintained road or a private road?
That would be state maintained road. Yes, sir.
Okay. Both of them or just the loop?
I think that there would be the option of the cul-de-sac piece of it being public or private. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, that's
That's-
why you were on
That's
it.
fine, please jump in if you have a question. Yes, sir.
And the acreage sizes for those lots?
They're about acre and a half.
Okay.
You got my question, thank you.
Yeah. Some of them are, as you can see, some of them are much larger because they're kind of in the back of that cul-de-sac and you got the back end of those lots kind of filling space, so they're a little bit larger.
What is these roads, what they connect to, what other road?
So we've got Crestview Drive on the northern end, on the left-hand side, and then the bottom left-hand side, that is Great Oak.
White Oak.
Thank you, got past the golf course on the way in, and the White Oak Drive, yes, sir. It just simply connects those cul-de-sacs together that exist now.
What happens if VDOT doesn't accept this new road into their system?
Then it would have to be privately maintained, and that would be on the residents. And that indeed does happen, but we would make sure that, as it's being constructed, that it would be, we'd have that lined up. It's like we would start construction without that
But,
approval.
and thank you for bringing that up, but if VDOT doesn't accept it and it's a private road, then we're back to 10 lots. If our subdivision ordinance applies to us, just like it does other citizens. Because if that's a connector road, then that one whole road can have 10 lots. Now, if you don't connect it, you could have 10 on each. Am I remembering the new subdivision correctly?
Well, if those were road extensions of the current roads, they would not be new roads, that would be one possibility.
Right.
But to your point.
Since you got two different names, you're gonna have to change if you connect those roads, you're gonna have to change the name on one or the other
Sure,
for the entire length, and that,
or you could have an intersection where you kind of
but
one
whatever,
ended
but
and one
what I'm
road.
saying is, back to her point,
Mhm.
if that's not accepted into VDOT, and it's not guaranteed to be accepted, if it stays a private road, which would be a property owners, I'm trying to get the right terminology, I don't want to say homeowner, but the property owners association's responsibility, then as that applies across the county, it'd be 10 lots max,
And 2 acres in size,
and
correct?
2 acres in size.
Well, I think it would still come down to an acre because there's public water, right? I think you
Yeah,
all
but-
decided
Right.
that.
Well,
Can I
Can I-
just ask a question? Chris, how many of these things have you built and how many of them do go into VDOT when you're building something like this as a developer? Or
If somebody-
as you're planning and you get a developer and one of these is built, how often does VDOT accept your design?
We would not turn the first
Exactly.
speck of dirt until we were assured that we had an approved plan
Thank
from
you.
VDOT. And so the answer to your question is 100%.
Thank you.
and if they don't take it, then we revert back to the private road if it moves forward.
They would have, if they comply with the VDOT rules, they would have to accept it.
There have been some cases in the county where VDOT did not accept the road, but the issue was they didn't bring VDOT in from the beginning
Right.
to build it to their standards. That's the issue. VDOT doesn't want to come back to something
I
if they
know
were
one that
involved.
was actually started out built to their standards at the time. But then the contractor walked away, and when the property owners requested VDOT to take it, they said, well, no, we're not taking it. Because, you know, they didn't have the verification and this kind of
Exactly.
stuff.
But they
That's the key.
But the contractor did in the initial part of it, you know, as far as the base, the width, the ditching, the grading. You know, it actually was ready. If the contractor had stayed part of it, all he had done was paved it.
But he didn't, so that it didn't meet the VDOT standard
talking
that was
my
agreed
district?
to.
Your old district.
Yeah, so that's the one you're
But,
talking about, my old.
but the base, everything was there and it was done to their specs. The only thing was it wasn't paved.
Correct.
And the people wanted to, and then even after then, it had been such a long time by the time they got to this conversation, because when they quit coming to us, then VDOT says, well, we don't really have documentation on anything.
That's the developer, and that same thing exists on Eagle View.
Well, see,
Levi.
but my point is, there are occasions when if they want to look for a reason, they can find a reason not to.
And not to argue with you, but the developer would be
Correct.
required to place a bond. And so if the contractor doesn't finish it, then the way it ought to work is that whoever pulls the bond or redeems the bond, which would be the county.
We do have that requirement.
Yeah, that was in the wild, wild west time, Jerry.
But my point being, the point I was trying to get at, and I don't want to disrupt, if for some reason it does not get turned over into a state maintained road and it is private, then it reverts back to the 10 lots. That would apply to us just like it
Yes.
does every
10
citizen
lots
in
from
the county.
each- 10 lots for each road, so,
Yes.
So
Yes.
you would have a total of 20, but you would have 10 on this circle.
you could only have a total of 20,
Correct.
Right.
that's correct.
If for some reason the road doesn't get complete, no houses get built. It might be illegal, it might be a subdivision, over in the clerk's office, but, you're not gonna issue any building permits for any houses on something that's gone haywire like that, like the contractor walked away, without, pulling the bond and completing the project, which is a nuclear option.
Well, I understand that, but my point is, if for some reason it stays a private road, then we have the lot limits that apply to it.
Yes, it applies to you all.
That's my question. I wanted everybody to hear that it applies to us equally, the same as it does any citizen.
If you want it
If it's a
to,
private,
yes.
that's where I was going.
That's the caveat, if we wanted to. As the Board of Supervisors, we can do some different things, but we would not want to do that in general. And we would want it to be accepted into the VDOT road system, and you
Right, I
would,
mean, if our hands was on this, we would want it to be a.
correct.
Right.
Next slide.
Next
Okay.
page.
So the next concept we had is, it has 41 lots in it. And, I'm sorry, 41 units, because some of the lots have multiple units on them, that you'll see in the kind of the orangey color there, we have townhouses. And so, this concept, kind of moves the ball fields down to the southern part of the property, which is a valuable lesson for us. Again, with this feasibility study, we're learning what seems to fit well, and so ultimately there are some issues with this one with connectivity and we got some good feedback from VDOT. And this ends up, again, it taught us something, but it's probably not something that would be pursued in its current form. And then the third option, a little bit more dense, this gets up around 72 units, and so you start to see some real production in the housing market here. Again, the ball field is up at the top. kind of disconnected from the other recreational area that you see on the west side of the property and the southern side of the property. This one is problematic because we know that you'll never get the sewer up and over this ridge that runs more or less parallel to the horizontal to the cul-de-sac of Crestview. And so, so they would have to have, there's a way to do it, the grinder pumps, and it's feasible. The problem with that is the grinder pumps are usually on the property, and they become a maintenance responsibility, just like a septic system.
Yeah.
So even though you're on public sewer, you do have an individual system that you maintain. They have a shelf life on them of about 20 years, and then they need ongoing maintenance in between that. So one of the most challenging things about this project is trying to get the utilities there. And so you can see next to the athletic field with the track around it in the inset, that's where the approximate location of where sewer connection would be to the north. And that works out well as long as you keep a lot of the development to the northern end of the property, so you get the gravity feed. We explored several different options with there's a really nearby connection to the water tank at the softball field there at the northwestern edge of the corner of the property. But that was a little problematic because of capacity issues and existing issues with pressure drops that are, as I understand it, very sporadic and pretty minor, but you don't want to do anything that makes it worse. So we're proposing or recommending some connection from the Storker's Knob water tank, which has an elevation much higher than the highest part of this property. So it would come down up below and kind of work its way back up from that location to that roughly that corner where the 2640 is located. How we get there is still up for discussion because there are various ways to get there.
Can I just mention too, there's a couple of side benefits to connecting Storker's Knob down there. The high school has some pressure issues when the high school water tank drops below a certain point. So getting that tied in from that elevation would make sure the school had, and then that Storker's Knob tank doesn't get enough use to turn the water over really well, and so connecting it into the high school and then to the new houses would kind of help that all the way around from that.
Yeah, and I mean, we looked at the future plans for the PSA, and they did have this kind of loop in their future plans. Didn't have a timetable on it, but it was something that was an aspiration to create connectivity and some redundancy in the water supply system.
Was it to loop around the hill or come
It was
off?
around the hill because I think it's because of access. So how you get down to Woods Gap Road, the easy way, but the long way is to go out to the west and down and around.
Go out around toward the landfill
Yes, sir.
entrance and then come around?
If you're able to get an
I had to
easement
find
straight.
out, cause if there's some other problem, I had
know.
to keep my mouth shut.
Yep.
I don't think we know what route that is gonna be best in the long run, but this is just the
Yeah.
concept.
Yeah,
We
that's
need to
why
get
it's
it,
just- Yeah, I'm
we need to
sorry.
get it from up
I
there
can
down
hazard,
there
yeah,
somehow.
I can hazard at least one of the property owners that'll say no,
I know, I expected that.
not me, but
Right.
Someone you know pretty well,
someone I know very well.
yes.
And so, when it comes to traffic access, we would recommend that all of the residential access be by way of Crestview Drive. And then if there is recreational development on the southern end of the property, that would use White Oak Drive. With the creek and some of the elevation change that you see at the southern end of the property, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to move any level of residential development down there. So would it have been a good idea to connect those two cul-de-sacs to each other so there's more than one way in and out? Is probably just not workable. Trying to get a road across that creek area is problematic. Certainly not possible, but it does add cost. And if you're able to do a simple driveway that you would use to access a recreational area, would be a lot less impact.
So under this scenario, you're not connecting them?
Yes, that's as a result of our study, with this feasibility study, we've concluded that it makes the most sense to not have disconnected access between the two axes.
Didn't all your displays before show them connected?
One of the two of them did, yes. And so
Concept A.
Yeah, back up. That one,
does not connect, right? And then this one does show a connection, this one doesn't, and obviously this one does. This one you can actually stop. I mean, you could just like truncate the road anywhere and not make the connection.
back up one if you
Yes, sir.
could. I'm trying to get the school's location in my mind.
Right there's the tennis courts,
Tennis courts, upper left.
ball field,
Can you see it, Jerry?
upper
Yeah, I
left.
see it now.
Okay.
Okay. So basically, the ball field's opposite of what we originally talked about in the beginning.
Yes,
And
and the
softball, yes and no, yeah.
part of the reason, well, the main reason for that is that area up at the top there is where you get gravity sewer flow. So if you could put your houses up there, you can save hundreds of thousands of dollars to have that, whereas the ball fields don't need the sewer service, and so that's why it made sense to do that.
So whatever recreation facility we have up there won't have bathrooms for the public.
It could still have facilities, you could probably do your own, a little drain field down there somewhere. I can't speak to that, cause there's a couple of streams, but theoretically,
I know of one fellow in the general area that went to do that, and he was told his land wouldn't perk in that area, and
he wasn't on the site though, correct?
not on this side, no.
Okay.
But it's not too far away from it, so. Has anybody done any perking on any of this property?
This project, as you know, the funding we have for this is centered on the housing work, even though we're trying to, envision, the recreation. But this has really just been planning funds for housing.
Right.
But there are resources out there, there's funding program for recreation access that could help with the driveway that Chris is talking about to serve that lower side. There are options for putting restrooms.
Okay. Let's see, okay, so we talked about access there.
Right.
And so we ran numbers, based on with the road construction, grading, water and sewer connections, and engineering and design. And for the full build out, we're seeing, a total of, or a range rather, of 3.8 million up to, almost 5.8. And then the important part is to look at the per lot unit housing costs. And when you've got a per unit housing cost just for the land of 193,000, you probably don't have a feasible project. And looking at the bottom part, which would be the first phase of each of those different concepts, you get into a range of almost 3 million up to, we're actually down to 2.5 million. As you can see, the per unit housing cost is pretty high on each one of these. Main reason for that is that the first phase always requires the expensive extension from the Storker's Knob tank.
Say that one more time, the difference between this full build out and the phase one.
So phase one includes in the only about 13 lots in the first phase,
Right.
in the first concept A. Concept B was about 11 lots, and it's about 10 or 11 lots in concept
That's
C.
that's the difference.
Yeah.
But we're still saying that this is before the first brick or whatever's laid.
Well, it's just land.
Correct.
Just gets us a road, gets us the utilities, and that's it.
Yeah.
I have a question about the water and sewer expense. That's for obviously potable water, but the sewer, does that include installation of septic
That
systems?
Septic tanks only for concept A,
Right.
like the large lot one. The other two would be gravity feed, mostly. And as I said, when you're looking at concepts B and C, the southern part, is gonna be a challenge to get gravity feed.
So that's
to
individual
all of it.
pumps.
Correct. Well,
They would,
not pumps, but.
yeah,
Well, yeah,
macerator
they're-
pump,
Yeah, they're grinder pumps, and they end up.
Right, oh, yeah, right,
creating
okay,
a
yeah, yeah,
pressurized system
To move
get
it
that
uphill.
ready.
gotcha.
That's if you drop down, not just using the top third of the
Right.
property, but you drop down below where you can do gravity.
Would really be, well, this is not showing up, is it?
No, it doesn't show up on the screen. You can
But
point
anyway,
behind.
these lots right here.
Right.
The break is right around here, this is all, fairly flat. And these would definitely drain, these we'd have to like really surgically get in on them to figure out whether or not they would. These definitely would not, and so we know that they
Well,
would
this
need
pointer help you out.
grinder pumps.
There's a pointer.
Pointer.
Oh,
there if you
Is
want.
there a pointer
actually,
on that?
since it was behind me, it was good.
Yeah, just here, I thought maybe help you out.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Alright.
Okay, and so, we ran, different scenarios, in terms of new value created. We've got a range there of 4 million, in real estate value. That's projecting the house value along with the lot value. And for concept C, with more lots, 14.6 million is more the figure you should be looking at. Annual revenue to the county, we projected at 37,000, up to a high of almost 169,000 per year. Looking at resident spending, assuming a certain percentage are new residents, and a certain percentage is from residents within Floyd County, we would see revenue figures, or actually the spending increases, that get reflected other places in projected annual revenue. But to the local economy, turning through with local businesses and whatnot, anywhere from 359, about 360,000 up to 1.3 million per year. New spending in the local economy.
Maybe more so for Kim, but what is our current 1 cent worth right now? Real estate.
268?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It already dropped that
1
much?
cent is
I may be thinking wrong.
268, I thought it
But I
was
don't think the
280.
revenue.
It's 286.
286.
Oh,
It
okay.
ain't looking good.
Transposed to.
And so,
Well, it automatically
268
starts dropping the second day they do it.
Did you say
286.
I don't see,
For
Sorry.
1 cent, okay.
Yeah,
I don't see how them revenues would pay for the services that we'd have to.
We're trying to use other people's money.
Because we don't have, clothing stores and that kind of shopping to spend the money.
Yeah,
It's interesting.
yeah, but you talked about increasing the landfill use, garbage and stuff. You talking about schools, you talking about
Rescue.
law enforcement, all this other services that we have to provide for them.
Do we
Go ahead.
Do we want to see the community be able to sustain our population? Because we're in a situation of potentially losing our population and getting into a downward spiral. And then we're still gonna have all those services to maintain, but we're gonna have fewer users and taxpayers to support that. And so on the school side, for example, as long as you're not having to paid to expand the schools, and this is certainly not going to, there's a lot of capacity at the school in terms of physical space. So you'll actually, I believe you get more revenue based on the student count, right? So that helps with the operating costs somewhat.
I'm also looking, and I may be way out in left field, y'all bring me in if I am. But, we're struggling now to get PSA up.
Right.
Whatever word you wanna use, but anyway, we're struggling, to bring them up.
Yeah.
And here we talked about adding a couple $1 million for water and sewer to bring that in. And,
Which exactly will help the PSA.
Correct.
Because it will give them more customers.
yeah, who's
Right.
gonna pay for all that sewer and water?
That's what the grant
That's what the
application
grant's
we're talking
for.
about.
Yeah.
That's what we're working on for March.
All grant
Um,
money.
It
It
would,
won't be a hard sell.
I can tell, and I appreciate that.
I will agree that I'm concerned about the PSA sewer capacity.
Let me make one point on, I know, I'm not doubting your numbers, I'm not. But, and with the new munis, we will eventually have these reports, but under the old system, it was always projected, the best we could gather data, for every dollar spent in services, the house and lot provided about 80 cents. In other words, you had 80 cent return on every dollar spent for services per house.
Yes,
Now, I know our housing's increased some and you increase the numbers and it's gonna change around, but the house and lot never pays for itself.
that's true, and I have made that same argument back in the late 2000s, whenever we were seeing lots of farms being divided and lots of lots created. But what that fails to account for is if you want to have businesses in this community, they have to have people to work. And those businesses, they only receive 30-some cents in services for every dollar they pay in taxes. So if you want to keep those businesses here and hopefully growing, they have to have employees. And right now, when people are driving in, you try to hire somebody, they can't find a house here, they might take the job, but they won't stay. Or if we want local people to be able to have those jobs, they move out to Christiansburg because that's the only place they can find a house. And then, what are the chances they're gonna come back? They're ultimately gonna probably find a job closer to where they are. So,
I understand that, but I was just in reflecting to what projected coming in for us. That was in relation to, now I don't know what it is now, and like I said, when we get Munis fully up, I'm counting on a lot of reports.
Well,
But-
I can tell you anecdotally that with the amount of people that are moving in to the county and have for the last 15 years, there's more strain on our EMS services than anything else because it's an older population. And all you gotta do is look at our calls on a daily basis. The average age is probably 75, maybe 68. So it's anecdotal evidence and it may not totally answer the questions about services, but what we've got now may not be sustainable anyway.
well, and theoretically, if this is workforce-based,
A younger population.
that's a younger population.
Correct,
And those are gonna be the people filling the jobs to help
correct.
to help older folks with the needs, the healthcare needs, the
Yeah,
public
that was the door I
safety
just
needs.
opened for you. Exactly.
Well, and I work throughout the Commonwealth and in some other states in some cases. Housing is economic development now. Housing development is economic development. Your ability to create housing is what the industrial prospect that you want to
Right.
come to they want to know if we hire 1,000 people, 300 people, whatever, where are they gonna live? Well, if they're living 45 minutes away, then that company knows they're gonna sharpen their pencil up that we've gotta pay for everybody's commute. we're not just paying for their productivity while they're here, but we gotta lure them, get them to drive from wherever, outside the county. Or in places where they are developing housing. And they may just say, well, let's just go over there where the people are, where the housing is. And they are doing that.
Right.
They are doing that. The communities that pay attention to housing production are going to be better off economically. That's
That was-
a general statement, but we do know if you can't create housing, you're gonna lose economically.
And that was the biggest reason we went down the road with the land use change was the land use regulation changes, and we changed to where you can have a private road. Now, we did require property owners association, which it's still, we'll see how that works out. But the landowner has the potential of developing that property rather than having to sell it to somebody else that could afford to meet our ordinance guidelines. And we've backed off on some of those. I mean, we've got a base, we've got the right of way, we've got a base in there of what you have to have for grading and whatever along the state guidelines. But that was part of the reason of changing that subdivision ordinance when we started it in 2019, before the pandemic, was to address that so that the private sector could address and actually you could see some housing increase. Now, we got hung up along the way and one or two times, but we finally got that where that's kicking in January 1. And I nobody knows how it's gonna turn out, but I feel like we'll be revisiting it by June maybe, but depending on how it goes for Carla, we may be doing it by the end of January.
Let me get back out in left field again. This may not have nothing to do with it. Let's say we built 21 houses up there. And it's for our workforce, for young people coming in here to have a house to work. We get so many people, and the real estate people can tell you this, and I used to dabble in real estate. We get a lot of retirees. Alright, so if they show up and they see these houses and they say, hey, that's ideal, it's local, close to town, services and everything. I wanna buy one of them lots and houses.
They wouldn't meet the criteria.
Do we have to put an age limit on it then? If we do that, we're in big trouble, you know?
Yeah.
So what keeps it from turning into a retirement community?
The likelihood, the likelihood is, the monetary, they wouldn't meet that portion. They have too much money.
The retirees that are coming here are wanting their big places out there, but your point is valid though.
How's that gonna improve on our workforce, so if all of them's retirees?
Our focus in marketing this is going to be locally focused. There are gonna be income requirements they have to meet. That marketing piece is important because the first people that we want to get it out to are those people who work locally. And it's also important that that someone can't just flip it. So there can be rules you put on this, that they can't just flip it and then it goes to somebody and they make a bunch of money on it. So there are rules that can protect all those things.
Wow.
What about subletting?
Equal housing application, right?
Right.
You cannot.
Wow, comply, okay.
I had to ask,
You can't control that on anybody's property.
Right.
but I
Or
say,
mine or any of them, right?
well, that's what I'm saying,
Yeah, that's
if
not
somebody
possible.
bought the house and then sublet it and rented it out,
Just
there's
anybody can do
nothing
that.
stopping that, right?
Well.
I'm not saying it would happen,
The
but
funder can help stop it for
Yeah.
20 to 30 years,
Yeah.
because of the subsidy that the project would be getting. There are stipulations that would keep people from
We
just
can't stop
flipping
it
out to
now.
the highest bidder.
No, we can't stop anybody from
Well, no,
subletting
but
or
I'm just-
making it an
No, I'm
Airbnb,
just
but
asking.
this,
Yeah.
I'm just
particular
talking about
thing.
stuff that we initiate, is there a way to stop it?
Gotcha, okay.
You all could do an Airbnb ordinance, but I know you're not interested in that.
Well, if there are concerns about that, you do own the property and you can put as many restrictive covenants as you like
Correct.
on it. So if you want the houses to look a certain way, or you want them to you know, be a certain size, or you want certain folks, as long as it met the funders' requirements, you could control that.
And those covenants and restrictions can run with the deeds for forever and ever.
Forever.
I mean, a lot of times they're 30 years, sometimes 50, sometimes 15, but they can be running with the deeds, so we can, for the lifetime of this entire project, have those kinds of things. No unlicensed vehicles in the yard, no big lots, no, or swine lots as they're usually referred to.
I want y'all to see another
Yeah.
concept he's come up
Yeah.
with, and I'll let you
Okay.
give the run through and lessons learned.
So just like
Right.
So, you know, in studying these three concepts, we determined that really none of them worked. And so,
It's the truth.
and that's okay.
But that's why we do planning.
We learned,
right.
we learned a lot, and so, we think, you know, because of the sewer situation, gravity feed, and the creek, and other factors, it makes sense just to push all the housing piece to the northern half of the property, to have a public water supply extension from Storker's Knob, to get gravity feed and sanitary sewer, keep a cohesive together recreational area on the southern part of the parcel, so it's not disconnected. You got one piece up here and the rest of it down here. And optimal lots in terms of the figures, 40 to 50 lots for a long-term build out. And so this is the concept. Again, this is real rough. We have not refined this one. But just taking the road in and taking it straight to the other side of the lot. These are quarter-acre lots. They're thin and deep, narrow and deep, very deep, 220 feet to be exact. And so this yields about 47 lots. And then the first phase there, which is the kind of the brighter part here, that's about 23 lots. And so this gets real simple. This is a straight road. It's an extension of the existing road. It requires very little grading. It has a very small, relatively small footprint compared to the others. And you just leave most of this, you end up leaving 2/3 of this lot, 41 acres, you leave it undisturbed.
Right.
And so this also has the feature of being able to extend this, what we're showing is a right of way right now, which you don't need to develop the road, but if there were future development to the north and to the south, you would have an option to do that. And so this, and then the linear feet of road that you need to construct goes way down as well.
Yep.
So the
but
so with our lessons learned, this all drains gravity feed into that sewer line next to the athletic field.
So no grinder pumps needed,
But
anything like that?
you're under this scenario here, you're potentially adding, so you got a husband and wife at each, and they both have, you're adding 100 vehicles to a road that's not made. So Crestview would have to, something on Crestview would have to be redone to accommodate, you're talking about 100, potentially 100 vehicles, I'm not counting any children.
More than that.
That's what I'm saying, that road's not conducive for that.
Sure, the capacity of that road will more than handle the traffic that would be generated by this in terms of its capacity. It would, roughly every single family house creates 10 trips per day. That's going and coming.
Right.
And it's just an average, because it's gonna be 12 for some and 8 for the others, and so the capacity of the road on Crestview is well over what would be generated there. So Crestview could indeed handle that. That's what that
It's just barely handling, I don't mean to be argumentative, but of course it may have more to do with VDOT upkeep and maintenance, but it's just barely handling the vehicles that are on it now. as far as the VDOT upkeep for potholes and drainage. There's some drainage problems on it right now that have to be addressed because I don't know, I've talked to them 2 or 3 times, but toward the end at the cul-de-sac, the house on the right, they're getting flooded.
Well, it would be an
And-
opportunity to address that actually, because they would have to have the tie-in there, and that's where that tie-in would occur, so.
Yeah, but the tie-in's gonna be off the cul-de-sac, theirs is up, I mean, I'm having trouble getting VDOT to maintain that road where the standards should be, well, all across the county, we all have them in
Yes,
our
we all
district.
are.
But that one in particular, the way it does, the water drains down there and it doesn't split off each direction, it runs right down there. They used to have a spot there where it drained into and it went off down through the woods. They never kept it up or whatever, now it runs down that person's driveway into their buildings and their backyards. And it washes gravel, dirt, everything down through there, I've been over there several times.
And I don't think 500 vehicles per day is gonna make a difference on that, one way or the other. I
That
think
particular instance, but what I'm saying is, the road itself has problems right now.
Well,
And you're talking about adding, more than 100 vehicles, that,
Sounds like you're already working on VDOT on that maintenance though, so.
oh, I've been working on it. I've been trying, some of the homeowners over there has been trying, but we have a small VDOT crew, they do the best they can, I'm not gonna cut them down. It's Salem and Richmond's the problem.
You know,
But what I'm saying is, basically, you're talking about adding more than 100 vehicles to Crestview in this design.
sure,
That's the
and all of
point.
them, yes.
But with this design, what this property does, is it means this many houses get built on forested land, not out on a farm somewhere that's splitting it up to turn it into houses. It keeps it in close to town. It's got character to it, so it's not ideal for ball fields up there anyway. But you still get your ball fields, you get a bigger recreation area. Meanwhile, you're not breaking up the farmland to get this number
It's
of
not
houses.
conducive to ball fields because we've shifted from ball fields to housing.
Well, and
I
I
mean, in
explained-
reality,
Increasing traffic on Woods Gap and Stoker's Knob.
right,
Yeah. Well,
Anywhere you
and
have
I-
more housing, you are gonna have more traffic.
Right.
Yes, that's true.
I would
That
think
is true.
that ball fields are a nice thing to have, and I would say that housing is a critical thing to have for your economic development program.
well, I'm not saying that we do away with housing, that's why we loosened up our subdivision ordinance. But,
But you're still, even with that, let's say, you
and
have
we've
lots.
gone from, when we first started talking about this, we were talking about 10 to 12 lots. And now we're up to this year potentially shows 47.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought when we started this, we was talking about 10 or 15 houses at the most.
So
along
you
the
could-
edge.
Well, that's concept A.
Yeah, and you could take what we have here as D, which is originally what I believe all of us started talking about, was putting the houses up to the northern end. Appreciate everything you did, Chris, because you're the expert. We just are just knowledgeable for what we knew was on that site from years of experience. And it always seemed to me that that was the area we were going. Now, just because we have 46 doesn't mean we're gonna do 46. It could allow us to take that area and maybe make it down to 10 to 15, maybe 20, and spread it along that top half. But then it does leave the eventual development of walking trails and ball fields and whatever else we wanna do in that other area that kind of blends both things that we have wanted to balance and do. The idea is that we need more building area and housing for our first responders, our teachers, our just young people that don't have families with farms, don't have family subdivisions that can be divided up and split to serve their children, and allow them to come back and live in this county where they grew up, what they love, possibly work here, but if they have to commute out, I mean, you know, we talk about commuting. I mean, there are people in Indian Valley that come to the town of Floyd to have to work that commute far greater distances than many in the New River Valley commute anyway. And we're just trying to find a solution to keep, even if it's just, it's like what we're doing with our housing rehab projects. It seems like a drop in the bucket, but 15 people's lives we have changed. And if we could do the same thing and bring 15 people, the same people that were able to build on Crestview and White Oak Road, it's the same concept, but now costs have become so insane that we have to use the tools that are at our disposal through grants, through the state of Virginia and federal monies. Everybody knows this is a problem. And if we can help at least 10 to 20 people, it seems worth it to me to do the work, the hard work of looking and making sure that we can make this happen.
Mr. Chairman,
That's the exact same, or that right there is exactly the reason we should have allowed centralized water in the land use division.
Mr. Chairman, could I come back and answer your
go ahead.
point earlier? You're exactly right. When you all first started talking about housing on this site, it was while recreation had been drawn in for a lot of the other areas here. And so the first concept I brought did show housing over here. But that was just kind of a quick drawing, assuming that all of that was already dedicated to recreation. So I drew it in here. But the reality is, this is among the steepest parts of that property, and it just doesn't lend itself to doing development there. So keeping that as a buffer area for these houses. And also, I like to think of this was the first phase of what's called woodland subdivision. You all know who did that long ago, 25, 30 years ago.
Yep.
Those lots, roughly 2-acre lots, went for between $8,000 and $12,000 then. Did you know
Now.
that a third of an acre just went for in town estates recently? $50,000
Correct.
for a third of an acre. So this is, in my mind, phase 2 of woodland subdivision. Now, you all can decide how far out here, you may only want to try to do 10 houses. That was 30 years ago. It could be 30 years before all of this gets done. This is just thinking about a concept now to try to develop housing so that regular people here can have houses. So I think that it would be best competitive-wise with the grant to have 12 to 15 houses at least in a first phase, but that's what we're really talking about today. I would ask you not to get too caught up in what could happen in 10 or 20 or 30 years with this, but to focus in more on what would you be comfortable with for us to move forward, to do community input, to get feedback from the neighbors. I know they're gonna have concerns, I know that. I go to church with them, I see them at the grocery store, I'm just like you all. But the reality is, we all know we need housing, but nobody wants it near them. So how do we do this? This is the one property you all own that you could carve out 7 acres here and really start to make a dent in some of the housing needs and still have all the rest of the
It's
property
just
down
phase
here
one.
for recreation. So that's really what we're asking you to
Yep.
consider today.
But yeah, it's just phase 1, not entirety.
I know this is the wrong way down, I'm not trying to be difficult. But, I like to question stuff. Lots of times I listen to what these for and I get my answers, but lots of times I don't hear what I wanna hear. And at the end of the day, it's gonna end up on the taxpayer's plate. And I don't wanna tax them to death, I don't think any of us do. In the long run, it'll end up costing the taxpayers.
There'll be taxpayers.
Yeah.
There'll be taxpayers.
They will be taxpayers, yeah.
But this is all grant driven, is that correct?
Yes, all this site work would be
It's all
Done.
grant driven.
it won't happen if we don't get grants. We're just asking for permission to pursue them. If we can't get the grants, it's not feasible. Just like it's not gonna be feasible for Farmer Brown out there to get lots down in the $10,000 range that people can afford to buy these days. It's just not going to happen. They might be able to buy it for that, but then they've got $50,000 for water and sewer, for well and septic. You know, the people that are working in Floyd County right now, a good number of them are gonna be retiring in the next 10 years. And hopefully, a lot of them will keep health. They will stay in Floyd County, they're gonna stay in their home. So just because they're retiring doesn't mean that their house is gonna be on the market for the next generation of workers. So if we want a sustaining economy and to keep our way of life with people who have grown up here, we've got to have more housing options. We just do. I'll be quiet now, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
So just some facts about this concept that we're calling it D, but what has evolved out of our studies, about 46 lots, a lot less road, a lot less grading. As you can see here, you really only need to go in and grade where the pad is. So your grading costs go down significantly, and the fact that they're in a straight line is helpful. And it's also occupying some of the flatter part of the land that just doesn't need much grading. And so the backs of these lots can remain, as we've shown, with wooded with trees on them. And you know, the owner could do whatever they want to do with the trees on the back of the lot, but we would leave them in place.
That's-
would be in our intention.
That's really another good thing about this parcel is, the trees are gonna bring character to the neighborhood if we're able to keep, you know, a good number of the trees. And this footprint also means that we'll have a lot less impervious surface, cause we're keeping the number of roads down, so we're gonna get a lot more groundwater recharge by keeping that smaller too, so.
And matter of fact, this is a channel coming down through here. That's a channel that you can put water into after, you know, slowing it down and detaining it and letting it go slowly.
Can you go back just a second?
Yes, sir.
No,
I'm sorry, wrong
to the
way.
picture.
Yes, sir.
Alright, don't you have a structure right there below that? You got the 2 ball fields and then a green spot. Is that a structure right there in pink?
No,
What is
that is a, yes, yeah, I just moved that can't be there, it's gotta be off to the side. Yeah, that's a pavilion,
Oh,
if you wanted to, or something.
Well, no,
like
you
that.
wouldn't want it down in there if you.
I was just simply showing what could fit there.
Right, I understand, but I was just saying you wouldn't want something like that down there if you're shooting all the water down
Yes.
that way, so.
Right, you're absolutely.
It's sitting on a creek right now
Yeah.
too, so that.
That's what I was wondering, I've seen that, I know where a house crosses the creek, there is one of those in the county.
And so, again, a cohesive recreation area on the southern, I've gotta get going the right way. Connection to the adjacent parcels and a much larger recreational area. And so it maximizes the road frontage that you do build, and you get some cost savings there. So the picture changes significantly here. You'll see, kind of off to the right there, put those figures for concept D, which end up being much lower, almost half in some cases, and getting that per housing unit cost down to 57 is in our realm. And then when we're able to take some of that cost and have CDBG grant funds and ARC grant funds pay for it, it will come way down to the point where we have a good amount covered.
Yeah, in that phase 1 scenario, we can ask for up to 2 million in CDBG funds, and then ARC would be up to $500,000. So we could I'm not guaranteeing we get that money, I'm
Right.
just saying that we could apply for that. If we got it, it would cover all of that development costs going in, not building the houses, I wanna be really clear about that, but the development costs going in.
Right, so the per unit housing costs end up for concept D, for the full build out is 57,602, and then when you do one phase, you lose some of the economy of scale, because remember that you've got a set connection that you gotta pay for
Right.
to get from the water tank. And so that's why that phase one figures a little bit about 20,000 higher there.
Excuse me one second, can I interject? I did, just real quick, throw it out to, David Clark about, Crestview. And of course, he said it would have to do an analysis but I sent him the snapshot and everything. Asked him about if Crestview would be able to handle, extended on Crestview, at least 20 homes, multiple cars. Crestview would be extended, snapshot the picture, and he said offhand, I'd say yes. So I'm just throwing that out there so we have that,
Good.
but he did say we'd have to
That's
do
what
an
I wanna know.
analysis. So he did say that
Yep.
offhand, I'd say yes.
Great, thank you.
And so finally, so the next step here, we're seeking authorization to look at, I'm sorry, we're waiting for the CDBG.
We're waiting for
plan.
another planning funds to be announced to pay for Chris's time to do the detailed planning, if you all authorize us to do 12 or 15 to pursue that. We're waiting for that announcement any day now, I hope.
And so that would cover, we would intend to do geotechnical exploration, environmental site assessment, and LiDAR contour mapping. That's where you send up a drone and get very, very super accurate topography that is at the 1 foot contour.
Helps with your detailed construction planning to try to save costs by having that detail.
And I haven't talked to Lydia, and I don't want this to be a surprise, but
Surprise.
there's an issue with drones now. I don't know if any of you
Yeah.
have heard it, but there's a ban on the type of drone that everybody uses, so I'm
Mhm.
trying to track down somebody who can
Well, where
physically,
it came
legally
from.
do it.
Mhm.
But we will, that's just a little glitch to overcome. Engineering, the first phase up into at least 30% completion. And what I'd like to do is get the water and sewer part to 100% pretty much, so we know how those grades cut and everything.
Yep.
And then we can revise our cost estimates with a lot more precision, because we were zeroed in on one scenario, and it's not moving around on us, and we can start to get bring some of the contingencies and that sort of thing down and arrive at a much more accurate cost estimation. The more, obviously, the more you know, the more accurate you can get. So, and then we would have a series of community engagement meetings about the development.
All right, that's what we have for you.
Would your grants be 100%?
Yes, there's no match required on that. We, have been assuming, and I shouldn't assume, but if you all designated like the 5 to 7 acres there, that would be part of the project, that would help us be more competitive. So in other words, the homeowners on the end, you all would provide that land at no cost to those homeowners. That would help our scoring in the grant application. So you would have a part of that land committed, but there wouldn't be any cash from you all.
So it'd be a match,
Yes.
as it were.
Ladina and Chris, both thank you so much for all your times. I want to make sure I have an educated, informed opinion, right, moving forward on this. But my question would be, I guess, possibly looking at the concept D, where you got the 77,000 cost per unit housing, based off of y'all's experience and what we're targeting on this look here. The formula for the 77,000 versus the target house price, right?
Yeah.
how do you feel that that's matching up? Like,
Yeah,
what are we
that's a
looking like there?
Great question. My hope is for that first phase, we're gonna get that 77,000 covered through grant dollars, cause it's all about the site work and the road and utilities. It doesn't include the house construction yet. So our work for keeping the house construction affordable, part of it's going to be, there's various programs that offer down payment assistance, so the more of that we can stack up, the lower we will keep people's mortgage payment. So if we can get other grants that help down payment assistance, that'll be the next thing that we have to really tackle, is the down payment assistance and how to keep that house cost in range.
Do we have a, and I suppose we're going off of facts of our median workforce, or median,
Gross income.
yeah, average income or something like that, but
Yes, so
do we have a target range of what that equates to the house price?
yes. It's a little complicated, but very generally speaking, our households will be from 40,000 to about 105,000 that we would be serving with the project. That range is because it depends on whether it's one person in the house or 4 people in the house. It's a higher income allowance if it's 4 people in the house, or, in
And then
that direction. That is both, that would be 51% would kind of be on towards the lower part of that, but it's all still median income. This is not low income housing.
Right.
Because low income people
Right.
generally are not homeowners, they're renting. So this is median to middle income
And
earners.
that then reflects the house price roughly as for affordability of
Yes,
what value?
yes, we've tried, to cover that full range, we would have to get on the low end a house down to 110 to 120, which I'm not sure we can do. And on the upper end, it would be 350,000.
So it's
Now,
safe to say 125 to 350.
yeah, the challenge is building a house on that low end, but it might be that it's a modest size house. If it's built for one person, it may not need to be 1,200 square feet. It could be expandable in the future, but those are pieces that,
But the studies,
have to
would
work.
say that income level would then be able to
Afford.
match that
Yes.
300 to 350.
yes,
Yeah.
yes,
And then there would also be some subsidy on the back end with the housing construction, depending on what the developer works out.
Right.
In terms of getting a certain price point for a house that might cost, let's say, $250. With subsidy, they could get that asking price down to, $175.
175, yeah, right.
Can I just ask the question that hasn't been discussed? So we say we do the grant, get all the infrastructure put in. Who is the developer? How much does it cost? What's the cost to the county to outlay even the beginning, the first stick of house construction?
yeah.
Cause that's the thing that's not been
Yes, you're
discussed
right.
is who is building the houses? How is
Yes.
that being paid for?
Great question. So, we would be putting out a request for proposals with the parameters you all would design, 10 to 15 houses, 15 to 20 houses, whatever you all would want. With a concept, we would put that out for proposals to, and receive that. We would be doing that in pretty short order on this first phase, because ideally, we would already have a partner identified to go in the grant with, and they would actually be signing on as a responsible party to deliver those houses based on that grant money. So now this part is a little bit more complicated because we don't just have that on-site work of building water and sewer, we've got that Storker's Knob connection
Line.
down. So it might be that's a separate contractor that the county or the EDA, depending on how you all want to do it, it might be that we would have to keep that separate out of that other piece. But we would be seeking a contractor that would sign on the dotted line to commit to delivering 15 houses given, if this grant money comes in to serve this income population range. So that's, now, you know, I'm not guaranteeing you that we're going to find that, but that's what the work is, and I believe we will. We've, you know, we've had some conversations. This is not easy work, or else it would already be happening without all of this. But that would be the path. And you all would have a couple of options about how to go about that, but I believe Mr. Durbin advised that we should discuss that in closed session because of potential bargaining.
Right.
Does that help?
A little bit, yeah.
So Ladina, I'm gonna kinda not go down a rabbit hole, but you discussed that both White Oak and Crestview were what was known as the Woodland subdivision 30 years ago. Do you believe that subdivision could be built today?
I mean, it could be built,
But it wouldn't be a,
it wouldn't be for local people by
Right.
and large. It wouldn't be, cause 2
and
acre.
for the most part, those subdivisions are filled with folks that worked 2-family incomes, many of them
I mean,
were,
I think the equivalent of what that was in the 90s is what we're talking about doing today.
that's,
It's just that to keep it in that range of what was 8,000 to 12,000 then, if you just went by inflation, those lots should be 20 to 25,000 now, just based on inflation.
Right.
But instead, we saw a third of an acre in town estates go for $50,000.
well,
So
yeah.
everything is accelerated in price much faster than wages.
well, yeah. Okay, that was kind of my point. I mean, yeah, I know.
Sorry.
I mean, I'll tell you,
No.
just in 2022, 2 acres went for $40,000 on Crestview.
Anybody got anything else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Okay.
Have a Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
you all.
Ready.
Am I up?
Looks like it.
Good morning.
Uh,
Ms. Campbell sends her regrets that scheduling changes kind of challenge her. I'm here for 2 reasons this morning. First, we as the Floyd County Electoral Board have a ministerial duty to perform. And that's to give you a quick report on the past November election. It was a well-run, safe, secure, fair, and accurate election with very few, if any, kind of hiccups. Our greatest challenge was out at Indian Valley, the limited parking and the number of activities going on election day made parking a bit of a challenge for the electorate, but we'll work with Dr. Cromer to try to minimize that going forward. Overall, we had 7,438 citizens vote here in Floyd County. That's 61.1% of the registered voters, so the turnout was pretty good. The low was out in Locust Grove, only 58%, and the high was Indian Valley at 63.67%. So the turnout was pretty evenly spread, and we're very happy with the work that was done. So the last part of our ministerial duty is to turn over to you the abstract of votes, which have been sealed and certified by your Board of Elections and also by the state as well. So I'm happy to turn those over at
Thank
this
you.
point. All of the candidates have received their documentation, with the exception of the school board. I hope to see Dr. Cromer this morning, but I'll go over to the school board and give them their certificates today. So congratulations to all of the folks that ran and were elected, and we look forward to your service into the future. So, the second item for you today to consider is our future in terms of technology. Voting systems. Voting systems are part of the Virginia Code. How these systems are configured, how they're designed, how they're certified is all handled within the Code of Virginia. And above that is the United States Election Assistance Commission, which sets the nationwide standards for the technology that we use for the purpose of tabulating the elections. And that's all covered going back as far as 2002, when the Help America Vote Act was brought into place to try to assure that every legally eligible citizen that has the right to vote gets to vote. And so those are the overriding regulation that we work with when looking at the technology that we use to count the votes that the folks cast on election day, to print a ballot on demand, and also to provide access through the America Disability Act to ensure that everyone has the equal opportunity to cast their ballot. So if we look at the specific systems guidelines, they're called the Voluntary Voting System Guidelines. I think voluntary is a bit of a misnomer. These are almost mandatory. The VVSG, as we know it, sets the specifications and requirements against which all of the systems which the manufacturers come up with are tested against to determine that they meet our necessary technology requirements. So back in 2005, the first set of standards was created, called VVSG 1.0. And that is still basically the prevailing standard which is used right now. However, it is coming to an end slowly but surely. In 2001, VVSG 2.0 came into being, which is the next level of security standards for our voting equipment. And then in 2023, the Election Assistance Commission mandated that any new purchases of equipment must meet the 2.0 standard. So all of the existing equipment that is with us and nationwide that is 1.0, if it has to be replaced, it has to be done to the new level of standard. So let's just show you what we currently have. We use HART equipment, and it meets the 1.0 voting equipment standard. We originally purchased this equipment in 2016 for $97,600.
Seems like yesterday.
Seems like yesterday, yes, but typical of technology, it times out. These machines are now 10 years old. The hardware is great. It's been pretty good for it, but it's starting to get a lot of wear and tear on it, and the costs are gonna go up to maintain it. And also, you can't program it to 2.0. You have to have the new, higher technology in order to use the 2.0. And the numbers of equipment we use are, we have 8 of the American Disabilities Act access machines, 9 scanners which scan and count the votes, and we also have a ballot on demand machine which we use during early voting to print the ballots one at a time as people come in to vote. So that's what we currently have. So why are we here today asking for you to allow us to purchase new equipment? Well, if you start at 9 o'clock there on that chart, we're now at the lifespan of those machines. They were anticipated to last and work successfully for 10 years, and they have done pretty well. The equipment is getting used frequently.
Yeah.
Next year, we're gonna have 3 elections, not 2. So the demands on the equipment is getting greater and greater. And what's happening over time, the risk of failure is getting higher and higher. And we want to try to avoid that situation where we get a breakdown and we can't actually continue tabulating votes and have to go into an emergency procedure. We did have a few malfunctions. With some of the scanners, they use rollers to pull the ballots into the machines, the bearings, the rubber on them, wear and tear. They're starting to kick back ballots and we have some challenges. Also, repair costs are escalating on us. And we are no longer eligible for the extended warranty, which was offered on these machines 10 years ago. So we have to pay out of pocket for any repairs. And we were experiencing specific problems during early voting when we had to reboot the ballot on demand machine multiple times, and sometimes it turned the paper sideways and we had misprints, so we had to deal a lot with that during that. So that's our current challenges. So where do we wanna go? Okay. What we wanna do is shift over to the Vanguard voting system, which is the new equipment from Hart, which is eligible and already the only manufacturer in the country so far which has passed the Election Assistance Commission certification of VVSG 2.0. Also, they are leading right here in the state of Virginia. Of course, they have to be federally certified, and they also have to be state certified. And the target date here in the state is to have this completed in time for the June primary election, for the midterms. Now, they won't make it for the April special election for the referendum on the constitutional amendment, but it should make it for the June election.
See,
Okay, so what do they offer? Basically, they offer the same three types of machines that we currently have, but again, the hardware and software is updated to all of our current standards. So Vanguard Boost is a ballot on demand system where we print one ballot at a time based on the individual that comes in, shows their identification, we register them through the poll book, and then using a barcode and a barcode reader, the Vanguard Boost prints out a ballot for their specific specification. Flex is the American Disabilities Act machine which allows anyone with any kind of disability, whether it's visual, whether it's auto, or whether they have problems with hands or anything, these machines are set up so that they can cast a ballot, fill in a ballot, and then the last step is vault, where we take each of the completed and marked ballots, put it into the scanning machine. The ballot drops into the vault below, and that's the tabulator so that we can count and quickly give you your results on election night. Those are the three machines that we wish to get. We've done a lot of research on these machines, and wherever possible, if there is components of our current equipment that we can use in the future equipment, we've identified that. For example, these machines have battery backup. And this new Vanguard equipment has twice the life on the battery as the previous one, but the battery's the same. So we've been able to hold on to that, we will be able to hold on to batteries from our current equipment and bring it over. Also, the vault box at the bottom, Hart was very good, they allowed us to keep that, they just changed the configuration of the top so these machines will fit on, so even more savings there. Some things like thumb drives and other small pieces, we've done everything we can in the quote that you have before you to only buy what we absolutely need to have. Okay. Can you play that for me? This is a 52-second video. Here we go.
Get to watch a movie.
It's only 52 seconds, it just gives you a quick overview of the new equipment.
Peanut didn't pay.
Very short, to give you a one of the big benefits of this equipment is much more compact, easier to handle, it's half as big.
As many drivers to haul it, do you?
It's easier to deal with, that's for sure. Also slow. biggest change in the change of the hardware and the software is all about security. For example, multi-factor authentication on polling place devices. Currently, the security is a 6-digit code in order to activate and use these machines. That is changing to a multi-factor where you'll have a card and instead of a 6 and 8-digit code. So they've really done a lot to it. Also, they've added alarms to the machines. So if anybody who tries to get access to one of the ports, tries to disconnect or connect something, or tampers with the machine anyway, there's gonna be an audible alarm going off so that we know what's going on. So that we're having much higher level of protection, and also restrictions on anything that's exposed are either covered or disabled. So no one will be able to tamper with these. It raises the level of security and of course confidence for our public to know that we're really protecting the vote and making sure we're getting good results without any kind of fraud. Excessive expansion of the accessibility requirements, enhanced support for limited dexterity, even not only for ADA requirements, but also make it easier for our team to work on. It's easier to actually function with and work with. Excessive feature for workers, as I mentioned, and at the back office applications such as the Vanguard Results software, which is part of all this, is also supported. Another benefit of this system is that while we gather the results by telephone or by text message from our officers on election night and put them into the results software so that you can all see the results as soon as possible, all we will need to do is take the thumb drive, plug it into the results computer, and it does it all the work. So it reduces the risk of human error and it speeds up the quality of the results.
Reporting, yeah.
The reporting will be faster and much more accurate. The only reporting that we will have to do post-election will be provisional ballots, or if we have a hand count as a result of a write-in campaign. Okay. Just the last bit about security, no internet or internal office network connections. Of course, everyone is always concerned, but hackers, well, that's all prevented. This thing works in a kiosk standalone mode. They are not interconnected, they don't connect to the internet at all. No one can access the operating system without the multi-factor authentication and for the specifics, equipment and materials. Everything is done to the highest level of security with military grade performance requirements and also logs. Every time somebody touches that machine to work on it, to change a setting or add the software necessary for an election is recorded, and we can print those logs up and we know exactly who was doing what and when. Again, making sure no tampering and no, you can see in that picture at the bottom, there's a little window on the side of the machine there, and that's actually a digital display which gives all the information about what this device is programmed to do, is it in the right place, and who was the last person based on the security card that they put in to touch it. So we'll know all of that information. It's all about making sure you are confident. Okay, so what are your options? We can save the taxpayer some money because by being early adopters, there's an over $7,000 financial reduction in the cost of doing this by acting now. We're getting the most up-to-date and most secure federal standards, and we're reducing risk by replacing equipment that is now at the end of its 10-year lifespan. So if you act later, we're gonna have to replace the equipment regardless. In March of last year, President Trump signed an executive order mandating 2.0. Of course, we as states run elections, and each state is pushing back on this a little bit. That's why it hasn't become law yet, but it will ultimately because they've already made the decision. New machines have to have it, and you can't put it on your own.
Right.
We reduce the risk of equipment failures, particularly during election times. The hardware of the machine is going to fail, and ultimately we would pay more if we delay doing this. And one of the nice things about the new code is that we get more service from our vendor. We will get extensive training.
Right.
We will get folks coming to us when we do the testing.
Which that we do now, right?
They do now, but they charge us, we get that included for a period of time.
Okay.
And also a biannual maintenance agreement, which they come and go through all the machines, make sure they're 100%. So there's a lot more included than it was in the past.
What did you say the original 10 years ago cost was? 96?
97,000.
97?
Yep.
Thousand.
And your
10 years ago.
Yeah,
your biannual maintenance starts in the second year, correct?
right, that's
Yeah.
correct.
First
It
year.
goes every 2 years.
Yeah.
Did you say you print your ballots at,
Yes, for early voting,
okay,
we do not print in advance.
right,
What we have is a machine, the voter checks in, we give the little receipt that's got a barcode on it, it identifies them and their precinct and what election they're eligible for. That ticket goes to the ballot officer scans it, and the machine prints out the specific ballot.
but we,
That's only done during early voting.
correct, I just wanted to make
Yeah,
sure,
it may become standard on election day as well,
really?
depending on the speed of the machines.
So you wouldn't be printing ballots, we wouldn't be running out of ballots, that would solve all of those problems.
It would, but we have chosen not to go that far
Understood.
yet, because we wanna walk before we
Run.
Yeah,
run out of.
or get up on the bicycle, correct.
Exactly.
Gotcha,
So we're not alone. Here in
Uh-huh.
Virginia, we already have 6 counties in the process. Alexandria City is pending, just as we are pending here. The other counties have already gone along with this.
dial-up.
Right. So the process that we need to do is, we need you as our board of supervisors and
Oh, tones.
handling the purse to resolve to grant us the permission to sign this quote, which you have received, with Hart Intercivic. Once they receive the signed quote from us, they would prepare a contract, a master agreement, which would come back to us for complete review, and then for us to sign off on. And the contract to purchase would not happen until the state completes the certification. We would not be buying equipment that had not passed certification, I assure you that. So that's part of the contractual agreement, that once we enter, it would be null and void if that equipment fails and does not get state certification. So that leaves me with any other questions you might have. And my request for you to make this an action item and to resolve to allow us to sign this quote for a total of $143,840.
And that would come out of contingency.
Have to.
It would have, yeah.
Well, we got budget stabilization too, but we could take that either one, but
It's just one or the other.
yeah, it's 6 of one, half of the
Yeah, it
other,
does.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you answered my question. I was gonna ask if this could be broke up into this budget and next budget, but if you're gonna have it by the 25th of June, it's not going into the next budget. So,
It would be out of this
This
fiscal year.
So you would have to put, may I ask a question?
go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry, may I? So when you say purchase by, they want all the money up front, or how does that work?
That would be based on the contract. We have not seen the
So that
contract.
might,
And of course, if they don't succeed in getting the certification done by June,
Nothing
it could
happens.
fall
To the
into
next year.
your next budget. And it's also, I'm sure a contract is negotiable if we wanted to say
split it, yeah.
here and here.
Well, half down,
We've done business with
Half
these
on
folks a
delivery.
long time, and we like
That's-
doing business.
so that's
Where I
why,
was going half, and by, delivery, we mean completely set up. And I'd like for it to go through the June process to make sure it works without any hiccups before the final payment's made.
Sure.
And which, do you know what date that is in June
I
yet?
do not have a payment schedule.
No, I meant the date.
On
of the
there,
primary.
23rd, you said 25th?
Yeah, June, it's usually the third Tuesday in June.
You said the date.
See what that is.
All right, I'm on it. It is June 16th.
Yeah, that's
The
correct.
23rd is their 5 in June,
So
that's why.
We could possibly do the final payment on July 2.
Yeah, in the next next
That
You
one.
see where I'm going?
Yeah, I do, split it up. Can I ask a question? So Hart has served us extremely well. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I mean, I've been involved, I go to meetings, I've seen them come in, they're very responsive, the company is good. They seem to be on the cutting edge of most things here. I would just ask, if you would, that with our finance department, as you work towards, if you haven't done so already, it would be great for there to be a back and forth between our folks here in the office and you when you're negotiating for our best possible outcomes. Do you agree? With the Jenny?
Like I say,
You
you
agree?
are the holder of the purse string.
You know, just to have there
Negotiate.
be
Yeah.
communication between both of your departments. I know that there is great communication, I would like that continue, especially with this large amount of money. That would just be what I would wanna,
Yeah, I would not envision signing a contract.
but even in the negotiations, you know,
Yeah,
like,
when, we would ask them upon signature, this send us your boilerplate, and we will look
No,
at
they
it,
don't.
and we would like the opportunity to counter.
what I want.
If it's okay, I would like our attorney to review the
Oh,
contract
absolutely.
Yeah.
after you negotiated,
Yeah.
just for
We'll
their opinion.
stay close.
You guys
Yeah,
got,
absolutely.
They always do.
Yeah.
you guys got a question?
Yes.
You may have already, thank you for the presentation, you may have already mentioned this, but just a refreshment. How long do you anticipate these will last in service?
Typically, equipment like this has a 10-year life cycle.
Do you think moving forward for our budget,
Sarah and I already spoke about it.
maybe anticipate $25,000 line item towards this for the next 10 years?
10 years.
I mean, that'd be 250
Yeah.
for next cycle.
Yeah, whatever, so
I mean,
Sarah and
could
I
you just
spoke
put a
about that.
reminder that we,
Yeah,
Yeah,
right,
so
exactly.
you're
So
you're
kinda put
thinking
it-
correctly, and Sarah and I,
Capital
when we
investment
spoke,
plan.
when we spoke, we
so it's not just
Savings
in
account.
this.
was it 25,000?
It would be an infrastructure line that would be part of your budget, but
You're right.
It
you
went
wouldn't
up
get to
from-
spend it, but
Yeah.
it'd be there.
It went up
Yeah,
from
we-
96,000 to 143,000.
Sure.
So I would say
Right.
250.
Would cover.
We had anticipated that in our prior budget requests, but we just didn't seem to be able to get to a point where we could get the capital investment line on there. And that's not a problem, but
Yeah, if we can do that
Yeah.
moving forward,
yeah, absolutely.
That'd be great.
Yeah,
though.
Agreed,
and
Leroy.
in our next budget, we will remind you.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, we know there's gonna be ongoing expenses.
There'll be a lot of reminders.
I'm okay with authorizing it. If you could negotiate it, that final payment be after July 1, it'd be great, but
I would do my utmost to do so.
we could authorize up to that amount, and
Okay.
then if the final payment falls in July, we can carry forward.
I'll second that, if that was a motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion if you're ready.
I guess I am.
If you're ready.
I got it.
Paul, can you please tell me the amount the final amount, or the amount it's,
143,840.
Yeah, the actual
That's
upfront
right.
amount, I buried it in my paper here.
that's all right.
143,840.
There's no upfront
143,840.
payment upon signature of this. This is just an understanding to let them come to us with a contract. $143,840,
Thank you,
and that is the net amount after all discounts.
thank you. All right, on a motion to move forward with the Vanguard equipment, up to $143,840 net amount. Mr. Booth?
And to be transferred from contingency.
Oh, thank you, which will be taken from contingency. Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes,
Ms. Bechtold?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
And Mr. Turner?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is.
We're not as bad as you thought we were, are
No,
we?
you've been very kind. So
we didn't
thank
have
you.
any problem 10 years ago, I mean, you know, it's necessary.
Again, thank you.
It's what you have to
Thank you.
follow.
So,
I can't
all
wait
the best
10
of the
years.
holiday
I
season
can't
to
either.
each
Merry
and every
Christmas.
one of you
Merry
and yours.
Christmas, yeah.
And I appreciate all that you do for the county.
Yeah.
It is great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's like buying a new car, you know?
The next 10 years.
I've never spent that kind of money on a car.
Yeah, me neither, but that's kinda, you know, what drives elections.
So I just, if I may,
I ain't put it out yet.
Oh, okay.
I was listening to him.
if I may, I mentioned to you, Chairman, that Steve Durbin, our attorney, is available. He was gonna be here, however, he can't, but he's still available for closed.
Right?
So we may have to, and he has to get on the road, so if we could, between like 11:15, if we could, we may have to go into closed if you still want Steve in there, so he can be available.
Gotcha.
After 11:45, he will not be available.
Can we move it up more than that?
So should we do it now?
Well, you have Jacob,
Yeah, I got Jacob. but-
So-
That puts you on a clock there, buddy.
I have been told.
These two
did
gentlemen.
you hear him? I have been told.
They're there.
Jacob and public comment.
Okay,
Right, we got public comment.
they're here for public
Yeah.
comment. We could do Jacob right quick and then do public comment.
Bam.
Jacob's never.
Bam! Right quick,
Right quick, Jeff.
right quick, the chairman has spoken.
You heard that.
Now hit him with this one.
Did you hear that? He's gonna hit you with that when you're done.
It's soft.
I believe. Alright, okay, first line in here was talking about how I'm gonna try to be quick. Y'all
Where did we
know
get that
I can
idea?
talk with the best of them, so
Yes,
part of
you
the
can.
reason I mention that is I'm not gonna go over every point in this slide for that reason. But you know well as I do, I like to yak, so we are gonna move along. But I figured, first of all, thank y'all for letting me come up here, but I figured it'd be wise to kind of come back and, I'd call them cat and rat and mat moments where I'm not gonna go into what I mean, but show you kind of what we've been up to the last couple of months and kind of try to talk about what we're planning on moving forward. But first things first. First thing I wanted to talk about was the Super Bowl. We hosted that on October the 25th. That went over really, really well. Super Bowl, as far as the NRV League goes, is kind of our crown jewel event. It's the most important thing we do in a year. The All-Star tournaments are a close second, but Super Bowl is generally our Super Bowl. So it was a blessing to get the opportunity to host it. Wanted to do it for a long time, and it kind of fell in our lap this year. So really thankful for that. It was packed. From just what we could count with ticket sales, there was at least 1,600 people there throughout the day, but with other county administrators, county folk, town council people, administrators, directors, whatever, coaches, cheerleading, a lot of people come in on the free list. So it might have crept up closer to 2,000 throughout the day, but 1,600 is what we could count. Something else I was really proud of too, for the first time in league history, these games were streamed not in one place but in two. Our own Jacob Smith and Bradley Connor were able to get the NFHS network, which I know Linda has a lot to do with. But they had full color commentary for all three games, and it was, if you got to see any of the highlights, it was pretty neat because it was like watching a little game on Saturday or Sunday with our people commentating. So it was pretty neat. And also too, folks from Pulaski County High School came out and provided a free stream through Facebook. So we were proud of that. I wanted to kind of dote on Christian a little bit as well. Christian did a lot of work in the background to make this happen. He created the media guide. I did the management plan, but Christian did a lot in the background. So very thankful for him and his help. And I think also too, just based on the feedback we've gotten, we gained quite a bit of respect within our league that day. Second thing I wanted to talk about, once again, we were kind of in cahoots with the town of Floyd to help them with their Halloween Spooky Street event. That went really well. If the eye test is to be trusted here, there was at least 1,000 people floating around Oxford Street that night. It was really awesome to kind of see the kids and even the adults that got dressed up walking around. I felt underdressed. As you can see, Destiny, that bottom picture there, me and Christian, Destiny, if you're watching, I'm giving you credit here. We fought wearing costumes all the time, and Destiny basically said, nope, you're gonna do it whether you want to or not. So we met in the middle, and if you've ever played or seen the game The Sims, the little I still don't know what they call it, but the little thing above the Sims heads in the games, that's what she
Right.
did for us, so, that was our compromise. Next year I have a feeling I will not have a choice, I will be in a costume of some sort, so we'll see how that goes. But once again, we handed out popcorn, that was my job, running around like headless chicken. But we had popcorn, candy, and water. But we did have a few new things this year. We had a Way the Pumpkin contest. We had a costume contest for folks of all ages, even adults. Both of those had prizes. And we actually drafted Destiny's husband to kind of create, and against his will, some Halloween-themed lawn games. Turned out really well. I think the community enjoyed it. But again, that was a team effort. Destiny kind of led it, but Kristen and Nick and Chase did some great work the day of and in the background also. So real proud of them. Okay, I had a different slide for this.
Yes, you did.
Yeah. Okay, there were pictures, I promise.
I'll just-
With pictures.
I just wanna say, I heard nothing but great compliments on both of the previous things. Y'all did great.
Appreciate it.
While you look for pictures for the Christmas parade, I'd like to say thank you very much for the changes that have been made. And hopefully next year there won't be a equine outbreak that prevents so many horses
wouldn't-
from attending.
I wasn't gonna talk about the equines, cause we got, that's another side note, I agree. I'm gonna shut up before I go down a rabbit hole.
There you go.
Kevin knows what I'm talking about. Anyway, this wonderfully designed, Christmas parade slide here, it does have other things, I promise.
Danny, it's in the folder.
Anyway, I'm gonna keep
Okay.
going, I'm on a time crunch here.
There you go.
I do this. Anywho's, like I said, the Christmas parade I think went really well. Beforehand, we had about 70 people registered. The day of, we ended up with about 90 floats total, not 90 vehicles, but 90 individual people, floats, whatever registered. We did see about a 10% jump in pre-registrations from last year to this year, so we're thankful for that little bit of growth. I did want to touch on, again, one of the pictures I put up was of Sarah. Our Grand Marshal this year was Sarah Sowers, with her chauffeur Kevin and her grand dog Moo. It was really awesome to have Sarah, as y'all know, she's been a pillar in the community with Floyd and the Humane Society for a really long time, so it was awesome to kind of give her a pedestal and recognize her for the day. So thankful for her coming out and participating. We did learn some lessons from last year, we did make some changes. The first, maybe the biggest one that we did was we centralized the registration process. We learned last year, instead of trying to put everybody in an order and as they show up, try to pick through them in 20 degrees with gloves on, that didn't go well, as you might imagine. So we kind of centralized the registration process. Destiny headed that up in the new gym of the high school. And instead of putting people in order and trying to pick through them, we had just generalized packets that we could slap on a list for citizens really quick. And we had extras, so I figured I'd give y'all some just to see what they look like.
Nice.
Yep, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, whatever you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Even one
Visual
for the
aids,
head
I
honcho.
like that.
I try.
like that.
I learned.
Wait, did we,
That's what a registration packet looked like when people showed up, had their number, coupons, thank you list, all that stuff in it. One of the lessons we also learned from last year was, although I think the parade went off without a hitch, it was pure chaos doing it with 3 people up at the high school. So we had a little more help this year. It was me, Christian, Destiny, our part-time side helper, Ace Kids, Colton and Chase, and Nick, obviously, and Elizabeth and I. We were able to kind of spread people out. We communicated a lot better. Instead of having lines out towards Woods Gap, we had people in and out pretty quickly. It made things a lot smoother. So we're really happy we made those changes. I did also want to brag on Citizens. Citizens has helped us not just with the Christmas parade, but just in general. You know, Easter, any sort of broadcast help we need, not even relating to broadcast, any help we need basically, we call Tina, and they've done a great job. So wanted to note on them. I think they did a great job broadcasting the parade this year and helping us get it off the ground. So, okay, I got through, that was as quick as I wanted. All right, now to the meat. Yeah, a couple months ago, I was thankful that y'all filled out I call it the wish list, but kind of the direction that you wanted to see us go. I took those forms and ranked them based on your responses. And the top 5 that I got pretty unanimously, the first, number 1 up, what's the word I'm looking for here? Route we wanna go, first option was upgrading the facilities at the rec park in Floyd. I think that's a pretty logical first step. Tied for second was creating consistent summer programming for our youth and programming for our seniors. Third or fourth, or however you wanna look at that, was upgrading and creating more special events, things of that nature. And fifth on that list was basically leveraging the history and culture of our county into recreational programming. I mentioned that first to say this. Part of the reason it took me maybe a minute or two longer than I would have liked to get this together was we, as a department, we felt like, okay, we have your direction, but it's also important, I think, to consider what the community thinks and what the community wants. So we put out a fairly lengthy survey in which we got about 124 responses, and for a county of about 15.5 population, that puts us within a margin of error about 8%. So for an unpaid, non-consultant-led survey, I was proud of that, happy with that. And just off the top, I thought, the community survey went well, but it showed overwhelmingly that, not quite 100%, but over 95% of people said it was very important or somewhat important to continue serving and expanding services for our kids. And 70% of those same people said the same for summer programming. 70% of respondents said it was somewhat or very important to invest in senior programs or services. And I say this last point not to say that I want to charge more or involve money into this conversation, but I thought it was maybe a good point to bring up that about 3/4 of our people said they would strongly or mildly support more funding for all the categories you see there. So I say that again to say this, I think the county, along with your direction and results from our survey, they show that they want more, they like where we're at, but even moving forward, they'd be willing to kind of help us along through this process. Now, I'll go through your top 5 one by one, and again, I'm ahead of my time count already, so I'm feeling good. I put a limit on myself of 18 minutes, and we might get there. So, number 1, facility upgrades at the rec park in Floyd. I think it's kind of a logical first step in our evolution. I'm proud that we've done a lot to the rec park and our ball fields in the past 5 or 6 years. We've fixed a lot of the problems that existed for a while, but there are still some things I think we need to do. First of all, I think Jerry's mentioned this a few times, is fixing up our concessions in our bathrooms. That was something that was mentioned specifically a lot in open comments in the survey, and in the non-open survey portion, it was mentioned 60 times that they would be in favor of renovating those facilities. I think it would be a logical first place to start, simply because, bathrooms, if you've been up there, they're nothing special, and at times it's a pain to keep them
They're a
things open.
bathroom.
Yeah, they're a bathroom. Water pipes don't like to cooperate all the time, and I'll leave it there. But also too, on the concession side, not just the facilities have prevented us from kind of offering concessions on a regular basis, or other reasons why also, but I think if we were to upgrade those facilities at the same time, and really go whole in on a concession stand, that would kind of help us bring in a little revenue to offset the cost of what we would spend to upgrade them. So for that reason, I think that'd be priority number 1.
If we construct a new concession stand and move the trolley, I mean, it served its purpose.
Yeah.
When we move that trolley, then we solve some of our highway problems too,
It would, yep.
as far as the distance.
Yep.
They've been
And-
saying that for a long time.
Well, and that's why that project's not moving forward,
I
it's been
know.
put on hold.
I know.
But have you scoped out a new location yet? I mean, okay.
I have a couple ideas. Yeah, I think it would be logical, and there are. Okay, I'll rip the Band-Aid off.
Well,
the-
no, I don't want you if you're not ready, I'm just wanting you to be there, make sure you're thinking about a new location.
You're thinking about it.
Yeah, there's a couple I think would be good places for it, so, and we can talk about that. Good, I wanted to also kind of pivot into another issue related to the rec park. Again, I'm proud of what we've done to those fields. We fixed a lot of the issues, but we still, and this is the bane of my existence. I love those fields to death. I look at them like they're my children at times. But that small field up there has had water retention issues forever. Just due to the way it's graded now, maintenance issues 10, 20 years ago, it's basically created a bowl at the backside of second base that is not easy or cheap to fix. It's just the way it is. We keep putting Band-Aids on it, and it keeps coming back.
You're talking about the back one.
So I think too, just from a playability and a keeping our game schedule on schedule point of view, it would be logical to look at fixing the water retention issues on that small field. We have the resources and the people that know how to do it. It's just a matter of how do we want to go about it. So for me, that'd be maybe option number 2. And then again, with facility upgrades, I think also, I'm thankful that we took over Floyd E and that we're doing our best to kind of make it a little better every year. But something that we saw in the survey also was that a lot of people are asking for a dedicated soccer space. They want more soccer. And as time goes on, we're proud that we're kind of ticking up our participation numbers year over year. So with more kids, more teams, we're gonna need more space to play. So I think it would also really benefit the community and us as a department to kind of put some love into Floyd E. Fix that open grassy field up a little bit, aerate it for the first time in probably a decade, get rid of the rocks in it. It's covered in weeds and nutsedge, put actual grass down. I think that would really help us just from a capacity standpoint and from a scheduling standpoint. It would also kind of prevent some of the issues we dealt with in the spring from occurring. And also too, the ball fields themselves. I think if we were to put some love into those ball fields, maybe expand the infields, invest in some temporary fencing, that would essentially double our field capacity and our ability to host games. Currently, we cannot host games there in the NRV league just due to field dimensions and no fencing and all the things. But temporary fencing would not only allow us to host our own games there, take some of the burden off of the rec park, but it would also open the door to hosting travel tournaments. At the moment, it's without going deep into the weeds about finances of travel ball, it's really next to impossible for a tournament director to bring up a tournament to a park with only 2 fields. It's hard for them to make money on that. So I think we could kind of use some of that revenue from potential travel tournaments to again offset the money we would spend on upgrading what we do up there. An added benefit also, I'm not speaking for Tim, if you're watching, not speaking for you. Another benefit it might bring is that it would reduce competition with high school and rec teams in the spring. We love working with high school, we love having them up at the rec park, but again, as our team count continues to grow, we need more and more space. So if we upgrade Floyd E, that gives a place for the high school to possibly come practice right on their own on campus. So again, just some things I'm thinking about there. Okay. I put these 2 on the same slide because y'all ranked them tied for second, so I figured I'd put them in the same slide. Aside from updating our facilities, which again I think is a logical first step, summer and senior programs are, in my opinion, the next logical step with programming. It's the biggest hole in our program inventory. And as you can see, the community, I think, really would want and support us investing in that sort of programming. Over 70% of our survey respondents rated youth summer camps and special programs as a top priority for future investment. So summer programming for kids would obviously, there would be the summer camps I think that we think about, whether they be a few days or a week long. But also there's opportunities for enrichment activities like, STEM activities or cooking or EMS type stuff, basically, job related growth things. I think Pulaski County also does a really good job with our club system. So things that may not have enough participation to have its own sport, like cross country, tennis or pickleball, stuff like that, or even guitar, we'd have the opportunity to kind of bring those kids in and give them something to do constructive throughout the summer, along with educational activities. STEM camps, Bradford University puts on a CSI camp every year, things like that. There are tons of opportunities there. So I think those would really benefit benefit our kids. But also too, kind of maybe on the backside, something that the average Joe wouldn't think about, is, if we were to invest in summer programming, we're not just investing in our youth, we'd also be investing in our teens, teachers that are, off for the summer. We would need counselors. So, these youth programs offer the opportunity for our teenagers to stay involved, be counselors in training, have a little side income. We would be able to use our teachers as, an extension of what they already do. So, again, I think that would all be beneficial to our folk. And with senior programming, I know you all know this already, but the average resident of Floyd County is about 8 years older than the average Virginian or the average US citizen. That's a trend that based on what I know, will continue to kind of go on, and fester is probably not the right word, but yeah, it's probably not the right word.
Probably. We don't fess.
Probably.
We'll scratch that from the record.
Are we faster?
Nope, you're
All
there.
right, we're down to business now, we're down to
You're on the
business now.
record.
We're in danger. All right, I'm in danger. Anyway,
Some process.
that's a trend that I think will continue, maybe that's a better way to put it. So as we continue to age, I think it's important that we offer services for folks in our community to stay engaged, stay out, and above all, stay healthy. Some of the programs that are standard among other Parks and Rec agencies are, like fitness classes, enrichment opportunities, much of the same for youth, possible day trips, and we have grant dollars already in our account to kind of help us get off the ground with this, but I think if we were to go this route, maybe a logical place to start would be to kind of pick up where Miles Campbell left off about a year and a half ago, I guess now, man, time flies.
When you're having fun.
Yeah, but kind of restart our weekly Wednesday games, give them places to go, things to do, and start from there. But in any instance, I think no matter what we do, we'll need another staff person for this. This area of programming is very, very labor intensive. There are, just like youth athletics, a lot of moving parts, a lot of phone calls, a lot of being in person and going to different meetings and just being everywhere at once. So just moving forward, if we do go this route, I know I like to ask for money, I will be asking for more. But anyway, I'm getting behind now, All right, next one I wanted to talk about is our special and community events. I think special or community events are kind of a core aspect of what makes a Parks and Rec department great. And I'm thankful that over the past 4 or 5 years, we've started taking on a little bit more every year. Better than an event or two every year. That's a good lesson for me, but I'm proud to keep doing that. About 2/3 of our respondents said they would strong or mildly support more special events, more community programs, and that same 2/3 of people said they would want some health-related events as well. So I think if we were to go this route and expand in this area, this is something, I know I've talked about this before, I really want to move the Independence Day to the 4th. But I also think there's opportunities to kind of expand in things that are not as expensive as the 4th of July. Again, Pulaski County and Christiansburg, I think, do a great job with their 5K system. They use them as fundraisers, so it would be very easy, I think, with our history of running excellence and all the championships we win, to kind of create and grow a fundraiser 5K like a turkey trot or St. Patty's Day type deal. It would also be fairly inexpensive to start doing some movie nights in the park. That would be something that would be free for the community, but we could sell concessions. It's just another way to keep everybody connected. Something I'm thankful for, Destiny's already doing, but we're gonna create a special event for special needs children in the area. As far as I know, there's nothing like it in, not the NRV, but this part of the region, so we're excited to kind of advertise that and get it going this year. It'll be at the rec park, and Destiny's doing a great job handling that. She's got all the ideas, so. But I did just want to touch on some things like that, and move forward. Catching back up y'all on time. Alright, 5th thing on y'all's list was leveraging kind of what makes the history unique, our unique culture, and kind of turn it into recreational programming. This is where you can go 500,000 different routes depending on what's important to you and what you want to do. But a little over 50% of our community responses said it was somewhat or very important to invest in this sort of programming. And I think also too, and y'all know this, but Floyd's really blessed with things that make us unique that Christiansburg will never have, or Blacksburg will never have, and even, the counties north, south of us. We got things that they will never have. And I think it's also kind of Parks and Rec's unique lane to find ways to bring that to the community and use it for good, use it for education, get people out of the house. I've also struggled with kind of let me back up here. I've always wanted to grow the trails and park system that we have. And one of the lessons I've learned, I'm thankful I've learned this, is that, as I said, Christiansburg has we have things that they'll never have. We're also very much not Christiansburg. Our people are not Christiansburg people. We're our own unique breed of people, and I'm thankful for that. But I've thought for a while too, okay, if we ever wanted to go that route, this is Jacob talking, we would take, maybe like an old schoolhouse, or take a mill, take, Native American history site, Civil War history site, and turn that into our own version of a park. We don't need a $20 million Huckleberry Park. We can take what we have, make it nice, use it for educational purposes, but also give people a place to walk if they want. We don't need to build these fancy walking tracks. We don't need to build $1 million this, $1 million that. So I say that to say this, I think there's opportunity to use what we already have, and use that as a recreational facility. And again, I know last time I was here, we talked about the Appalachian Trail. A lot of people, surprising in a good way, ask for things like living history events, where folks can kind of pass down their knowledge and what things were like in the 60s and 70s, even before that, kind of pass it down orally. I think that'd be a really great idea also.
I think he's getting back to that Fester.
No, I worded that one very carefully. I did read off the script, I promise you. But like I said, there's 1,000 different ways you can skin that cat. A lot of which would be supported by grant funding. I think grant funders, especially at the VDF, places like that would chomp at the bit for stuff like this. So, and the idea here is to give folks something to do outside of the town of Floyd. I think Andrew does a great job with what they do, but at the same time, through conversations I've had with them, they want things outside of the town. So the idea is, when people come visit us, or even people that live here already, if they want to take a weekend and run around, what is there to do? I think we have the opportunity to kind of expand, the things that people know about. That's all I'll say about that. Now, I'm getting closer back to my time point here.
Last slide.
I wanted to also kind of give some other survey findings, because some of this was surprising to me. As I'm sure y'all would imagine, look at a lot of this through FCPR colored glasses and little Jacob colored glasses. But it's refreshing to kind of see what the community thinks also. And by far, the most requested item we had in the open comment section was the desire and the want for indoor recreation or a rec center. 36 people specifically mentioned that need. It was mentioned several times in the county's comp plan survey. Some forms of aquatics or a splash pad was selected 77 times as an area of need. It was also mentioned 17 times specifically in the open comments section. 73 people rated additional parks, trails, and open space as a high priority. 7 people specifically mentioned it in open comments. 71% people said that they would strong or mildly support the county investing in additional staffing. Only 7 of the 124 opposed this in any which way. And again, I say this last piece here not as I want to take people's money or charge more for what we offer, but about 2/3 of people said they would pay a little more if it was guaranteed to improve program quality, get more facilities, increase our offerings. So again, I say that to say I think people want more from us, and they're willing to support us along the way. So now, I'm very close to my time limit. So I wanted to, first of all, thank y'all for, I see you over there. I see you.
Time clock on.
Thank y'all for letting me come up here. My goal has always been to grow this department into what I think it can be, and I think we're getting close to kind of getting to the top of that mountain. So I wanted to turn this back to y'all and say, what do you want from me? Where would you want me to start investing my time? What do you want me to look at? What can I what information can I provide you?
I'm just speaking for me, but I would jump in on the facilities with the possible concession.
Mhm.
Well, it's threefold, that, I know you wanna expand the services for the youth, but I think getting the senior services back up and running would be a strong, I'd put them on an even plane. That's just me.
Well, I think you don't run.
Oh, I quit running 1984, sir, unless somebody's chasing
There
me.
you go. Go ahead.
You don't have to run in a 5K, you can walk.
Yeah.
That's okay.
I have just a couple of observations. Were you done?
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
okay.
yes, that was,
Could we partner with tour companies to do some? Partnerships is a big deal.
Yep.
Partner with the schools for maybe going over to the camps at Tech, you know, if we get some. And Destiny's activity for special needs, would it be like a Special Olympics type kind of thing, or
It'll-
not really,
It'll
or?
be kind of a mixture of, I think, what
A
you're
little bit
thinking
of
about.
everything?
Yeah, a little bit of everything.
Okay.
There'll be games adapted towards kids with special needs.
Yeah, okay.
But there'll also be safe
That's great.
areas for them,
That's
and
great.
it'll be, we're trying to make it full offering.
Yeah, that's
Everything
great,
they
but I would definitely work towards partnering with established businesses and entities, as well as other county services that could help to develop these programs and make them happen, and then we could gauge interests and you could see, but, you know, day trips with some of the tour companies around here, if they've got open time, they might be very willing to, you know, take folks down to Abington or, you know, and maybe make it a Floyd kind of thing. There are smaller ones, but yes, Sunshine is one. There are a couple of different ones, so that would be something to look into. But great report, great update, and just keep up the good work.
Going off of Linda's comments, you've been working with Joy at Montgomery County for senior activities.
Mhm.
She's a great resource, and they do wonderful day trips.
Yeah, okay, I'll scroll here. They have been in cahoots with us we've worked with them on the senior games for probably 5 years now. But something they asked me last year, was like, hey, you know, we've got a lot of people that wanna come to town, and like specifically on historical things, they just don't know how to make it happen. So we've already been in rough early cahoots with them. If we do expand, like kind of co-partner with them, Montgomery County, to kind of make it like we do youth athletics, kind of make it a group deal to where we're all sharing resources and it's not us forking out all the money to do everything. It would, in an ideal world, we'll all kind of share the pot. But yeah, Joy, she's a great woman, so.
Cause I know when I drove for the senior trips, we would pick up people at the park and ride, so maybe that would be an option for the day trips.
We could get one of the old school buses and make a double decker out of it.
I'll be fine with that.
Or do that-
Write it down.
Run them down to Robertson Mill and then Mayberry Mill.
Remember
But I think you're doing a good job, the
Yeah.
parade and Halloween and so forth.
yeah,
But I would go back to some of the things that they had said, you know, we got a lot of data to show that our average age, right, is older. And so I think we probably owe the service to try to look at something for the seniors moving forward.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where I would go.
I was thinking more along the lines, him getting a part-time job, he'll pay for all this stuff.
well, he may have to, with his extra time he has.
Yeah. I'm running around like a headless chicken as he is, my poor wife. Lord have mercy.
We do appreciate what you
Yeah.
do.
Yes.
Thank y'all.
You do a nice
Appreciate it.
job,
you.
Dave.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Yes, Merry Christmas.
Christmas.
With that, I'll move up to public comment. Is the intent that all people attending the meeting of the board regardless of handicap and conditions shall have an opportunity to participate. If any person present requires any special assistance, please let the board know in order that arrangements can be made. Speakers are limited 4 minutes. Sharing or giving away unused time is not permitted. The board does not respond to questions or comments made by the speaker during our public comment time. So, Finn, I'll open it and
Our first speaker is Howard Aldridge from Locust Grove. Come up to the
Andrew, welcome to start.
Well, I'm kinda out of my element here, you can see how old and decrepit I am. I got into something could not believe what the world has come to. I own a 83-acre farm, and my dad had sold my sister 6 3/4 acres of it off back 50 years ago or so. Well, she's passed on, and I wanted the land to go back with my farm. The children didn't want it, so I wanted to buy it. So I proceeded to buy it. Well, it was an acre, I wanted to sell the acre of land and the house, because I wasn't gonna deal with no renters, because I would end up down in the county jail. So anyway, I wanted to sell, next thing I know, well, it's gotta be an extra acre of land for septic later on. Well, so when they surveyed for that, this has been going on for 7 months. Every time I went back, well, they needed something else. Then and you turn the paperwork, and well, they needed something else. It never was no end. So finally, what I wanna know is, can I go ahead and buy that 6 3/4 acres of land, let the other guy have the acre, and gave him legal rights in paperwork? They never did a septic tank system to go on that acre of land, and I still own it. And the reason I want that land, because when I hit the top of the hill to the boundary line to go down in the mountains to cut timber, it's a rock cliff back there, and it's the only way I can get down in there with equipment. The lady was a next door neighbor who she passed on many years ago. She would let me go through the property 35 years ago to cut the timber. Well, she's gone, the children are out of state, I don't even know where they're at anymore. And it's the people that are managing that property, they're not the nicest people was when I grew up in the county. They won't let you go through their property. They won't even let nobody go squirrel hunt. They killed a deer the other day, and they wouldn't even let them go over and get their deer off the property. So, that's who you're dealing with. So I need that acre of land so I can go down the boundary line on the survey of my property to get the timber out. So, but every time they said, well, the Board of Supervisors had to make that ruling. So that's the reason I'm here today. So I wanna know if I can go ahead and buy that other acre of land, give them, have in the paperwork with the deed is possessed, for somebody to have legal rights to go and put a new septic system later on if it's needed on that piece of property. That's what I wanna know. That's.
I'm not gonna answer back, but I just been coming. Mr. Aldridge, you're in my district, the Locust Grove district.
I can hear real good.
Yeah. You're in my district, the Locust Grove district.
Yes.
And as the chairman said, we don't really communicate back and forth right here during public comments, but I'm gonna give you my telephone number. And then if you can, call me and I'll talk to you about it after the meeting.
Okay.
Will that be all right?
Okay, sounds good.
I appreciate you coming up.
And you can believe me, I am not as long-winded as these other people. I have never, I was in the military one time, they could talk, we'd have an hour break. They would talk for an hour, and if you had 1 ounce of common sense, you knew what to say in 10 minutes after the meeting.
Just call me, and if I'm not able to take it, leave me a message, and I'll call you back.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right,
Thank
And I
you.
will get out of y'all's way.
take care.
I drove 70 miles this morning on Crooked Road to get here.
For 4 minutes.
Anyway.
Appreciate
this is my
your
first one,
patience.
And I hope it's my last
Thank you.
one. But I would appreciate it if anybody could do him any help.
Yeah, we'll talk soon.
Thank you. Next we have Doug Weddle from the Courthouse District.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Let me start off, I'll start my 4-minute timer here and be brief.
You got one up there.
Yeah, it's already
Look,
running.
you got your-
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's right there.
First of all, thank y'all for your service. I know you're in a difficult position, and I know we're not always going to agree on every topic. This is probably one of them we may or may not agree on, but I do appreciate you for your service. Coming to you briefly this morning about the discussion that Ms. Martin made about the housing. Obviously, it affects me in a couple of different ways. I'll try to distinguish between those. Obviously, I have a personal interest in it, living on Crestview Drive. Obviously, I also have a governmental interest in it, being a citizen of the county and a taxpayer. I'll try to be objective in one of those. I'm not sure I can be objective in the other one. It's, you know, it's very difficult for me, no matter how objective or open-minded I try to be. Maybe I'm old school, maybe I'm old-fashioned. I just struggle. I really struggle with the government, the county government's interest in providing housing for people. You know, as far, we live in a very small county. We struggle with the tax base that we currently have. I believe that talking to many of you, you struggle from year to year to even balance the budget. And if I understood Ms. Martin correctly, even after the initial build out, there's at least an opportunity or a possibility of it would have to be matching funds. If I understood that properly, to provide this service, not to mention the strain. I worked almost 31 years in the public sector, not to mention the strain on police, fire, rescue, additional trash pickup, additional water, additional sewer. I just struggle with that. I can tell Ms. Linda don't agree with me, but anyway. You know, regardless of what Mr. Clark may say, and I don't mean to bounce around, I didn't really have any comments written. Regardless of what Mr. Clark may say, I'm telling you right now, Crestview Drive ain't gonna handle what would be a minimum of 300 cars a day. I don't know if y'all realize it, but I wouldn't consider it a paved road. Crestview is that slurry that they spray on. It's not even a paved road, it's that liquid slurry. And it's crumbling and coming apart as it is with 10 houses on it. So, I mean, the traffic's a concern, the infrastructure build out is a concern. Not to mention the personal aspect of and the disappointment of working your whole life to build a house, to build a beautiful home, to pave the driveways, you know, to whatever. You work as a 55-year-old man, you work your whole life to build something, and then have a government come in and say, hey, we're gonna throw 60, 70 houses behind you. On a personal level, that's disappointing. That's very disappointing. And I implore each of you to think about this long and hard. Obviously, I was thinking about this connection. You know, we're here in the building today, Skyline Bank, that I can imagine 15, 20 years ago, no one on the Board of Supervisors would have ever thought that the county would need to expand into this building. 25 years ago would never been an option. I would implore you to think about 25 years from now. There would probably a legitimate need that Floyd County High School might be better served 25 years from now with that property than building a bunch of houses on it. So, thank you. I hope I did decent. I probably won't be back. I'm like the other gentleman. I'm not nearly as long-winded.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doug.
And that's it for now.
That's all, folks.
That's all, folks.
Mhm.
Da-da-da-da-da.
I declare the public comment period closed. So we're gonna move up to our close.
Yes,
Can
please.
we take about a 3-minute break?
Sure.
Make it quick,
Please.
people, make it quick. We on a schedule here. Alrighty.
That's what I think.
Well, you
Yeah,
can
it
start
is.
new business and say, oh, I've looked at the time.
We're on.
Alrighty, that we'll go into, I'll take a motion to go into closed session under 2.23711A3 and A8.
So move.
Second,
Could I just make a comment that we are going out of order, but that's okay because we're on a time crunch with one of our participants in closed session, to put that in the record. Thank you.
alright,
I think that was part of the motion.
Yes.
If not, it is now.
That's right. On a motion to go into closed under 2.23711A3, discussion or consideration of acquisition of real property for the public purpose or the disposition of publicly held real property. This is in relation to development of county-owned property, tax map number 55-59A, 55-63A, and 55-63B, as well as A8, consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring a provision of legal advice, which would be the same tax map numbers 55-59A, 63A, and 63B. Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
yes.
Mr. Cox, Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes. Alrighty, I'll take a motion to come out of closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Goddamn word.
Alright, on the motion to come out of close, Ms. Bechtold, Ms.
Yes.
Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Terman.
Yes. I'll take a motion certifying that we only discussed those things we went into closed session for.
So moved.
Second.
Alright, on the motion that we only discussed what we went into close for, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes. Alrighty, is he on the way back?
It's coming up now.
I was wondering who it was this morning. You know, I came in with him, but I didn't know who he was.
He's gonna be a minute.
Who's that?
Okay, we didn't
So-
have anything, take action on when we come up.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
we
did,
do,
too. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, that's okay, that's alright.
I'm just trying to get rid of this stuff.
Do we wanna make a motion for consensus? What do we wanna do, Joe?
We'll need a motion.
You need a motion
Yeah.
for her to
Actually,
move
for the
forward.
grant
Mhm.
application.
Right.
Correct, to move forward with the grant application.
Would you like to do that?
Yeah. I'll make that motion, to move forward with the grant application.
I'll second.
Will you specify the number of houses up to?
7.
If it's concept D, is that what you're
Yeah.
thinking? It
For
was
concept D,
up to 23.
Right.
phase 1, I guess,
Yeah, phase 1,
23.
23.
yeah, up to 23, yeah.
On 7 acres? 10 maybe we should say?
Well, designating
Yeah,
that phase
after-
1, 23 houses will kind of incorporate the acreage,
Okay,
if you're good with that.
Yeah, as presented in concept D, phase 1.
and I'll second that.
Okay, on the motion to move forward with the grant application, noting phase D, 23 houses as presented. Mr. Cox?
Yeah.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes, and I'd like to go into the public record that this is a, this is for planning and of being able to support citizens in our county. Find the way clear to stay, work, and live in our county.
Thank you.
Get that?
Yep.
Thank you.
Ms. Bechtold?
I need to abstain because I'm so conflicted with the need for housing and governments needing to stay out of private property rights, even though this is a government-owned property, I just don't think it's our job. So I won't vote no and I won't vote yes, so I will abstain.
Okay. Mr. Booth?
No.
Mr. Terman?
Put it on me.
Tough decisions.
Yeah, it really is. I don't wanna hinder the county, but I'm afraid what's gonna come out of it with the PSA, all this other stuff, you know, that's. We can't table this to the next meeting, can we?
No,
No.
not now.
Not now. Well, I'm gonna have to vote no on it,
I'm sorry?
no. I need a lot more answers first.
May I add, this doesn't reflect on Ladina
No,
At
no,
all.
no, absolutely not.
at all, and her work and her concerns.
Well, unfortunately, it does.
Does it
It does.
Does it open it back up for any discussion, or is it just shut down?
We can make another motion.
Actually, me or Joe can. And I'd make a motion to, since there's been a request, and you can second it, I'll make a motion to bring the subject up for further discussion.
I wanna call her back down.
I'll second that.
Sure, thank you. I was just going to make mention that this, you know, as,
Gotta get a vote
oh,
on it.
okay, yeah, sorry.
On a motion to bring up the action of the grant, moving forward with the grant of concept D. Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Mr. Terman,
Yes,
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook.
Yes,
Now, by doing that, we can discuss it and any of the two that voted yes can make further motions. Because it's been brought back up.
Okay, so I can discuss it, right?
You can
Yeah.
discuss it
We can all
and.
discuss it, but
Okay.
only you and Linda can make further motions.
Further
No,
motions.
we all can, it's
Okay.
open now.
Okay,
By doing it that way, that opened it back up. If we didn't bring it back, if Joe or I didn't bring it back up for discussion, then it was dead in the
Okay.
water.
Okay.
So, that's just a procedural thing.
Mr. Chairman? Yeah, well, thank y'all for bringing it back up for discussion. I would just like to say before this shutdown, that, you know, I don't feel like we are committing ourselves, from my understanding, to the project being finalized. I mean, we're just committing ourselves to money that's being offered as by the state at grant level, just to us, for us to get further feasibilities, to further see if this is something that we should entertain. I mean, I think, you know, when it comes down the pipe, that it's a final vote on moving forward with something. But I think that may be a different time and a different place. But right now, I'm just looking at the fact that the state has got some grant money. It's no match. It furthers our investigative preliminary studies, that we can see if this project will in fact, on this land that we own as a county, that we've been blessed to purchase and own for several years, determine its best use. And if we determine that its best use is in fact for some additional housing to help support our workforce development, to include our law enforcement, our nurses, our teachers, I think we're doing the community a disservice by not at least going forward looking at this project with that money that's unmatched money that's free for us to continue to explore. That'd be my case, and I thank you for it.
Well, if I can respond, if we receive the grant to do the grading, and the infrastructure, and then the board doesn't proceed forward, the board at that time will probably be liable to repay the grant. So it's not, I understand what you're saying, in a way, you're right, but in the end, if for whatever reason this project doesn't materialize, then the county, like most grants, the county will have to repay at least a portion of the grant, and that'll come out of taxpayer dollars.
because this is,
Because
what this grant is more than exploration, it's actually work for infrastructure on that property.
for the infrastructure for the construction of homes. And we're talking about 23, we came from down at 10 all the way up to 23.
but as you like to say, you have to start with as most, and then you can work your way down. That was kind of,
I
that
didn't
was
say
kind
that,
of,
but
well, you have in the
it was
past, that
said.
is,
It
but that
was
is how
said.
you characterize things in many of our other different discussions, Jerry.
Well, yeah, when you're talking about tax levies and that sort of stuff, yes. But,
I mean, it's the same concept.
I guess, I'll give you that.
So if there's
But
potential,
if we go for 23, we get the grading and the stuff for that 23, what happens if we decide only on 10?
Oh,
Put
is
you
that
on
for
the
me?
spot.
Yeah, get you on the spot.
Question halfway through the door.
We
So
were
do you-
discussing
So there was a vote to move forward with the grant.
Okay.
It was 2 yes, 2 no, and an abstain.
Okay.
And the chair allowed, and Jerry made a motion to reopen the discussion, and they all agreed. And this is where we are, and we're revisiting some concerns that, or comments, and it.
Well, I guess first is, this will help address Yorn if I may.
Yeah.
We received the grant. We extend the waterworks and we extend everything, we do the grading, get all that in place. All right, if at that time this board or the future board or whoever's sitting here says, well, we're not going forward with this project any further, would we not have to pay back part of that grant in part of the stipulation? I know it is on a lot of grants that if things don't materialize, you have to repay the grant.
The houses would need to be built, like there's, for that first phase.
But I'm saying if at some point, see, I think what Mr. Cox was saying, he was looking at it from a standpoint, this is still fact gathering.
Sure.
But, and it is to a certain extent, but if we receive that grant and we get that grant, we move forward on putting, the infrastructure in place, minus the housing. Well, at that time, if the board looks at it and says, well, or at any time, once the grant's awarded, the board looks at it and says, well, we're not gonna proceed any further, then that grant money has to be repaid, would have to go back.
Let me go a step back. The only way we get that grant money, if we get it at all, the only way that we're eligible to get it is if we commit not to just doing that site work, but to putting
This
houses
is on it,
on those. So that's all one.
so it's
piece.
not,
It's
you
completion
understand
of
what I'm
phase
saying?
1. It's through,
So-
up to
so-
now.
It's
In
not
all
if or
purposes,
it
the
is.
vote that we're, consensus vote we're looking at taking right here is
To do,
to do it or not to do it.
I didn't hear exactly what the motion was there, but.
Well, as far as
To
applying for-
proceed further with applying for the grant.
Okay,
So, the decision was.
For
we didn't-
phase 1.
Concept D, phase
Phase
1,
one.
23.
Yeah, we had 2 yes, 2 no, 1 abstain,
okay,
and we brought it back to the floor to discuss.
okay.
And I just wanted to make a point to say, before we shut this whole entire thing down here, at least my thoughts were, hey, we're not fully committed, like, we're still gaining some facts and looking at some stuff here. Is that incorrect or correct, or like, is this vote right here saying it's happening and we're gonna start putting bricks on the ground?
Let me just talk through that as I think. We, very soon, let's say by early January, we would need to put out a request for proposals for a development partner. We would want to be getting community feedback. It's ideal if we know when we're putting out a development request that there's commitment to do a project. We can still do those pieces and figure it out, it's just, it's not ideal, cause a developer, when they propose, they're gonna wanna know kind of what we're talking
So
about.
we would not have another vote.
You could, I'm just thinking about this.
well, but as, my point was not necessarily the developers, but with the grant. You're applying for the grant, once that grant's awarded, you either have a choice, you either proceed or you deny taking the grant.
I would rather not put the application in if there's not, 3 or 4 of you all strongly
That's my point.
wanting to do it.
Right.
We're not at, the application won't be until March at the earliest. So we can still work through all this and you don't have to take an absolute vote on that today. But I'm just saying that in the meantime, we do need the ability to be working on things, to putting out a request for developers to see if there's interest. Like, all those things could answer the question. If there's no interest from anybody, then we have no
Yeah,
project.
and that's why I'm still looking at this as sort of, gaining information to see if it's a reasonable decision.
When does the grant application have to be in?
It's not been announced yet. It's usually sometime between late March and May is usually when these are due in.
But there's a lot of work to do to get that application together.
So much.
That's right.
So that's
That's
what
what
you
this is
just
for.
need. You need to go ahead and do your pre-study for the application for the grant.
All of this planning work is to get essential pieces ready for the application. And so I need to know if I can move forward on working on that. We can wait and have a vote from you all in January or February.
I've got
You
no
know,
problem
if-
with allowing you to go ahead and do what you need to do to get the,
Application ready.
Yeah.
to get the application ready.
Yeah.
Oh, I've no
So
problem
that,
with
but
that.
and correct me, but it is maybe some direction or lean towards, I'm not saying commitment, lean towards, so the what she has to do, the results will be as accurate as possible, like if it's one house or 23, to put that in an RFP, let's say,
Up to 23 homes.
that would,
If we commit
that
on
would
a
be the most
consensus, we
beneficial to
should
get our
do
return.
that. We wanna go in that direction.
Up to, Doesn't
That
have
would
to
be
be-
ideal,
yeah.
is if anybody that votes yes, that you can see a scenario, between 10 and 23 homes that you could be comfortable with before we do this next work.
Based off the
that you
facts
could
we
see,
have.
Based on what you have now. If you can't see a scenario for that, then it,
During this, I keep calling it pre-exam
yes,
before the application. That will include the public input.
it will.
it will, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yes, you will.
I can live with that.
Alright, so,
I mean, cause that's important, we wanna hear.
So
what the
Right.
our
says.
motion needs to be to authorize staff to proceed with gathering the information and putting together a proposal for the grant,
Yes,
not necessarily sending that proposal.
it sounds like that's right.
And if we do that, then it comes back for another vote.
Later on.
Yeah.
Later on.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion, to what you.
what did you just say?
What I said,
Kim's got it written down.
Not all of it, though.
you got it.
Staff to
And
proceed,
I'll second that motion.
Yeah, that'd be my motion.
So
Because it's more information gathering and we still have a final vote before the application actually goes in.
is it of a particular, leaning towards a particular concept?
This would be for
Phase
concept
D.
D,
Okay,
phase one,
Concept D.
concept D.
Can I ask,
Phase one, concept D.
can I ask that in
Just
that
wanna make sure I
page,
have this worded.
you put together information on a 10 and the 23?
Okay,
Okay.
can't talk you under 15 on that, Ken. 15 and 20.
I just think up to 23 and then you can do maybe 10, 15 and 23,
Yeah,
how's
or
that?
do something, I mean,
I know.
that, I know what you're saying,
Somebody
but I
else, I
also
would-
know that, we originally were talking 10 lots. And I didn't hear near the squalling, and I'm not talking about from people in the neighborhood, I've heard from citizens all across my district
Wow,
that are concerned.
huh,
I mean, it's been 5 or 10, but it's not a great deal, but as word gets around, since we're going this public with it, I think we're gonna hear more and more. But, I think, like I think your idea is right, do the 23, but if you can have a 10 and a 15, I know that's extra work, but it shouldn't be too much extra
yeah,
work.
yeah,
Because that's a matter of the numbers that get plugs into the grant.
that's right.
and I'm good with getting more information. I don't wanna hinder what's potentially what people want.
Well, I think we all care about the
We're doing
house.
our due diligence about looking after the public, So we got a motion and a second.
All right, on the motion to authorize staff to proceed with moving forward and gathering information for the phase one concept D to 23 lots, Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes, and please put my notes from before in that record vote. Thank you.
Mr. Terman?
Yes.
Okay.
And I want Dana to know, I'm not trying to make it hard on you or anything like that.
I know that, I know that.
But in my mind's eye, I see a lot of horror
There are,
pictures coming up.
like, you
And, you know, like Jerry, I haven't heard as much, because my district's not affected, other than tax money if it comes down to it, but, you know, I see us struggling to get the PSA up to speed. And here we add on to their work, and, you know,
I think I can help you with some talking points on some of those, because it will actually help the PSA. Because this is something that's been on their wish list that they don't have to come and ask you all for.
To use tax money for.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But yes, thank you.
Thank you, Ladina.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ladina.
sorry we keep taking your time from you.
Every time he comes in here, we get on top.
He's on the he's on the payroll, so.
So, sir, Mr. Mann, he was, Rob Mann from APCO, he was here earlier to speak, but unfortunately we, went past and he had a meeting to go to, so thank you for allowing him to come back.
We don't always do this, but.
Yeah, good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity and I appreciate y'all giving me some extra time and consideration. I did have a call myself too that planned, so I had to step away, so I do appreciate it. And nice to meet you. And my name's Rob Mann again, Appalachian Power. I work out of the Lynchburg Service Center. Also have office space in Field Hill Stewart's area in Henry County and Patrick County, and then also dabble a little bit in Franklin County area. We have a Rocky Mount Service Center too. So work 12 counties and glad this is my first time to be here. I appreciate seeing y'all work together. Housing is a concern in every area that I work in. Appalachian Power, very concerned for our communities, and that's part of two things out here to talk about. So like I say, it was good to see y'all work through details and just I enjoy that experience. That's one thing that I'm passionate about is community needs too. So that's part of my job as external affairs is to communicate with boards of supervisors like yourself and county officials, some local legislators and stuff too, but also get to work in the communities, get to understand what the challenges are in each of the areas that I work in. So I made some good connections here in Floyd with Springhouse recently and also planning. So we did participate also at the career day at the high school.
Great.
We had our distribution supervisor folks there and one of his leaders in that area too, and myself. So we had a lot of good questions from the kids. Some were really into it. We had a drone there, so it was good to see what's going on out there. It just helps give me a better sense. I've been in this role a year now, so it's good for me to kind of learn what's going on in the areas we work in, and was able to make a good connection with Kim. Part of the first thing that I want to present, we're the Appalachian Power Company Foundation. A grant was applied for emergency management services for the powder machine. And happy to say we were able to sponsor that grant with $35,000. So grateful that we could participate and be part of that emergency management.
Bring a check, Danny.
Thank you. Also on that end, made some connections with Kevin Sowers with emergency management. First in the storm back in February, we were able to connect and talk and work together through some things. Also had him and the Virginia Department of Emergency Management participate in a mock storm drill in Roanoke a few weeks ago.
Nice.
I think it was well received. I think our emergency management, so we're improving connections. I know there's some already there that I'm not as in tune to, because like our services here, we got folks that work right here out of our Floyd service center. It's not a large crew, but they've been around a long time.
They have.
And they work closely with you guys. So just wanna, for me, it's helpful to make those connections too and understand what's happening out here. So just happy that we could participate with that grant and sponsor that too. And second piece I wanna speak of, transmission related, we've got some projects coming on, they've been on the books, talking for a good while. Over the past 2 nights, we've had open houses. The first one was in Radford, and then last night was here in Floyd, for the rebuild of the Clater-Floyd line. So we had good participation in both venues. Here in Floyd, there were about 36 people that came out. A lot of good questions. We had a lot of team there that were taking public comments. Their siting folks, outreach folks are really taking those comments and reviewing those and coming up with the best route for, there are a couple reroutes deviating from its existing configuration. So, working on those public routes, and we'll have more communication with the folks as time goes on with that. So, all in all, it was a good event, like I said, well attended, and yes, ma'am.
Is this the 312 kilovolt line?
It is a 138 kilovolt line.
It's a 138 kilovolt.
Yeah, 138 kilovolts. So this is what I talk about transmission, it's more of your interstate highways. The smaller lines, the distribution lines are the county roads that go feed the industry.
Right.
But this is substation to substation. So it
Okay.
goes from Floyd.
Because we do have a 312 running through the county, don't we?
There would be like a three-phase, a 12K distribution. So I
Okay.
think that's probably what you're thinking about, is a
Okay.
three-phase line. So that would
Gotcha.
be the single wood poles. These are the double
Yeah.
wood poles with a cross member in between,
Yeah.
probably about 60 feet tall.
Right.
I believe they said that also due to the new type cables and whatever, you can put more tension on them, so you'll actually have less pole sites.
That's correct, yes, sir. So the structure types, they're gonna be
Steel?
improved to steel, so
Right,
galvanized
right.
steel, which is more robust.
Right.
And with that, it can reduce the number of structures currently out there.
Smaller than the 765
Much
steels,
smaller,
Oh,
but
yes,
they
yes.
are like them, only just smaller.
Well, these are gonna look more like
An
what's
H.
out there. It's gonna
Right.
be, most of it's two-pole configuration.
Okay,
With the,
There will be
with the
some
edge.
3 poles, and there may be the lattice towers.
it may be lattice.
yeah, I see lattice in the picture, yeah.
The lattice is more comparable to the 765 line.
Right,
However, those are used strategically at angle points.
correct,
They're stronger to hold
right.
those
So it'll be less.
curves.
I think she said last night it was, there's 320, it would go down to about 160
Yeah.
Wow,
instead of the
Yeah, so
upwards
it's
of
almost
300.
Farming
Correct,
operations,
yeah.
that's fantastic for them. If
Yeah.
we're in a field, you know,
Absolutely.
you have another thing to go around.
yeah, right,
But there will be some just terrain driven, as you can imagine,
Right.
from ridge to ridge, and you got a deep valley in the middle. They're gonna be similar to what they are. Where this is gonna really take advantage is
So,
more the rolling terrain where it's not so.
Yeah.
So,
and the one section, you're moving it down below that bank where it's coming back up more, where it's easier access for maintenance and other things.
yes, yeah, and the maintenance will really go down. We're starting to use, that's one thing we spoke about at the career fair, was using drones. We're using a
Right.
lot of drones, so we're not gonna have as much field review, so that decreases people actually on property.
Right.
Which
Yeah.
can sometimes, if it's unannounced, it can be problematic.
yeah, yeah.
So,
What are they doing up there?
Exactly,
So
our
basically it's
transmission
right
guys,
Between Indian Valley and your district, pretty much.
Yeah, it is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's not much,
That right there is up at Route 8.
Right, I see that,
Over
yeah.
Lester's
I know
over
that,
at
yeah.
home.
Yeah,
and some of the
that's-
improvements too will be the forestry, when
Nothing
we
in
build a new line, it will be cleared, right of way cleared, and the right of ways sprayed, if that's our preference and our easements is to spray herbicides. I know some people may not want that, and we'll work with them as that negotiation comes along.
Yeah.
But we'll really have those right of ways in good control from the beginning.
And if I may, for the public and y'all, so where these lines get moved.
Yeah.
Unless it's needed for some support structure, they were telling me that property, that former right of way will go back to the property owner.
Right.
Yes,
So-
so it would be released,
Yeah.
that's correct.
So in upgrading these, I lost power again yesterday. And there was nothing, no wind was blowing, nothing. We have a lot of toothpicks that I call them. in my region of the county.
Right.
They're 1940s poles.
Yeah.
When it was
That's what I was just
electrified.
looking at. Yeah,
Huh?
it's
Yep.
about time they replaced it in 1940.
Well,
Yeah,
60,
and that's what I'm,
85 years.
there's-
and that's what I'm saying.
but there's support lines that need replacing as well, is where you're
Understood.
going.
That's
Yeah,
where I'm
yeah,
going.
yeah,
And so
distribution, no.
the point is, I'm in a very, very rural, and I'm, sometimes it's only 7 of us, sometimes it's 17, sometimes it's more. We're in as much as I am close to a very not as rural part of the county, we are still extremely rural.
Right.
And you almost lost a copter, the chainsaw 3, 4, 5 years ago. And now nobody's done anything, and it's a very wild area around the Little River and stuff. I know as you're doing this kind of work, it's really important to remember how many, rural electrification poles are still there
Yes,
with trees
yes.
that didn't get timbered, so they're 200, 300-year-old trees that are falling on these lines. And so I just had to say that for my constituents. Not to get off topic, sorry
No,
guys.
But we
and gal.
can, we can take that to our distribution team and
Thank you.
and their forestry team and just get reviews and
They're still there.
have updates on that, yeah.
I know they're still
Well,
there, they keep
yeah.
breaking.
I know they've done some reviews, cause I know one farm where they looked at, and I think those were put in like 49 or 50.
That's what I'm talking about, yeah.
And they've already talked about replacing those, they just haven't got to them.
Yeah. It's just,
We have a reliability program and we are working constantly at that. And some of the ones that get some more attention are where it's more populated areas, so.
well, it's becoming that way, yeah.
And that's the thing, but that is something you bring to me and I take it to our teams and.
Gotcha.
And we'll fight for your needs for those sort of things.
And
Yeah.
also at the list, or used to be, it's been a while since I've talked to APCO people, but used to also, if you had people on home medical machines,
Absolutely.
Right,
they took a priority when it
Right.
came to replacing poles and wire or whatever.
And that's important for communication, to
Absolutely.
let your residences know that we do offer that service.
And let them
They-
know
yeah,
that they
can
just
call.
have to let you know.
You can get with me or our website, Facebook,
'Cause
we're easy to get to,
Yeah.
anymore. I'd like to say, there is a
it-
1-800 number, but if you come directly to me, I can get with the customer
A
service.
lot of it's people that are on oxygen machines and especially home dialysis is really,
Critical.
that,
Yes,
from what I understood, that, and going through it myself recently,
Yeah.
that's been two of the biggies. The people that have the home oxygen set up and the home dialysis,
exactly.
it's
As
really,
those needs arise, please come to me and we'll get those things worked.
appreciate that very much.
Absolutely. Yeah, cause when we restore power, y'all may be aware of this, but we try to get the emergency management services, the jails, the water departments, that sort of thing, hospitals, emergent care. We work on those, and if we know it's a warming center or shelter, those all on the priority list, as well as all those folks that you're mentioning with medical issues. So we do prioritize, school, that sort of thing, that's the first line.
but,
that
and
we
it
look
depends
at.
on where it's down at, or where it's broke at, or where the trees hit it.
Yes.
Or where the transformer went on that too.
And that is some of the thing, cause even, well, especially here in Franklin County last year in the ice storms, we were well prepared. We had a lot of crews from out of the area here.
Yeah.
What takes some time and where some of your residents to see our crews waiting, we have to send assessors out first. And then they can enter into the system, and we do have a system, that was talked about, an emergency management system, a system called ARCOS, which all the contractors use. So they don't have to go back and get a written order anymore.
Right.
So,
Work order.
yeah, it'll have, the remarks from the assessor, the types of materials that are needed. So once that enters the system, that crew can be deployed. They'll
So
pick up their
not-
materials. So it does shave some time, however, that initial response, we have to go assess first before we can deploy.
And then when you get Pike and Elliott and all the other contractors that you work with along with our crews.
Right.
everybody is now on the same page. So this line, you know, we talk about it being a 1940s transmission line, so these wooden posts that we see out in our field, they have been there since the 40s too.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, and that's what we're seeing as far as our transmission system, you know, this is kind of a second leg to the overall Stewart area improvements, which is a large rebuild project, so if and I can give y'all some website information for all their transmission projects, we have aptransmission.com, and it's all over air service territory, and you can click on that and kind of see the infrastructure improvements, so we have a lot going on, and it's time, you know, we had after World War II, we built a lot, you know, from the 20s to the 40s, then after World War II, there was a huge growth in industry.
Right.
So we built a lot of lines then, 70s, late 60s, early 1970s, we built our 765 system.
Yeah.
Which goes through your county too.
Yes, it
Which
does.
is the backbone. That is so important to have, you know, and we're fortunate that it's there. AP has the largest transmission system in the country. And that is integral to keeping not just your area on, but our entire grid. Yeah.
Understood, but it still wasn't a very happy time for Floyd.
I completely understand.
I remember.
I know you do.
I grew up in Botetourt County, and it was right across the street from me. And so it went through forest land, and that's where I played.
Yeah.
It cut a lot of roads and trails that allowed us to get to the Appalachian Trail a little bit easier.
Yeah.
But, and so I grew up with it too. I completely, I remember the,
Yeah, Jerry has a different kind of view now.
To Linda's point about the age of these poles, my grandson's or my granddaughter's husband is a linesman, but he's not in this area. But he teaches me a lot about this, you know, and I did not know how old some of these poles was until he told me one day that their teams, there's a spike in them poles that tells the age of the pole.
Yeah.
And they got a contest going, who
got
removed the oldest pole.
Oldest spike, wow.
And I done forgot, it was like 80 and 90 years or something like that.
crazy. How does it
a little
take?
piece of me that my grandfather worked for the power company too. He was a fleet mechanic, it was called Walnut Street Garage, you know, the Dr. Pepper Park in Roanoke. So, but he had a couple jars of date nails. And I remember,
Well, and from what I understood last night, one of the worst things on it is our woodpecker population.
Right. Yeah.
It is.
The pileated.
I had no idea how much damage until I started working for the power company, how much birds can do. So there are 765 lines, the buzzards, they sit on top of them.
Oh yeah, they roost.
And their excrement destroys insulators.
Right.
So we've had to replace infrastructure
Yeah,
for.
we had that problem on
That's interesting.
Poor Mountain. Adam even, I did not realize you could be electrocuted with a wooden pole until Adam was telling me about it sitting. I thought, my
The
God.
safety is key. That's another thing that, you know, when you see a crews working, safety is first and foremost. And
If you're in a very heavily populated area where you may have a lot of children and stuff, is there anything about fencing off? Or since you're going to metal?
So these really won't need to be, there's no way for them to climb them since they're round poles. Now, our 765 equipment, we have had areas where we have fenced, we put in deterrents.
But on this 138, you don't, with these
Don't
type poles,
anticipate it.
you don't have that.
If there is, you know, and that's something a landowner can negotiate, if it is in an area, cause I do see equipment that does have fences around it, we've participated in that before too. But typically, no, it's not really needed on this type of pole, it's not an avenue for them to be able to climb.
Are these poles, I guess, are they considered, the way they're constructed, are they considered grounded, or do you have
They will have
lightning?
grounding systems on
They'll
them.
have a lightning arresters or something on them?
They'll have the, static wire, the grounding system up
Okay.
top, but then they'll also have other ground controls that come off the poles themselves.
Okay.
But it will be, and be a lot of communication, coordination effort when that line is being built, because it is full-blown construction. I mean, access roads are,
And as I said last night, I'm not trying to prolong it, it's just questions I think that may come to us that, and hopefully when you get your final route, we can get a copy of that here in the
Yes.
office, and that way then at least staff will have something to reference when they get the telephone calls.
yeah, we'll make sure we have enough
I
material.
don't think
care
it
of me,
gives
Rob.
much blowback now as they did 30, 40 years ago.
No, not like it was in the '70s on the big boy, I don't think, but,
So,
cause it's pretty much staying in the same right of way.
yeah.
For the,
Yeah, this
you know,
these
Yeah.
projects are, when they're called brownfield, cause it's going back in existing, area, that's.
When 765 come through here, I did a lot of patrolling around it.
I bet you did, you had to.
Yeah, I bet.
Well, I appreciate Rob and, partnership and
Yeah.
opening up
yes.
avenues, more than one. He'll be back at the second meeting in January. So there'll be another little presentation, so
All right.
very
Yes.
Put a
nice.
face with my emails now.
There you go.
Good.
Cause I told
So I
him a while
appreciate it.
ago, I
Yeah.
get plenty of emails from you, but I never know who you was.
Yeah.
But he was
Communication,
intricate in steering us to be able to get the grant.
right.
So that was Rob and
And the
hopefully
truck
it
too,
worked.
right?
Josh. Yes, yeah. Trying to give him a break on that one.
Okay.
Give him a break on
But
that.
he's committed to be here on the second meeting in January.
That's good.
Always good to see you.
Good to see you.
Communication is the key, and we can help each other.
That's right.
Absolutely,
That's-
that's right,
that's-
and yeah, we're here, I'm here to be your facilitator with ACO.
Right.
So, yeah, whatever you need, just.
Well, I'm telling you, we're seeing more of you than we have any other APCO representative in the number of years I've been on the board, so
Well,
congratulations.
Back
Thank
in-
you.
Back when we was using the rocks and,
Hey, watch it.
we used to, we had several people we had a good relationship with, and they came to our meetings a lot.
Yeah.
And I know they helped us when H&V used one of the governor's grant funds for one of their expansions over there, and it was very electric. And so we've had the relationship before, it just kind of fell off in a little while in the window, so glad you're there, glad you're receptive, and I hope you find us receptive.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, this has been, I enjoy it, yeah, thank y'all, and like I say, reach out with anything, we'll work through it.
Well, and same on your
And
end.
I understand it's not always pleasant conversations, so we understand that, but we'll work through it.
I have a saying, we might disagree, but I'll still let you buy my lunch.
There you go.
Or dinner if it's really
Dinner if
involved.
it's really running late.
Thank you, Rob.
Merry Christmas.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
yeah, Merry Christmas.
Appreciate it.
That's what I'm talking about. It's real.
Yeah, there you go.
It's real.
Woo! You should
We
get a
didn't get a
picture.
We
You should
didn't
get a picture with
picture.
him.
You didn't get a
Okay.
picture of him handing it to you.
And
It's on the
we'll
TV.
he'll get his due.
He's one of the nicest
Yeah.
people I've met that have come.
Well, January there'll be a picture.
It's good to have contacts, right? Good to have contacts.
So, Joe, sorry, sir, if I may, lunch?
Yeah.
Is here.
I
So.
haven't had no breakfast.
Oh my gosh.
So,
Wow.
Like to make a motion to break for lunch,
Recess or
Yeah,
whatever.
recess.
recess or break?
He can just
whatever it
recess.
is.
He can just
Let's
recess.
go on a break.
Yeah.
Recess is good.
Yeah.
I remember one night.
meal now.
Sales
myself.
tax.
Danny?
Alrighty,
Okay.
call the meeting back to order. Means we're down to new business, I guess.
Actually,
Wait
there's,
till you see it.
sir, there's one for old business.
I've seen that now.
So, it's in your packet, but you also have, thanks to Gabby, made those pretty copies for you. Jerry.
paper.
Killing my trees.
So, this
Pretty
is
wrapping.
after the walkthrough with you guys, and going through, walk through with the engineer again, well, yeah, with, Yancy. It pretty much took into all your suggestions, what's needed, walked through with Lisa Baker, Jenny and I, independently, walked with Missy independently, and walked with, Sarah, and also Rhonda. So, got some good insight from all of them, all pretty much, you know, some of their, I believe, and then they would have to tell you, but it appears, you know, they got all the needs will be met, they got some of the wants. And it was the most cost-effective way, which we'll get into later. So I'm not sure, Danny, can you go to the next one? Ooh.
Where's the pointer?
Right here.
No, get the pointer. No, come on, we like this.
I get excited and use the wrong one.
Thank you so much.
I don't know why it's not staying on.
Yeah, keep
There it is.
There.
So this right here is where you enter now downstairs, which is considered the basement.
Yeah.
If you see this build out, that build out will be kind of like a little vestibule. It's an extension of the door. It'll be enclosed. It will also have a handicap accessible entrance of the paddle that people see. And it also, because of that, it increases the access that by code will allow a better landing, so to speak, more feet if you are need some accommodations. It'll allow it more from the entrance door. Because
In other
there
words,
is
you
a
can
little.
Take it back further.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And that just felt good. Because by code, we didn't have to, but it was the right thing to do with regards to
What
putting
about
that
that
in.
unit sitting there?
I'm sorry?
What about that
Yeah,
unit
the
sitting there?
unit.
Is it gonna move?
On the outside,
Yeah.
doesn't have to.
So it'll be all right inside the room.
No, it don't,
It's
It'll
just
still be-
I'm sorry.
covered, the vestibule, this vestibule,
Yes.
it's just covered, it's not
Correct.
walled.
It's glass.
It's like a glass.
It is
The
It's a
walled.
glass with a door.
So that unit will be inside of that area.
there's a
When
split,
you say unit,
there's a split unit,
no, it won't, it's pretty
It'll
much,
go around.
yeah,
Oh,
That
it'll-
unit will still be on the outside
Okay.
Yes,
of the building.
yes.
and we'll have it sealed so the water don't run inside.
correct, and as we speak,
You
this
see
right
why
here,
I'm
if you see
asking.
this, that's that outside door that's gonna be changed to, speaking to water coming in.
Okay.
We won't be needing sandbags anymore.
Oh.
Yeah, I
So
know.
disappointing.
Yeah, so what will happen here is you'll walk through here, and for early voting especially, you walk in this door, this room is already established. Come in here, you'd register, these doors will be created, no, these doors are already here, excuse me. This will be the early voting, meeting, whatever, you know, anything that they need. So you'd walk in here, vote, come out, and you're back out. So you have an entrance and an exit to cause that flow. That'll be nice and seamless for them. As well, we're putting doors here.
Now, they'll still be going back out, they'll go back out the same way they came in.
They go out the
Correct.
indoor.
Go down.
In
So
other words, this hallway door here,
that's going
that's gonna be gone,
That's
it's
correct.
dotted on here, on this, so.
on that,
It's dotted right there, see, if you come in here and you go out there.
yeah, no, that's
That
gonna, that's
door is gonna
gone,
get,
yes,
that door is gonna be
gone. And we were gonna push it back, but then we didn't have the egress this way.
Right.
So it's gonna be an open hallway,
That's fine.
because we wanted Well, we'll
It'll
get
be
there.
easier for the monitor, we can have one monitor camera down the hall instead of having to have two.
That's right, no, we'll probably have two there anyway, just
Well.
because of, yeah, but yes, you could, you could. So, again, they come in here, early voting, exit, go out. This here is the registrar. This is the counter, and the counter, will be at stand. And then, however, this block right here, if you see, it says 3 right underneath it, right here.
Well,
That will
ADA.
be
Yeah.
ADA accommodating, so if they are wheelchair and need to sit for any purpose, that will be accommodating for that.
Very nice.
Yeah, and then,
I think you were talking about this room before they.
oh, my apologies.
Yeah.
So this here, so for early voting here, these doors here, this allows for the electoral with the cages that they have to have the components that
We're buying.
Mr. Kitchen just spoke about.
Yeah.
They'll be able to walk them, I mean,
Yeah,
literally
right
walk
there.
them and
Right
store
there.
them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So it made it ideal. And then this room here will house electoral, the board and the part-time IT
Okay.
will be right there.
Good.
This right here across will be Sarah.
alright,
Now, this is where Rhonda was majorly helpful. If you come through here, I don't know if you remember the old roll files.
Oh, yeah.
So we're going to enclose that in from the inside of the office area. We'll enclose it in. The only entrance will be here, which will just be Rhonda's access.
Right.
Because
And she can use that for her records and.
for electoral records,
Yeah.
that's correct. And they have to hold them for 3 years, so that worked out well. Sarah's not,
thrilled.
I mean, she would like the space, you know what I mean?
Well,
But we've got other accommodating space
What
I
is
hope will
the-
suffice.
What is the storage to the right of that then?
Where are you? Here?
That's Rhonda's storage. Is that what
Here?
you're talking about?
Yeah,
That's
that's
those are those
Rhonda.
roll
those are
files.
the,
Those are the
okay, and
movable
then the
files.
blue,
The blue is the counter in the
gotcha, okay,
registrar's office.
gotcha.
So you'll have Phyllis, will have her, desk
Uh-huh.
over here, and there'll be some, different components. They'll have the high top chairs, and
Yeah.
and whatever, and probably utilize the space underneath the counter for different storage and different needs. Now, if you just go over here, right here, this is a vault.
Yeah,
That too will be Rhonda for the electoral. Because they have to hold a tremendous amount of stuff for
Yeah.
3 years.
yeah,
So Rhonda will have that which frees up some space for her continued
in the
storage
yeah,
there.
alright.
Okay, so if we keep coming down here, this is where the water closet is, or the mud room, I won't tell you what we call it here. These two now become handicapped accessible bathrooms.
Right.
Okay, and then we just kind of shift it over, and we have the mudroom for, cleaning purposes right there. These offices here, at this time, there's a break room, and then these 4 offices right now remain, there's not designated right now.
But we could
Unclaimed.
designate one of them as
Well,
emergency operations.
This
center.
right now, I believe, is gonna be the emergency operation, just gonna get confirmation with Kevin. And actually, when I walked the sheriff through, he was pleased with it, but, Kevin, so that's probably what's gonna happen.
And if for some reason you had to, you could put a door in that wall and use both those offices if necessary.
Yeah, I will tell you, Kevin, from what I gathered at the time, and until we move stuff, we're not probably gonna know 100%. This office was ideal, we have most of the wiring and components there,
Right.
because of what that office was prior, and he felt it would suffice, so.
Good.
It's pretty large
Yeah.
office.
Would be the furthest one from dispatch, wouldn't it? That much more connector wire.
Yeah.
So this here is the main floor, which is considered the first floor, where we know it as the bank.
Right.
So this space right here remains untouched. So and this portion here are all the new offices, the newest of offices. So this will be now, the ADA bathroom. And this will come, what's the bathroom now will become like the mudroom. But, so if you enter here, as what the entrance is right now, right here, these will be the doors for the Commissioner of Revenue. So you come in, I believe Lisa will have a staff here, part-time staff right here, Lisa and Janine.
You'll still be able to access the treasurer's office from right there.
No.
won't you?
No,
She's got her own entrance.
They need,
She's
they
got
need
this
separate
entrance here.
entrances.
It would be an employee entrance only through this hallway, if that's where
Yes.
you're looking. That's employee only.
So say that word one more time, Kim.
I don't know what happened to my pointer.
Treasurer entrance.
Yeah,
So-
treasurer's entrance,
Treasurer's entrance is here,
okay,
so you'd come through here
for the public, right?
for the public and for the treasurer, but the treasurer could enter here and come through,
Okay.
or
Right.
here and come, so,
We
but
would
the
try to direct the public through that.
the public will come through here.
Right.
They have a nice area, waiting area here. This will be a window as similar to when they had it next door at the courthouse. It'll be the window where they can do transactions at a counter. I believe 2 desks will be here, which would be Missy and
Why it's going over there?
It reflects off the screen, it goes on the ceiling and all kinds of
That's
crazy
crazy.
stuff.
so come through here, there is a door access here. This wall right here is a separation with Commissioner of Revenue Treasurer. They have the vault here for their storage purposes. This is dying.
I got another one.
Use your finger.
That's what I wanted to use to begin with. You come through here, this will be, so Missy and Lisa have the other, at, Green.
Village Green?
Village Green, thank you. At Village Green, there's a suite that pretty much is holding their, file cabinets and things of that, and they have a break area in there. So all of that will come, plus they both still have file cabinets and things at the courthouse.
Wow.
All of that will come
Right.
here, so it'll be,
Centrally
Right.
located.
so
Yeah.
but this will
Oh,
be
nice.
her main storage area for her file cabinets and things of that nature. This here, this here will be 2 desks, this is the drive-through.
Right.
Right here, which will be utilized by them. Also, there'll be a desk here, and this is gonna be the walk-up. This is where the ATM used to be.
Did they leave the money,
I'm sorry?
did they leave the money in the ATM for us?
Didn't even leave the ATM.
No, Just left
There
the
is
holes in
bathrooms,
the-
these bathrooms will not change, because we have the ADA bathroom
Right.
accessible on the floor.
Mm-hmm,
Just a minute.
mm-hmm.
This access, like Jenny said, is employee only as well. There will be a door here, to shut to keep the public, because this right here will be IT server rack that'll serve pretty much them in the floor.
Gonna have metal doors. Thank you.
Security.
Yeah, no, it'll be all secured, yeah. So break room remains the same, there's nothing to change in stairwells. This is minimal, this is more probably cosmetic stuff because Lisa requested it just to be open, like she likes it. So that's the only wall here will be built is this wall here. And that's to give them an access door, for Commissioner Revenue only, and she'll also have a door here. This space here will temporarily, as you see, it's open, but if you see the markers, this space is ready to be divided into 3 offices at any time. It will be ready.
If
But we
needed.
did not do it right now, because in the beginning, in the meantime, probably put some file cabinets in for Lisa,
Yeah.
for Lisa's group, right here, and possibly a part-time staff can also use some of that space.
Now, is that counter gonna come out in the wall?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it'll be walled up there instead of the current counter.
That's correct, and then they'll, see, like right now, we just have this one door
Right.
access, so you can access it here or here, with this door here because it's an entrance. Now, later, in the event, we'd only have to add 1 door, because this would be an office, you can enter this office, and then we'd enter
And then a
that.
middle. What about the
But it's cut
confessional,
out, I'm sorry?
confessional area?
She's keeping it
That's here.
for
in her
storage,
storage.
she
Okay.
said to leave it. Yeah, so we have the 2 confessionals, we have it up there and right here. Bad things.
This is not gonna
That's what
use
we called it.
drive-through,
She is.
she is.
She's gonna use the drive-through, there'll be 2 people There you go,
in this
Jenny.
workspace here.
There'll be 2 desks over there and they'll be able to use the drive-through and the walk-up.
Cause that's what I wanted, was
Yeah,
to be able to do that. for-
absolutely, yeah.
Right, nice.
And these other offices, you don't have anything designated for them yet,
Well,
Um,
fully?
A lot simpler and cleaner than the
Uh,
other.
We're going down there, admin's going down there, so it'll be myself, Jenny, Sydney, and Pam. We'll probably use one of the, and we don't have to, one of the little offices, and then I thought I would designate for now an office for the board. Just to have a place to go, Wi-Fi, things of that nature, or just a moment, but there's nothing designated as of yet. Now, up here, what would shift is where where John Jack is now, he would move down and go where Pam is.
right, so,
Carla would move to where Jenny is.
right, so Ladina.
Patrick would move to where Carla is, so I'm kind of putting all the departments
Right, together.
Like Danny and,
Danny's gonna stay for now, he thinks he's staying, he's not, but no, he is. Danny and Kevin will stay,
Danny.
here until until we have to do
Alright,
something
once
different.
that move takes place,
Mhm.
so the ones that move down there,
Uh-huh,
you're not gonna have any buffer, locked door, or anybody to let in, it's
I got other
just
things.
wide open.
wide open, but we're gonna have increased,
I know you'll have cameras, but
cameras and security, yeah.
surveillance.
Yeah.
The ability to lock inside your offices.
Well, you-
Correct.
Yeah,
Or-
your offices,
correct.
Or
but-
hallways, there are different breaks of,
Not
really
not
for
down
me.
there
not
though.
down there, no.
Correct.
Alright, where I was getting at, none of y'all are concerned about having the, like, like this, you gonna have, like we've got here now with the door that,
No,
okay, I'm just asking.
no, and I appreciate that, and I can
Danny,
go
what
back,
are you worried about?
yeah.
Do you have, do
He's up here.
windows on
If
that
he stays up here,
That's what I'm
then
talking
yeah.
Do they
about, up
open?
here, oh, I thought you was talking
They don't
about
open.
up
They were
here.
talking about down here.
No, we're talking about
Oh,
down there,
okay.
see if they
Don't
Y'all
put
move,
it
done
I don't think they
changed
do that.
floors.
see if
Go
they,
through 'em,
if they move the
Right.
administration offices
Or
down there,
double
then,
what,
When it quiets down that one.
her, Jenny and Pam will be down there.
Yeah,
And it'll be where the public can just walk right up to
yeah,
it.
y'all done changed the.
May I? So this is hugely different than what we've been presented in the past.
yes ma'am,
What's the cost differences with these, actually doing what the departments would like? What is this gonna cost?
So in a, there's another thing I'll present to you, but in that, since you asked, because I asked the engineer,
Mhm.
what is, said it more, less, tell me what the difference is, and the last, an easy $1.1 million
Less,
less,
thank you,
Less.
appreciate that.
less.
We
And,
can have
and,
that for grading.
Yeah, that took your
I just wanna
will.
put that out.
yeah, so,
I'm
and,
sorry, I had to.
and you will see, and we'll get to that he did give a quote of what all this would take, but it's at a highest end.
So at
If
the
we're
high,
probably getting a Manhattan contractor.
right, so the high end quote to do all this work is still over $1 million less.
No, oh, 1.1
Then what?
million, yes,
Yes.
Right,
Less.
then,
Less.
right,
yes,
And
And
it serves
for
the
all this
needs of
work-
everybody.
yeah, and then we're condensed, we're
right.
pure government. The other person that I did neglect to say is forestry
I
will
was
come
getting
over
ready
here.
to ask.
Right.
Forestry will come upstairs, and I'm gonna work with Ladina to see, who she's very excited to be able to work with, and
Because the goal of this is to get, basically the courthouse will be court-related, Commonwealth attorney-related, sheriff-related.
correct, that's it,
Of course,
So-
Rondo will still stay there and.
or court-related,
Court-related, but
yeah, so.
the courthouse will actually be courthouse-related
Correct.
stuff,
That's
period.
correct.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then that would help alleviate some of the challenges that they have in the courthouse for storage.
Yeah.
Yes,
Well, and also help alleviate some of the citizens that don't like
The only
going through
reason
the
you
metal detector.
Right.
The only reason you're going over there is for court.
Something to do
That's
with the
right.
court or law
well,
enforcement.
no, court or the
Records,
records, the
Well,
clerk,
yeah, yeah, the
Rhonda's
courts,
office, yeah. So, this is the results, like I said, of Mark and I revisiting, engineers revisiting, your obviously input and, walk through and what you would like.
And also getting participation from those that are gonna be in.
So technically then, on the bottom floor, the three offices, I mean on the first
Main
floor,
floor.
yeah, main floor. The number six, no, wait a minute, let me.
3 of the offices
So
will be occupied.
6, 7, 8, 6, 7, 8, next 6, 7, 8. Right there, yeah, that's 6, 7, and 8,
6, 7, 8.
well, the
So
other
Either
way,
way.
yeah, either way.
These two are occupied,
With
these
who?
two, Sydney, Pam,
And then 8 is,
Kim, Jenny.
right, so 8 is
we were
not.
kinda, 8 is not, and,
And then 1, 2,
oh, I guess they are.
1, 2, and 3
are
are
not.
not occupied as well,
Correct.
okay, so
So
they're
there's
just
room.
room to grow,
That's correct.
okay. And
So,
one will be
again,
designated as
for immediate
supervisor.
cost savings, we decided, or we were hoping you were gonna decide, but we did not go ahead and add the additional cost for
Right.
additional offices, cause it's
Right.
not necessary, because between this
Yeah.
and those, we have room to grow before, and this becomes inherently a storage area for now.
Now, upstairs, how many offices will now be vacant up here?
1, 2,
2, okay,
2.
okay. So that gives us 2, so
And then the
6.
public can come in, when they come in
Yeah.
through this, they can go down this hallway to the elevator.
That's
To
correct. Right,
either come up or
right.
down.
Now,
they need to
if
go.
we decide, I don't know, I mean, I hear what you're saying about not needing, and we have to keep costs down. But are you absolutely certain? I mean, if we're doing something now, we might as well do it now. And I guess it's really up to us as the board and how we feel about protecting our employees.
Well, that's why I raised
So, yeah,
that issue.
so what I'm thinking is, I know we've got this ADA bathroom that we have to leave open, right? That has to be. This dotted line, what is this supposed to represent here? Could that possibly be a wall?
I'm not, you know what, honestly, I'm not 100% sure on that one.
Because for me,
Because that would be, but it would have to have another door.
That's temporary dust control during demolition.
Yeah.
Correct.
Oh, is that what that
That's
is?
exactly
Temporary
did.
Because I was
Yeah,
like, there's gonna be
remember
the
them
tarp
talking about it.
for
Yeah.
now, so
but
thank
I
you.
do wonder, I mean, I'm just, you know, it's not,
We don't live in
yeah, we're not
Mayberry.
1967 anymore. And
You're concerned about this area.
yeah, I'm
I'm
concerned
talking
about all of
this
you.
end,
Yeah, and I mean, and it's not because I think, I mean,
So the,
everybody gets on TV and says, well, we never thought it would happen here.
Right.
I don't see what would be wrong with
In 14.
almost doing what the temporary dust
Correct.
connection is.
That's what I'm thinking.
And just doing a wall there.
Well, or,
so
Yeah.
so here was my, so there was a
Well-
lot of conversation of who's gonna go down there, who's, you know, it was gonna be another department and my main concern was customer service and customer access for those who the community seeks the most, which would be building inspections and Carla and EDA.
well, I got 2 things. One on that, if you put a wall up there with where you have to be accessed, then you're gonna have a receptionist there. So that's an additional position, or,
Which is what I was trying to,
I
because I
understand.
in my brain, I could not justify additional spot
Right.
at this time.
Understood.
I understand, and that's great for you to think that way, but I'm just thinking from a safety standpoint. You know, that additional receptionist position would be, I can only say it the way I can say it. That would be a whole lot cheaper than the incident happened and everything transpired after the incident. 2, in this phase, does it allow anything being done to the elevator?
Like replacing it?
That's January's first meeting.
Because something's gonna have to be done there.
That's
We know that.
January's first meeting is direction for that,
Okay,
for both buildings,
so it's not
actually.
included in any
It
of
is not.
this?
It is
Okay.
not.
I don't know.
On that reception note,
But if we save
that
the
could be somebody there at that unused area where those filing cabinets are gonna be right now, right?
Well,
And then they could just push a button to let them in the door down there at the hallway?
so
Right now, it's just a solid wall though.
this
It
is
would
a
give us-
solid wall, so it'd either be a desk here or that first
That's-
office it's all, I mean, you walk in, you're like, hello. I mean, so it would,
well, it,
Maybe if you put a little cutout window on the solid wall office up there where the filing cabinets are gonna be.
and have a set, just have a desk for receptionist there and any other duties that may be assigned, but have one of those slide windows or something.
Can you, right, so the ADA bathroom,
I can put Danny in that down there, he can help.
the ADA
No,
bathroom.
he just offered, actually, let me not.
Can you change the entrance to the ADA bathroom from the right to the left side, would that?
You mean like
Yes,
from
move
here
that
to
over
here?
there, right, and then you could put a wall from the center of the ADA bathroom down to
I think
office
this is
two.
already an existing wall.
Okay,
That's an
And
existing
because
wall
that's
and
where
that's an
the
existing
actual-
door.
okay,
Yeah.
Cause the bathroom is here now.
right.
The bathroom that now is that when you open the door, it hits the toilet.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
That's why
literally,
you
so you
lock
have
it
to like.
Don't want your knees banged up.
Yep.
I just,
I
yeah,
don't know if there's ever a
Well,
real good answer to that.
I'm
No,
fine
there
with,
isn't.
I'm fine with what you've got,
Mhm.
but I'd really like to see, and especially since we're saving some money off of what we originally figured.
couple pennies.
I think this end, at least y'all's offices need to be secured in some way.
So the other, the other opportunity is similar, instead of hiring somebody, it may be a one-time thing where Danny, maybe you can help me out with this. If you go to the school board, you kinda
Ring
press
the
a button
Oh.
and it could
Somebody
bring one of
come
our,
out.
can I help
Yep.
you?
Okay,
Something like that, if there's a wall there.
just
Um,
saved
and I'm
the
not-
position,
Yeah.
didn't you?
I do like your opinion of being open and welcome.
And that's.
It's finding the balance between open and welcome and safety and security.
Mhm.
Right.
And we've gone so far on it, this floor, and over at the courthouse, it,
Yeah, I mean, and we could look at if there is some sort of, maybe I'll ask you to look into that, okay,
or at least run any wiring that would be needed, whether it's a bell or whatever. Run some wiring to a point and at least have it up in the ceiling or where you can just say, all
Drop
right,
it down.
drop it down and we're ready to go.
Conduit. I don't know, I just think that, and I'm not trying to, again, it's just a different world we live in, and
Have a button for the sheriff's office.
wow.
we have one, we have one.
There should be panic buttons all
Right over
over
there?
the place.
Yeah.
Just have a,
You got one somewhere, don't you?
Nope.
Oh, you ain't got
I'm
one
on my
either?
own
You
now.
have one,
What do I
it's in
have?
there.
that, talking about it.
No,
Oh.
That's not
yeah,
here, that was in our
dispatch, it's
old.
over there.
I think you can, one about your comment on the system.
Like when
It
you
doesn't
walk
change
in,
the size.
So-
double barrel shotgun.
Have it just sitting there like old Kurt Russell.
Thank you, first of all, but, we'll look into seeing how we can
I would,
maximize our intent to be
Yeah.
accessible to the
You-
community, but ensuring the safety that needs to happen.
Going forward, you still don't have to tweak it a little bit as you go. Cause it's not gonna be perfect,
Tell me
you know.
that. No, I'm just kidding, I'm just
I
kidding.
like the way it looks though.
I
Do
do
you-
too.
do you like the flow?
I think this is.
Well thought out.
It's almost like it's.
Yeah, I love
think, I
like
think this
it.
is the way to
Yeah.
go.
Yeah, well, you know I did, all right.
And of course, you know what to look out for, and that could be something we could do after, if we had to, but I was just saying, as long as you run any wiring, if you think a bell system's best,
Or something, yeah.
then just make sure the wiring gets put in place to where,
That makes
if we
sense.
do put up, I mean, it's not gonna be that expensive to put a
Right.
wall up and sheet rock both sides of it and paint it.
Right,
our guys can handle that if they
Yep.
did, you know.
We did this.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
And so it's not like we have to hire an outside contractor for
Correct.
that. And then on the electrical, if it's there, just drop it down and
And I will tell you, it was great being able to walk through with all the, you know, department heads, and seeing their, you know, their perspective and being able to talk through everything of needs and wants and, so that was crucial in getting to
Yeah.
this. So I
Yeah.
appreciated all their input as well.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
And the sheriff, he, you know, like I said, we walked through all with that and
Mr. Chair,
on the elections part,
can I make a motion?
Go ahead.
you don't have,
I'm sorry, I thought
you don't
was
have the
talking.
security measures on it, we do everywhere else either, do you?
security measures.
I mean, as far as public just walking in. Now, I'm not talking about election time, I'm just talking about any day of the week. Is there, they gonna have buttons or they gonna have something that,
Yeah, we're not, so that will probably stop being that, you know, you would go, the public would access it from the main floor. But when it's election time, they would access it through, and if it's an ADA accommodation, they can access it
yeah,
through
but
there.
if they come in the main door, they can walk straight to the elevator, go straight down. Or the stairs or whatever. What I'm asking is there gonna be some kind of stops point down there where the general public on a non-election day can't just walk
When they're
in?
not having elections, this part won't be open
Correct.
because this is just
That
used.
part won't.
Right, and in this area here where the counter is, there's also glass.
And that's when we
And
had,
that- yeah,
we had the meeting, thank you, Jenny. We had the meeting with Homeland Security. So we got the criteria of what's necessary
For that type of
for the
glass.
type of
Yes.
plexi type of
Good.
glass, which is can't, you know,
Yep.
it's
And then
secure.
they could still walk down the hall though and go right in her office.
Yes.
You're asking for, you want another door in the
Well, I'm
hallway?
just saying, that's where I was going earlier, but I didn't get all the way there. See,
And I'm sorry, Barry, this door that we see here,
yeah,
that's the door to the storage.
Right.
I was like, there's,
no,
we
I
took the
know
door,
that,
yeah,
but you said that hallway door that's existing there now will come out.
it will.
That's gonna open the whole hallway up. So that means a person coming in that back door back there or riding the elevator down can go that whole length of that hallway and have access to anybody down there.
I believe there's a door over here.
No, we couldn't do it.
They couldn't do a
They
door
couldn't
there?
do that, we were talking about that. We couldn't put a door over there because of, there wasn't enough egress over there,
Egress,
yeah.
okay.
Well, I would suggest in this process, basically anywhere that we're not blocking off access where public can go straight in, those people in those offices need a buzzer.
Right.
They need an emergency buzzer
Okay.
at
Yeah.
minimum.
And I think now that you're talking, I think when we were talking about that, then it was because we were talking about putting a door, like Jenny just,
Right,
you
but
know,
it wouldn't
but we
work.
couldn't do that by code and things of that
No.
nature, and we also wanted the accessibilities to the
So-
bathrooms
so any of the
without interrupting
offices-
staff.
Any of the offices that have access that the public can just walk in,
Mm-hmm,
you need to have an emergency
Okay.
buzzer.
so we'll go through that,
That's my
okay?
opinion. Since we can't do something like this,
Mhm.
and at least going forward with y'all, if we don't put some kind of wall up for a ringer or something, at least have a buzzer in each of the offices.
Okay.
And I'd go ahead and run the wiring for it in the empty offices.
So all the
that way.
wiring is in the package,
So, well, that's what I'm saying.
yeah,
So-
no, that's smart, yeah.
So make sure that even the offices that we don't have anybody planned for right now, make sure you got the wiring in the ceiling where you could do it and later, when somebody moves in there, put them a buzzer.
Mhm.
Because I agree with you, it's
Not 1967.
It's not 1960s
Okay.
anymore, and you just never know. You don't know what kind of,
Yeah.
what's
That-
gonna happen.
So we'll run through it, Danny, you know,
But
Thank
you
you.
get,
just.
you get the gist of
We
what I'm
do,
after.
we do,
It's
absolutely.
safety for y'all.
Mhm.
Utmost
Appreciate that.
importance.
No, and it's nice, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair, if it's appropriate, at this time, I'd like to make motion to approve the final plans for the government building renovations as presented.
And
and
authorize
discussed, and authorize appropriate signatures.
to move forward.
I'll second.
All right, on the motion to approve the final plans for the government building renovation as presented and all signatures by staff moving forward, Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Oh, yeah.
and Mr. Turman.
Yes.
Thank you.
We're not careful,
It's time for lunch.
if we're not careful, we're gonna get a bunch of stuff off of our plates and it's gonna be wide open again.
Oh God, I gotta put more stuff on your plate, cause when it gets wide open, you start finding things.
We'll find stuff.
Did we do the certification?
Yes.
The certification we did.
Yeah,
I know
Yep.
it came out of close, I just don't remember.
Actually, you
yeah,
seconded.
I did the script.
Did I?
Yeah.
Yeah, I made the
Seconded.
motion.
Alright,
And they're gonna write it down this time, each one of
Right.
us says vote.
said yes.
Sir, can I move forward with the new business?
Yep.
Okay, next on is the approval of reappointing, Mr. Baker to the Economic Development Authority for a 4-year term, which would be December of 25 through December of 29. I did correspond with him and he did email me that, he would love to continue.
Can I ask, and I know you've brought this up before, whenever we've had positions open, we usually open them up to everybody, even if there is somebody who wants to. It's just been our policy. I know we stopped for a little while. I would like to resume that policy. I think Ryan is a great guy. I think he's great on the EDA. But I think it's important that whenever a position comes open on this board, that from this board, any kind of public position, that we hold interviews.
Right. Not come open, but when the term is.
Yeah, when the term ends,
Right.
right.
Or comes up.
Or comes open,
Yes.
either or, that we need to have interviews. And we had done that for years, and then it went
stopped.
sideways, and I don't know why we're not doing it again. I don't know, I mean, obviously, this is a reappointment that has to happen this month, I would assume, or else we
Yes.
lose.
I don't have a problem going ahead with this one,
Right,
but I agree from here forward, when the position comes open, yeah, I know it costs a little bit, but advertise it on the various spots. And then we interview, even if a person still wants reappointment, we interview them right along with everybody else.
because we have in the past not reappointed someone because there was a candidate who we felt was better, or
There were
we felt it was
problems.
more qualified, or there might have, for whatever reason. And that's, I think, an important task that we should do.
It's not an entitled appointment.
Correct, it's not
Forever.
entitled.
That makes sense. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we reappoint Mr. Baker to the EDA for this term, ended in December 2029.
I'll second.
She beat you to it.
Yep, I did.
Getting ready to.
It was ready.
I was just a
I
little slow.
know, I know.
Mr. Chairman, go ahead. All right, on the motion to approve the reappointment of Ryan Baker to the Economic Development Authority Board for a 4-year term from 12/25 to 12/29, Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes,
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Turman.
Yes.
So I just wanna make sure, just to get clarity, no matter if it's a reappointment, when it's appointment, we do that. If something comes up or if someone comes out and we advertise, we
When
put
it's
it
a
on.
citizen appointment.
A citizen
Any-
Appointed position.
Yes, anything that doesn't have to do with the reorganization, so it'd be, yes, citizen, right?
we advertise.
We advertise it, so you would like to follow those same guidelines when it's a reappointment.
Yes,
If the
I'm asking
person,
for clarity. 'cause-
I understand,
Okay.
yes.
I'm
Basically-
okay with that, yeah.
Yeah,
basically, if there's a position that this board appoints a citizen to,
Mhm.
if it's coming up,
Every term, yeah.
whenever,
Mhm.
or if somebody leaves and a position opens up, first thing is to advertise it, then set up interviews.
Yes, no, I
Now,
understand the
if-
process, I just,
If only the one person applies
Mhm.
and they're the reappointee,
it's a done deal.
it's a done deal.
And you want to re-interview the
Yes.
person
If there's more than one,
If there's more than the one, yes.
If there's more than one.
Cause that has not happened in the past, that's why I'm saying
Yes,
that.
it has.
Okay.
Before your
Not with
time,
me.
before
Before
your
your
time.
time.
That's why I'm asking for continued clarification,
Yeah.
because there's been a lot of different scenarios that I haven't been privy to, so if I don't understand it, I can't do the right thing.
Finish their thoughts before we butt in on, so.
So, no matter what, when it comes to boards and commissions, that's community citizen position, advertise, set up appointments, whether it's reappointment or a new person who like it. If it's only one person,
If it's the existing person.
correct, we would not have to re-interview.
But if the existing person doesn't want it anymore
Right.
and you just have one person apply, we
Right.
still need to interview.
Right, yes,
you
that I
don't
understand,
necessarily get the appointment.
correct, and that's happened, yes, and I understand that.
And the reason we did that way back was, lots of times we make these appointments and we'll never see the people again. We don't get to talk to them. I've made appointments with people back in the day that, were like reappointed,
Okay,
I'd never met.
alright, so moving forward, we will put that practice into place, if that's what.
Because, and the reason why I brought this up is because it's not to make it look like I'm questioning Ryan's qualifications. I think he's doing a great job. It's just that we, as a board, need to make sure that all citizens have the ability to put their name in a hat for a position that is run through and by the county.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Next is to visit what you did last year, and it's in your packet, it's the approval of the county employee appreciation during the holiday. If they approve it.
Yeah. I'd like to make a motion to approve the county employee appreciation as presented.
Second?
I'd like to have a discussion.
Yeah.
Based off of what I seen on the sheet there, could we, could I propose a request to modify that to, modify that dollar amount? Adjust that dollar amount to $100.
For full-time?
Would you like to add for part-time then?
I was considering $25 for part-time,
Add 25 for part-time and then
increase to 100.
100 on the full-time.
So part-time is already 25.
He's talking
Oh,
about.
okay, I didn't know, but I'd like to
It
remain
does-
at 25 for part-time and
But-
100 for full-time.
Yeah, it's farther down.
Oh, okay,
I didn't see it either.
But yeah, I would,
Now, is this in the form of a gift certificate? Okay.
Yep.
I just wanted, I
is it
couldn't
like a local
remember.
business or?
Mhm.
Okay, yeah.
And
then
what
we
does
can-
that make the total to?
I'm doing it now.
Uh,
Well, it would actually double,
Double this one.
44.
So 56?
Wait, the way I,
No, it would be 44, it'd be 5,000 even.
Okay.
the way I see that is, like that electoral board, all that stuff, we dip in there and get that out of contingency, and that ain't even for people. And we can surely invest that into what these people do for us on a county level. So,
And if I can, may I?
Go ahead.
I will tell you that pretty much every department that's represented here, probably except for one, their current budget could absorb it.
So then it doesn't come out of
Oh.
contingency.
That's good, but yeah,
Well,
But it's
And that's
still-
just due to
right.
like, just delay in hiring and things of that nature, so there's that,
uh-huh.
piece or a month or two that could be absorbed
Okay.
within the budget already that would
Nice.
satisfy
and for clarification, this is just for our
county.
county
Correct.
The ones that's under your umbrella.
Under
Right,
Ken's
right.
umbrella.
There you go.
But
What
if
the
I-
others
I used
do,
the same
what the-
terminology as last year when
what the
putting.
others do is up to them.
Right.
If I can modify the motion to adjust that to $100 full-time, $25 part-time for employee appreciation.
Second.
Okay,
Okay, with. And with the stipulation, if needed, it can, any amount that's needed could be taken from contingency if needed.
okay. Okay,
That way you get the authorization,
no,
and you don't
I
have to.
appreciate that.
Come back.
So am I keeping the original with the modification? Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Changing the dollar amount.
Okay,
and
alright.
Or is it a separate motion?
No, he
Or
amended his
modifying-
motion.
So we're gonna
It
amend it?
amended the motion.
Kalinda made the motion.
Kalinda made the
Oh.
motion.
That's
I just brought it
Oh.
up.
Can we do it as a second
I
motion?
just
Is
brought it
that?
up in discussion, yeah.
Can maybe you,
Yep, I'd like to amend the motion to do the stipend as $100 for full-time and $25 for part-time.
And I will
take it out
second.
in
And take it out of
Contingency
contingency
if
if
as
needed.
needed?
And I second the
Second.
amended.
Thank you. That was easy. Thank you. Thank you.
Good thing we don't get confused in that.
Absolutely.
You guys make minutes so easy.
Yeah. Kim used to say that too.
Pass it down.
No, we're not gonna bump you on to 150 just
And when we
because you
give
said
those
that.
out, we'll pass these around so you can see
So-
them too. When we give these out
Oh,
to the
nice.
employees, we have cards.
Who
for these
designed
as
them?
well.
Jenny, so that's why
Lovely.
Jenny created that in the event that you did approve it. You saved your carpal tunnel.
Very nice.
Even on the back of it, it has the, if you look,
Yeah.
Got the logo?
yeah.
What'd you do this in?
Word.
Word, huh? Not even publisher, huh? I like it. It looks great.
Are you okay with that if we use that? Okay.
90s kid.
And all we did,
90s
and we just purchased some, we'll purchase some.
I like the firework. Is
envelopes.
that for New Year's Eve?
Okay, thank you.
We do fireworks on New Year's Eve.
Very nice. All right,
Good job.
Yeah, she did a great job. This is
Yep.
all her. May
Woo-wee.
I? Okay, the next one, which is 11C, it says WM2A proposal. There's two of them, for architectural services. Ms. Bechtold, this is per your question, this is where it was actually documented by the current engineer who's been, you know, he's doing the government complex here in total, he's the engineer of the courthouse, did a phenomenal job, you know, so it just kind of continued over, so, so what's presented is there's a page 1 and page 2 and 3. Page 1 represents, there's two ways if we wanna continue to move forward with this project. You have two options of how to pay the engineer, who's gonna pretty much oversee, do all the bidding, do all the RFPs. Once he does that, just like the courthouse, he comes here, we get our group, and we have an extensive, actually, scoring sheet. And we go through, I mean, you know, bonds, license, you know, all that, insurance, everything has to be, and then we come up with, per that, and then it's presented to you guys of why. So the first one, again, changing it, so quick summary of this, changing the way we did it, which you just approved, it went from a layout involving 9,773 feet to 5,332. So there lies, you know, the savings and not needing to change a lot of things and demo and all that kind of stuff.
Alright.
And part of that was your decision of delaying the board meeting going downstairs, so you need to know that that was a big part of it too.
Alright.
So,
Yeah.
and it doesn't mean no, just means not now. And that's where it says the adjustment will result in a savings of approximately $1.1 million. Now, he based this on 150, this pricing is based on $150 per square foot. That's not the average, you know,
Going
and
rate. It's
Yeah.
not the average going rate.
Right.
so I just wanna put that, it is documented, these numbers are documented based on top shelf higher than high, you know what I mean, square footage. Which I rather come in and you see a high number and come in a lot lower.
Right.
That always makes me feel better.
Yeah.
And I just also need to let you know that we've already had two local contractors already interested,
Good,
so.
excellent.
So based on this, what this first part says is one option to pay is based on whatever the cost will be. So at this 150 per square feet, you see the dollar amount, and he gets a 6% of what that final number of what the project's gonna cost, which at this would be the 47,009.
Right.
Okay? You go to the second page breaks it down on an hourly basis. So it's on a high end about 49, is that right? Let me figure this out, hold on, please.
39.
Yes, thank you. On a high end, it would be, that shows 39, and on a lower end, 26. I'm probably not looking at the 26, but 49 is because also there'd be, it's based on 60 hours at $180 an hour, so there's an additional 10,800 to that. So Mark and I, we've discussed it. He's not here, otherwise he gave me privilege to, give you his recommendation of what he thinks it is, what we did over there, how that worked out. So what we did over there at the courthouse is it was based on the percent of what the final cost was. And I will tell you, that came in handy because he had to come back a few different times to ensure that the work was complete. In the hopes that it will not be that $150 square foot, which, it's unlikely. That 47.9 is already decreased because it's based on 6% of the total.
So basically you're saying you and Mark and your discussions feel like page 1 is the way we
The
should go.
6%
Okay.
fee on the total
Okay.
would, I think, there might be a small, difference in the hourly, but, and he's proven to be, a man of his word and follow through and real articulate and communicates, and so.
Yeah.
So what I'm asking for this as the action item is moving forward, how would you like number 1, would you like number 2, or would you like to not go with him at all? Mark can't, manage this, it's just not feasible.
So
I'm ready for
Can-
whatever.
may I? Well, we can make a motion and then we can
I
discuss.
make a motion that we approve and authorize appropriate signatures to move forward on number 1 option.
Second. Go ahead, Levi, you know.
Nice.
Can I finish the?
This
Or
is
no.
discussion
This is
time.
discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry, my
Yeah.
apologies.
I know Yancy and WM2 architects did a great job on the courthouse, and I know I had mentioned this before. And I guess we're using him as a general contractor and architect, kind of playing both roles. I guess that's kind of how I'm looking at it, kind of. I'm not sure why we didn't put it out to bid. I think I said this before when we were at the courthouse, and I don't know.
I think it's a modification of an existing contract
It
in
was an
this
addendum of
instance.
an existing contract when this was coming about, and that was completed while he was overseeing the courthouse.
Gotcha,
Yeah.
but we
And
did,
all
We
invoices,
modified it when he was doing the courthouse,
Right.
we modified it and
To have
included
it come
him
when he
while he
made it
was here
here,
to look
right.
at this.
that's correct.
but then we come back to the fact of why we never,
I can't fix that, I can't go,
right, okay,
so what I
Originally, I
can
don't
do is
know.
commit moving forward, since we're here, that is
Okay, good.
already a practice.
excellent.
And if
Thank
you
you.
see proposal of architectural Floyd County Government Building, that's, okay, so I can only,
I'm just getting that out
forward.
there,
yeah,
I
and
just-
but everything's good. Steve also, I've discussed it
Right.
with him, and the way transpired was, I got the check off, we're good.
Okay.
That it was an addendum, but
I just wanna
It's
make
good.
sure that
Yes.
our public understands all of this.
This is leftover,
Because this is a,
Leftover.
yeah, and not just that, but moving forward, there are architectural firms that are here and, yeah, the guy's done great work. I'm not, again, this is not one of those things
No.
that I wanna throw shade on anybody. I just think that the public needs to know that as we continue onward, something like this would have been put out to bid, so. Alright, that was all my discussion.
alright, on a motion for W and to a proposal, for proposal number 1 for architectural services, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes,
Mr. Turman. And that includes all appropriate staff signatures necessary.
absolutely.
Yes.
What happened there? Yeah. Yes.
That was one of
I
the
was
lucky.
waiting there, that.
I thought I got the nod, so I was good. Okay, the second, well, D, and then I believe we have to add an E, which would be the approval of abstract.
See what?
Abstract
Oh,
voting.
yeah.
The abstract approval.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
I'll make a motion to amend the agenda to
Thank you.
add E, if you're okay with that. I'm sorry.
Second,
Alright, on a motion to amend the agenda to add under new business 11E, approval of abstracts, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Turman.
Yes.
Abstract Board of Elections.
Alright, next is 11D, which is some of the comments that have kind of come through over the last couple of years, a little bit more, is kind of to revisit the checklist, the festival checklist. This was also sent to Steve, what it did was it kind of just fine-tuned a lot of things and take off the multitude of not conversation, not follow-up, that will continue, that's gotta be documented, so if taking off that we actually have to get, the health department, because between Mark, myself, he's gotta check behind that. So it changes those kind of things where public, but it also commits, and there's necessary comments where Mark must talk to or follow up with and get confirmation of certain things as well, whether that be me. So it's pretty much between emergency management, public safety, public works, and administration, being able to kind of tie all of it in and not need, 1,000 signatures,
Streamlined it beautifully.
if you're good.
Yeah, if you're ready,
I'll ask it during discussion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the Floyd County Amusements and Entertainment's final permit checklist.
Second?
William.
On page 4, under number 6, lighting,
Hold on, let me get back there, I'm sorry.
everywhere else you've got 2, there you've added Director of Public Works.
That's Mark.
Okay. I wanted to make sure.
Yep, no,
I
so-
thought, but I wanted to hear it.
And that's the other thing, because we're trying to streamline that, so it's public works, which would, that umbrella falls all, like lighting and water and all that, and then public safety, which would be
Right.
that whole other thing, and then
Right.
and then the county administrator has to,
Now, is now, by the way this is worded, is that just strictly related to lighting, or is that any electrical?
Light towers.
let me
mean,
just make
lighting-
sure.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Well, it's section 7, it deals with electricity.
Yeah. Power supply and generation.
Yeah, but
So I think the lighting was purely one, is it incorrectly cords I'm just trying, for safety purposes, walk paths, all that kind of thing, that lighting, the way they're put in and their way the necessary cords that are run, so that was not, it was an issue, like they had to get those rubber bumpers that go,
Right.
I'm not sure what they're called. Like all that kind of stuff, so the lighting and the safety, walk path, ensuring
Well,
public works.
Should it be lighting and other, possibly, or other electrical components? Because I understand, like, you've got a annual event, you've got an established building, that went through the process.
Right.
Alright,
You put up a temporary structure
Mm-hmm.
and you run electrical to it, does that not need to be the same inspection as it
I think
would
it
for
still
temporary
goes-
lights?
Still goes under universal building code.
right, and that would
So
really
it's-
fall under
it's covered.
7, because if it's temporary, it would be generator.
So,
Well, no,
just so
no.
you know, I will tell you that the.
I'm just saying, I could temporarily run a line out of an approved fuse box
Right.
and I could
But they're
use,
still checking the lighting, but anything that's associated with the lighting under code,
but I'm not talking about lighting, I'm talking about additional receptacles and that sort of stuff. Like if you're, say you're putting
falls under power supply, which is the
under a
next
power
one.
supply to another location, say it's a temporary building or a temporary structure or whatever. And you're you're not just running the cord, you wired in a temporary wire where it will send electricity or whatever. Does that not need to be?
No, that falls under number 7, which
uh,
would be communication capabilities and power supply and/or.
But you don't have him signing off on it.
Public safety, public works.
So
That's
I can
public
add,
safety.
nope, you're,
Yeah, that would be
That's not
public works,
public
that's what
works.
you're getting
That's
at,
what I
okay.
was-
Okay,
so are
Maybe
you,
under number 7, you
add
need.
public
Add
works,
public works.
will do.
good catch.
I know, I was going around, I finally got the door
Yeah,
closed.
yeah, you did.
Danny was sitting over there doing like this, he knew exactly where I was going, but I
He should
couldn't,
have explained it then.
he should have, cause I
He
couldn't get it
should've.
out. But
Danny.
Understood, yeah.
that, not that, I know he's got more than enough to do, but if we're going
But
that
he
far on
does it.
lighting, we should
No,
own
I
the rest
agree.
of it.
I
Yep.
agree. I don't,
Agree, indeed.
And I love the fact that basically you got 2 primary signatures and possibly 3 versus having to go through all the other
Yep,
mess.
exactly.
again, right, like all the other mess will still, the
Happen.
necessary communication will happen to ensure
Right.
the comfortability of signatures. I
Sure.
mean, cause I'm
Right.
not gonna sign it.
But
I'm
if,
not
if you run into something and you got somebody being very unreasonable and what's proposed is adequate and meets certain standards, you can say, all right, we heard you, and you can still sign off on it.
Mhm.
That's the point.
As long as it
Yep.
follows the ordinance, yes.
Beautiful.
So I need a motion to
They'll be
approve.
coming after me.
So
Who
Ms.
you got?
Ms.
Oh,
Cookenbook,
as
are you
amended.
good with adding
Yes.
under number 7 under
Yes,
your, okay,
on my second, yes.
yes. No, you,
I,
your,
You did
yeah,
first.
I first,
oh, that's right,
yes,
yes.
You first did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jerry second.
yep, we're good.
Did Calenda say?
No, Jerry.
No, you did.
Yeah,
You did.
You second, I did
He
discussion.
did the We're getting a little loop here,
Triggers
little
are-
batty.
On a motion to approve the updated amusement and entertainment festival checklist with the addendum of adding under number 7, add public works signature, Ms. Cookenbook.
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold.
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth.
Yes.
And Mr. Turner.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, no, that expedites a lot,
It is.
It's a few votes.
appreciate it. And then, on 11E, it's the, approval of the abstract that was hand-delivered by, electoral board chair, Mr. Kitchen, for review. For the, what did I say? Abstracts for the following November general election that was completed on 11/4.
Take a motion to
Approve.
No?
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Alright, on a motion to approve the abstracts for the following November general election, that was completed on 11/4. Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes,
Mr. Booth?
I abstain, since I was a participant, please add that to
Okay. Ms. Bechtold?
I abstain. I have concerns over the unbiased nature of some of the electoral board members.
And Mr. Turman?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Next, we have board time?
Yep.
I'll make it easy on you.
Thanks.
I do have something. First, I wanna wish everybody out in our public happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, however you may celebrate. And then, as our winter has gotten here before we knew it, and meteorologically, it got here December 1st. It doesn't get here until next week officially. Actually, even longer than next week. I'm concerned about the fact, and you may have already thought about all this, the first floor of this building, the bottom, ground level, and the first floor, since really nobody's down there. With temperatures probably dipping maybe into some single digits earlier than ever anticipated, are we prepared? Have we, since there's nobody down there really, I just don't want burst pipes and stuff like that, so I didn't know if anybody was thinking, I know we still have the heat on down there and stuff, but I just want us to be
Walk through occasionally would be
yeah,
good.
and aware,
Yes.
and I just, not
Sure.
trying to second guess anything that your entire staff is doing, but this is colder than normal, earlier than ever, and since we are now the caretakers of this building with nobody else inside of it, I just wanna kind of bring that to everybody's attention.
Well, the good part about the entire building, including, the entire building is with the generator. So that's really the first the first tool we look at. We have processes that are in place to ensure when it was filled, how much is, things of that nature. Maintenance is up to date and checked on, so, and like I said, the entire building, so there is walkthroughs, but we're pretty blessed that the generator handles this entire building.
Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about though, with the power as such, even when we don't lose power, these kinds of temperatures can cause issues on outer walls and
Unused plumbing.
and that kind of stuff. So even though we never lose power, you can still have busted pipes. And so I agree, the generator is a wonderful thing and it's great, but there's a little bit more to it in that maybe since this temperature drop is gonna hit on the weekends, it might behoove somebody to come through since there isn't anybody here. And we don't know how this building is gonna react,
I'll
is
bring
what
it.
I'm getting at.
We'll bring it to the
All due
team.
respect to her, she said this abnormal winter. This is the winters I growed up with.
Oh, I know, yeah, I agree,
We're finally
agree.
having some normal winters, and people just not used to it.
No, you're right, but it is colder than it's been a number of years
Yeah, it
earlier.
has. We've done had more snow than we had last year. But,
It's gonna get more normal
you got
before it
that
gets
right.
over, I'm afraid.
18 fogs
Yeah,
in August.
we jumped out of summer into the winter.
Yeah.
wasn't no
We didn't
Indian,
get no fall.
we didn't, I know it's probably not correct, but we didn't have an Indian summer
Yeah,
and
right.
fall.
Mhm.
This
No, we
time, it
didn't.
just went,
Bam.
I told somebody the other day, I'm whining about stuff I grew up with. Of course, my bones is a little bit older too.
Yeah,
But,
anyway, that's all.
I just, I thought of something I should've, on the ARPA funds. Now, Are we still in the mode where they have to be spent by the end of this month, or are we still in the mode where they have to be designated?
Designated.
When is the actual spent deadline?
I believe, let me verify that. Let me verify.
We need to watch that.
Yeah,
'Cause
no,
I
we're
think
pretty
it's-
much,
I know we're pretty much, but
Good,
I
but-
think there's some agencies that may still have a little bit left or some left that, that's designated. But we need to make sure that they may have, we need to make sure everybody's paid, actually is paid it by the deadline, so we don't have to pay back any,
okay, yeah,
yeah.
got it.
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I wanted to just wish all y'all Merry Christmas. I guess it'll be the last time we see each other before Christmas. And then I wanted to just take a quick second and just say thank you for your service.
Thank you.
And we came about the same time and I haven't always, we've had different views on different things. But your dedication for the people of Indian Valley and to Floyd County, and the knowledge and education and stuff that you research things, I've always looked up upon that too. So thank you for your service.
Thank you, Levi.
Absolutely.
I've appreciated the last 4 years and everything I've learned and feel like I have made some significant changes and at least brought some things up that people weren't aware of before, so I appreciate that and thank you. And Merry Christmas to everybody.
Now, I'd also like to say that your dedication and leadership during the transition from a volunteer to an all-paid emergency management service staff
Critical.
was critical, your knowledge of the medical field and all. And it was unfortunate that that dedication to the safety of this county kind of got a little sideways when it came to how you were represented. But I just want everyone to know that you were instrumental in making sure our transition was professional and kept the safety of our citizens at the forefront. So thank you for that.
Thank you. I take Dr. Patterson being our OMD as a source of pride for me to bring excellent, consistent care to our citizens. That's just so imperative. So thank you.
You get anything, Jerry?
I just say we didn't always agree, but we weren't disagreeable. And it proves,
None of us always agree.
No, none of us always
No.
agree.
but I think it goes to prove that,
Yeah.
that civility, when everybody talks about government, there is still civility in government, at least here at this table.
That's correct.
I've always told people that being on this board's like being married. You have your disagreements, you fight and fuss and have intense fellowship sometimes.
Sometimes I
But
feel
then you
like I
get
see
over
y'all
it.
more than my wife.
Sometimes you do, believe me.
But then you get over it, you move forward and you work for the county.
Right.
That's the way it
See,
should be.
Well,
you know.
at any given time, three of us could be in one place, two in the other, and then the very next subject, it gets all mixed up and it's right back the other way. And
yeah.
that's what makes it great.
We sort of proved that a while ago.
Yeah, we sure did. And I think what that shows is that we're independent individuals who are thinking about issues and how they affect our various constituents and where our core beliefs come from, and we're not afraid to share them and listen to each other. And as you said, at least at this table, civility is not dead. You're absolutely right.
And once a decision's made, this board, most of the board, all the boards I've been with, once a decision's made, then everybody comes together to make it work.
Correct.
Doesn't matter how you voted on it, once that final decision's made, then everybody's at the table trying to make it the best it can be.
Right, there's no sabotaging of each other,
Correct.
even through our disagreements.
Right. And I think what's been fun is I think the public has not been able to pigeonhole us in ways that sometimes,
I can
and I think
I can
that's
think of a couple that's still trying, but they just hadn't been successful.
successful. I mean, it's just that
Well,
we're just, you know, we're just who we are and we're different individuals and we bring different perspectives, but
Well,
it's very it's been
It's just like the other day, there was a comment made that other counties should learn from us being we're so efficient.
Right.
He meant it as a slur,
right,
but we are pretty efficient,
yeah,
plain and simple.
Yeah.
We get the job done.
We do.
You know, we not bickering like a lot of other.
and if we make a mistake, we back up and fix it.
that's it,
You know,
Yeah.
that's what you do. That's all anybody can do sitting at this table.
that's right.
And while, I'll say this, I still believe this, in general, our citizens, they have their core values, but the citizens of the courthouse district think a little different than they do in Burke's Fork or down in Little River, you know, on different things. So that's where the individual part has to come from. And I know y'all do, I've relied through the years on listening to my constituents and trying to, you know, now, at the same time, they don't always have all the information we have.
Correct.
So sometimes it looks like we're going against our constituents, but it's because of the information we have.
Right.
And the fact that 90% of what we do is dictated by the state and federal government. The other 5% is they give us options, but they're
Yeah.
still dictating what those options are.
Right.
That's
And
right.
really, in these positions, about 5% of what we do is really left up to us.
Yeah, pretty much.
And I hate to say it through the years, but usually that's where we screw up sometimes, but not all times, but
Right.
occasionally.
That's one thing about being a Dillon's rule state that people just don't understand.
don't
We are
understand.
not a home rule state, we have
That's right.
very limited authority.
Well, see, that's why I know Dr. Wheeler didn't like it. I asked him if he was still teaching civics in school, because I run into people all the time younger than I am, and I know that's the majority of the people, but, you started explaining well, what's a Dillon rule? They've never heard of it.
I'll just say it, that's a failure of our education system, not in government, is to not have taught the difference
At least
between
a small section,
home
because
rule and
local
government,
government
yeah.
impacts them quicker than state and federal most of the time.
Right.
But I won't get on that high horse.
The type of government they've been taught is nothing like it this country was founded on.
Right.
There's
Sir,
been
in
too many cooks in the kitchen.
that folder, I don't know if you wanna
Yeah, that's
present
what I was
that,
doing
Ann?
now. That's what I was waiting for.
There's not a moment.
Trying to help you.
He had 4 long-winded politicians talking, that's what he was waiting
I was trying to
for.
help him.
No, I didn't mean that. If I would've known that, maybe I would've.
No, you opened it up, it opened
That's
up
okay.
good for us,
That's good, you did.
we do have a certificate
It was
of
a good
appreciation for Glenda, thank you for your dedicated service on the Board of Supervisors. And I've got a frog on one. Your leadership and commitment have made a meaningful impact on our community. We seriously appreciate your contributions.
Thank you so much.
We all need to get a picture of her with it so that you.
We could do
put
that
it on our
after,
website.
I will be putting in for that trauma therapy.
You get,
That's
you
pretty
get
funny.
anything board time?
No, I just like to again say thank you for everybody and your patience with me at this very steep, uncomfortable learning curve. This job is so much bigger than anybody can really comprehend until you're sitting in the seat, and the research obligation that I felt from what we were presented is so much more than just reading our board packet, but actually delving into beyond hours of reading and researching and doing beyond what people understand. So I appreciate your patience with me. Thank you.
I had a lot I wanted to say today, but I thought about it, and I thought, well,
You thought better?
I'm not going to embarrass the county, because
It's the
I don't
holidays.
articulate stuff like I really want to. But one thing was brought to my attention, I don't listen to that program, never have, but I get copied on it every now and then when they start bashing my family, you know, and I don't appreciate it. You lost the election 2 years ago get over it. And if you got a problem with me, come to me, leave my family out of it. Period. But one of the things that was said that was left hanging was our relationship with school board. Back before COVID, me and Mr. Yoders met with school board chair and vice chair. COVID did away with a lot of stuff. And since that time, we've got a good working relationship with the school board.
Right.
You know, and they listen to us. If we got a question, especially during budget time, they'll call. You know,
Or come
I'm not
by,
here.
or come by.
If we got questions, we ask them. Back before, well, it's been, what, 6 or 8 months ago? Me, Jerry, you went over and met with Laura and, yeah, with Mr. Ingham and Dr.
Chroma.
Cromer.
Darren.
Because we had questions and we sat and talked to about it. That's the relationship we got. It's not like we're trying to just run roughshod over them. And they're not pushing stuff on us. We talk about it. So quit trying to stir up trouble between boards. You know, it is what it is. You know, take care of your own office. You know, and then he's fixated on you. You know, the way we appointed you. You go back to where Terry Morris. When Dan left, Mr. Campbell, we agreed. Terry earned a job, offered it to her, she took it. No advertisement, no nothing. County kept running smooth. I had enough votes to appoint Kim right off the bat. But I told them I would not have a split board. I want 5 votes of yes, because I'm not gonna appoint a county administrator and have her sitting around thinking, well, there's 2 people that want me. Am I gonna have to worry about what they're doing? I want 100% support. One member or 2 wanted, well, just throw it out there for a couple of weeks. We did. We interviewed people. We still liked what we had. We appointed her. County's been running smooth. I have not had one single person to say that we made a mistake. I don't think we could have made a better choice than what Kim is. Because anybody that listens to our meetings sees that the board's run about as good as it's ever run. And I'm getting tired of people trying to stick wedges in their price support. Grow up, accept your defeat, move on. I've had people out here in the public tell me that he was going to oppose everything I did. So be man enough to talk to me about it. Put up or shut up. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna shut up for you.
Take the advice.
Take your own
My
advice.
advice. Move on. The county's running smooth. I will say one other thing. Comments was made about our convenience center at Willis, about how convenient it would be for certain ones. It's just a half a mile down the road from the green box. And at least with the convenience center, when we get it set up, it'll be gated with cameras. That's why we'll take care of Carroll County's trash.
Yeah,
That's right.
Plus, we had other options for that too.
Well,
Me and
that's-
Jerry, for the last 5 years, has been wanting another rescue building. And eventually, we got land for another rescue building if we want to.
And possibly a park.
Yeah.
It wasn't, you know, the grading up there, yes, it was expensive, but it wasn't just for a transfer station.
Right.
That was the thing, there was at least two more uses for that property. And I still say the people in your district pay taxes like the other districts, and you deserve your own EMS station.
You know, I don't think that any of us, we all dropped our jaw to the floor when we seen the estimates on that.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I growed up on, you know, I've got hay off that place, you know.
I was expecting around, realistically, around 600 to 700,000. I was expecting that.
That's what I was expecting.
And that was for the three projects total, developing the whole thing. But gosh, I mean, when it came in at 1.2, I knew then that it
Right.
wasn't gonna happen.
We are still looking for land in that area.
Yeah.
If we find something better suited, we'll do that, but we still got lands for a park, rescue building, or whatever. It's done paid for.
Mhm.
I mean, we would've been crazy to pass up that deal when it was offered to us.
Right.
So, you know, I'll just shut up. That's what
Well, and there's been discussion, I know at one point in time, I believe the sheriff's office was actually running out of an office for a while there in Willis. Of course, that all went away. Well, you know, at some point in time, it may come to the time where you need a satellite office on that end of the county and one down on your end, Levi, to help cut down on that response time that's necessary.
I would still like to see, and I've been on this for, ever since I've been on the board. I'd like to see a small rescue satellite in Green Mountain,
Yeah.
One truck.
because they're stuck out there in no man's land. And it's a long way from Indian Valley to Green Mountain,
Yeah.
a long way from Floyd.
It is.
It's probably further, I don't know, it's close. It's probably, I'd say the Indian Valley there is a little further by the way the
I
road
don't know.
goes.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But those people, you know, they,
Take every bit of 35, 40 minutes to get there
At
from
least.
town. From
I
town.
Might not quite that much from there, but
I don't
I'm talking
know.
about from the valley, maybe a little closer.
I think it might be a little closer. Alright.
let's move on.
Alright,
Well,
we've
now we
taken
could
three
probably pick
things
up
off of your
another
report. Just
What do we
kidding.
got in correspondence?
She's like, yeah.
In your correspondence folder, you have your monthly tracking sheet from
Yep.
DSS, your permits report, a couple of those, and then the reports from the school on the finance report and the nutrition. I'm not sure what this is. And a plat submittal report from Carla as well.
Can I make a request?
Oh, I was gonna do one too.
Well, you go ahead on yours, it may be the same
It
one.
might be the same thing. I don't know about everybody else, but I sure enjoy when Chad comes up, maybe if he just comes up once a quarter.
No, he's gonna plan on coming, Chad
Every
Alls, you mean?
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am, he
Every
was
2 months?
scheduled, no, he's scheduled to come in just with holidays and things and
Yeah.
staffing. And he does email me and, you know, we correspond that
Right.
way, but he'll be back in January.
okay, and how are we gonna, once a month, every 2 months? Every quarter?
Usually he's good with once a month, so.
Yeah, I mean, I
we're
know
gonna-
he
we're
had
gonna-
been, but
We're gonna stick with, we went back to it and that's what you saw him more.
yeah, we did.
And just towards the end of the year.
One thing our board has done is we've continued with him bringing employees
That's
to
right.
explain programs.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, that was good
once
too.
we get things comfortable again, you know, with him coming, it would be great if we had time, he could bring somebody and say, you know, they'd say,
It's already
Yeah.
the plan.
well, that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying, get back to that because a lot of the stuff I understood through my time on this board because of my association with the Social
Uh-huh.
Services Board. But it seemed to me like, and I'm not trying to put words in anybody's mouth, and I'm wrong, you tell me, but it seemed like that this board got a better understanding of that department and some of its needs and some of what they
absolutely.
do
Mhm.
by bringing those people
yeah.
and explaining. once we started doing that way back,
Mm-hmm.
it just seemed like the whole atmosphere of the board towards social services changed.
Yep.
And like I said, his intent was to be here, he just,
Okay.
you know, things come up where
Yeah.
his presence was necessary.
Alright. Was that what you were
wasn't
gonna
mine,
say?
but,
Oh, okay.
Mine was if you go to, the permits.
Yeah.
Let me see, yeah. Can we rotate those
Yeah, I told her
when you
about
enter
that.
them? Could you
Yeah.
check them?
I can.
Yeah,
Yes.
cause right now it's turned
Here,
sideways.
you know
Well, they're
what?
coming out of bright, so
No.
eventually
Yeah.
that won't be a problem.
Okay, I
When you're laying in bed, look at you out there.
Yeah,
I gotta-
right.
know. Yeah,
No,
but see,
just turn
if
it.
I turn it this way, see, then it goes the other way.
Well, you
It's
can turn off the, yeah, you
I
can fix
fixed it.
that. Turn off your rotate on the iPad.
I had something pop up on mine the other day I wanted to ask you about before we left. Don't even forget it, cause I done forgot it till Jerry was doing that. It was wanting me to update something, and, I mean, part of it was like encrypted. So
Yeah,
I just erased that. and-
probably a good idea.
Oh, I'm getting stuff,
I thought if it's important, Danny will tell me.
Yeah.
I'm getting stuff from, Blue Cross Blue Shield wanting me to update my account. I don't have an account with them anymore, you know?
Oh, yes.
So,
This year was wanting me to update, my iPad,
Yeah,
my iPad.
and honestly, it wouldn't have been able to anyway, cause it's run through the jam.
Yeah, but I just deleted that real quick.
Good idea.
I do have something I need to talk to you about on my phone that I can't figure out, but
See, I opened the door for
I
you.
know, right?
I bug him all the time. I think he set aside a certain amount of his day to answer jury's questions.
Let's move on to me.
Let's move on.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Alright, on mine, Everbridge, we pushed out, Danny did an exceptional job, there's a PowerPoint in there. Maybe if you wanna put that up, Danny, we pushed this out to all county, directors and, management, just to assist with as many people as we can get, on especially county staff, cause you know, we try to push out all the communication about delays and the storms and what we're
Yeah.
doing, closings and whatever that is. But also in hopes that it gets to their loved ones and more people
Yeah.
get on this community-based Everbridge, so we can get communication out there.
I actually got your assistant to put it on my phones the other day. and-
Beautiful.
Yeah, I like it pretty
Yeah.
good so far.
And there's two different kind of folders, and Danny probably explained it more. One's a community folder, that's what we push out, delayed opening, agendas, things of that nature that we want to get out. But there's also another one which would be only used at the highest of emergencies that we must communicate to the county.
Right.
And that would come out of, you know, emergency management, so.
Right. Very good.
Next, we had the Floyd Shop Small Artesian Market. It's first time we closed down, I closed down Jacksonville Circle and was able to extend the vendors. Great positive feedback, wants to do it again, so we're gonna explore that more, especially when the weather turns. And it was a great relationship and great partnership with the town. Chamber dinner, Jerry, Linda, myself, Ladina, Tabitha attended, it was huge. It was a nice time, great support, and the biggest of that was Tabitha was awarded the 2025 Chamber Government Leader of the Year.
Yep.
So, yay,
Yay, Tabitha.
Tabitha.
Yep.
In addition, kind of what came out of that, more communication, and Jenny is now a part of the Young Professional Group through the Chamber. So her and Tabitha will both be representing the county in that lane. And the last one on mine, continue to work with FEMA. Now FEMA passed it up through VDEM. There was 2 separate grants. Well, they initiated putting those 2 grants together. It brought us on a higher tier, which, long story short, same stuff, getting the same, you know, same total ask, but putting them together brought us up over $2 million. Now, with that, there's no longer a county required match.
Yeah.
Really?
Because of that, the state, the way it reads and forms, the state's monies will take care of the county's match.
Yes.
So the federal 1.5 and then the rest of it from the state.
Yeah.
Which covers our county match obligation.
That's
Correct.
correct.
Don't you love it when that stuff happens?
So again, Ladina, you know,
Don't happen very
Ladina's
I
work,
know.
but I will tell you, that's just so the huge part, I think, for us especially is that relationship and that they initiated that for us because they knew that that would maximize and benefit and have been very positive
Mhm.
with regards to it, so thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
That meeting I went to last night, that was same thing as he was talking about.
Correct,
really.
and that
That one, yeah.
that file you got, or that,
When I got
Flyer.
that email, I wanted to go to that,
I know.
but the weather messed all my appointments
I
up
know.
this week, so.
The only other thing real quick, I should have read it earlier due to Dr. Cromer not being here, she just sent me a couple things. Their school board meeting's tonight at 6 p.m. They were hopeful, I think today they got back to school, is that right, Jenny?
Yes, they did.
Got back to school,
Maybe
snow
not
days have
tomorrow.
postponed SOL testing.
Which was-
And second
Monday.
quarter with an early release on December 19th, teachers return on January 5th, and students on January 7th. And she wished everybody happy holiday.
Very lovely.
Stay safe and warm. So that
Same
was-
to you,
got
Dr.
that
Cromer.
right.
I'm thinking about it, thank you everybody for my birthday card.
You're
I
welcome.
got the age, I have anniversaries, not birthdays. Like Ronald Reagan.
Right,
So sir, number 19 is the recess.
want a motion or?
On a recess
Yeah,
till 5:30.
Alright,
Recess to
recess.
reconvene at 5:30.
5:30.
Y'all was in,
Yeah, have a motion to, well, I'll tell you what, we'll go ahead and call it a special call meeting of the Floyd County Council to order and ask the town manager to call it.
Councilman Vaughn or Vice Mayor Vaughn?
Here.
Mayor Griffin?
Here.
Councilman Bauer?
Present.
Councilman Shine?
Here.
Please let your minutes reflect Paul May is absent.
And I will call the PSA board back into session.
all right, where we going from here? Who's first up?
So what we're gonna, try to manage is go, by town council, then PSA, have their comments, and then the board. And then we'll figure out how to adjourn, what we're gonna look for to conclude this. So we're gonna open it up to the town for comments and discussion.
All right, well, we decided as a group, instead of going around the table and talking, we sent that package out to you, and that's pretty reflective of the way our council feels as a whole. So I'm gonna do the majority of speaking, but I'm encouraging these guys to jump in whenever they feel necessary. First, just wanna say thanks for agreeing to meet. You know, this is something that is gonna require all of us to do, and it's not gonna be an easy thing to do. But I applaud you for doing this in a transparent way, in open sessions and open discussion. You know, like I said, I hope we can achieve some teamwork and all kind of own up to the responsibility that we have as to our community. We're trying to get this PSA system on a little more stable ground. The objective tonight is just to kind of tell you where we are and move the ball closer to resolution. We know that our charter expires out in mid-April, and I feel like we've got enough time to get it done and get an agreement up that's reflective of everybody's needs and wants. So, I am gonna read from the charter, just so we can have it in the record. The charter, as we know, was done in 1974, and there's a whole lot of words and it doesn't really say a whole lot of anything. You know, so I'm gonna read the paragraph I think that does address why we're here now. It's the purpose for which said authorities created are the acquisition, construction, operation, and maintenance of water systems, sewer systems, and sewage disposal systems, and for the purpose of exercising the powers conferred by the Virginia Water and Sewer Authorities Act in relation to the foregoing. That, believe it or not, is about all that's said in the charter that is referring to how it operates, what its purpose is. That's all right there in one paragraph. What the charter did do and do well, I think, was creating the structure. 2 representatives from the Board of Supervisors, 2 from town council, 1 joint, and 1 independent each. That seems to really work well. And as a council, we don't feel like there's anything there that needs to change. What we do see is addressing the fact that the charter being a 50-year agreement is just way too long. You know, and I think when it's 50 years, it's allowed to sit on the shelf without anybody looking at it or paying any attention to it, or treating it like it should be as a living document, adjusting and amending for the current needs and desires of the 2 boards that are represented and represent the needs of the PSA itself. So we'd like to see that shortened. We're suggesting no more than 10 years. You know, we feel like within the charter as well, there ought to be termination clauses, financial obligations, and we've already addressed the operations with the representation of each board. So what I did, and I hope you guys have a chance to look at what we put together. Looking at the PSA, you know, at the end of October, it had $600,000 of disposable cash. In the last fiscal year completed, which was ended June 30th of 2025, it had about $100,000 of net positive cash flow. So that's the best year they've had in the last, I'd venture to say, 10 to 15 years.
Yeah,
So, over the past 4, it's been just about a break even. And that's if you remove all of the funding that's come from outside sources, being it ARPA money, grant money, contributions from the town or the county, forgiveness of the county loan. You take all that out and the cash flow has been about break even. So, the idea that the PSA is gonna have the ability to stockpile any kind of working reserves, I think is a little far-fetched. I just don't think it's gonna happen. We as the PSA board have agreed that, rate increases are probably gonna continue to be needed. We may be able to build a little bit of a cash reserve, but nothing that's going to come close to offsetting the needs that are listed within that document. So the question then becomes, what do we do as far as how we fund it? So in the document there, I thought, it'd be good on our behalf, meaning the town, to show you as complete of a picture as we could of where the town stands financially right now and what our future obligations are gonna be. We know we've done a lot of work to try to put ourselves in a position where we're able to do some projects that need to be done in the next 5 to 6 years. And we're in a spot where we've been able to take on some projects that normally we wouldn't have been able to do. And I'm not gonna say that they've been successful yet, they're leaning towards success, but the working capital that we've been able to put besides for us has really allowed us to do a lot of things that I don't think the town's able to do in years past. So we are prepared to be able to contribute to the PSA, and we hope that we can figure out how we're all gonna do it. But if you've had a chance to look at it, I'll answer any questions that you guys want me to answer. But beyond that, so that's what we got. So, again, really looking forward to trying to figure out, this is the thing that it wakes me up at night. I worry about the PSA all the time. A couple Christmases ago, we just about had to shut the system down because of the water leak at the tank at the school. We got off pretty lucky with that one. But one day it just feels like it's gonna happen where we're gonna turn the water on, it's not gonna be there. And without a plan, I just feel like we're letting the people that voted us in the positions we're in, we're letting those people down. So I'm hoping we can figure out what the path forward is and the easiest way to get there. So I will yield my time back to you.
May I? Just so we can ensure that we have the communication, especially since Mr. Durbin was unable to come tonight. If I can, what would the town's wishes, or what would the town like to see in the charter? I mean, I heard the 10 years, but what would, so this way we can bring it back, the board can discuss it in its entirety, and then we can kind of come back together and say, okay, this is.
An acknowledgement of what each other's financial responsibility is.
In the charter.
In the charter, yeah. So, I think this fund that we create and, in this document, my suggestion is that any funds we set aside for the PSA, we don't give them to the PSA. Each board would maintain their own fund. We would set up a process where the PSA would come in front of both parties and say, this is what we need the money for. We would agree then, as the town and the county, to fund the project that the PSA is asking us to fund. But the thing is, how do we get to where, okay, when they come ask, what comes from who? And when we're looking at extending the charter, and I'm sure we have the same concerns the board does. We don't want to overcommit ourselves financially to this and do something that's irresponsible. So we've got to figure out what that flesh point is.
And again, just to verify, the town's suggestion is 10, because I know in here it said 10 years, but with a year review, is that accurate?
Yeah, and all that is, we're just suggesting,
No, and that's, again, these are the town's suggestions,
Sure.
and I'm hoping we can, come to, terms, well, we will, in one way or another, so. But just to be able to
collate it and
Yeah, I think 10 years is adequate, you know, and if we commit to, you know, there's a clause in there that both parties have an out.
Mhm.
There's, you know, something in there that says, okay, each board's gotta review, we meet on it, discuss.
Right.
Annually or biannually or whatever it is. We just don't need to let it sit on the shelf for 45 years before we look at it.
thank you.
Would the town be agreeable to 2 years with starting to look at the next extension at the beginning of the second year? I know that's more often, but given what I see with some of the finances and stuff, I agree with you, long-term, we don't need a long-term, it needs to be something that I think I feel like, and I'm just speaking mine, I feel like it's something that we almost need to be looking at, maybe, if not yearly, every other year.
Right.
And from some of the numbers, cause those numbers are only gonna go up, they're not going down. So, do you think would y'all be amenable to change it from 10 to 2 years and then we revisit it at the beginning of the second year versus 9 and 10?
I think that's,
My thought is, we can still do a 10-year thing, but what you're saying, maybe every couple of years, look at some of the financials and all that. Because, I mean, we gotta have a long-term commitment. 2 years is not long-term, because something can happen. You know, if one side wants to get out, then, you know, we're up the creek, basically.
Well, I'm gonna ask on that. I think if it comes to the point where it's somebody's getting out, I think both groups need to agree at that time rather than just have one say, we're not doing it anymore. That both have it tied up in a way that both groups have to agree, you know, you have to meet and have to make a decision on what's gonna happen. Not just have it where, you know, 5 years from now, none of us may be sitting here. If you get a group here that reads that, all right, well, we're not fooling with it anymore, we don't want nothing to do with it. Then the board of supervisors at the time pulls plumb out, and where does that leave the town and the PSA?
so what you're saying is we would
It's
need
an
to have
agreeable,
an agreeable exit strategy.
right,
I love that.
we're
I would
both,
like to jump in and say that per the code, you can't just back out like that, so. It's not gonna, that can't happen.
But you could agree to exit, both parties could agree to.
Both parties have to, both governing bodies have to file a resolution that says that they agree to terminate, but all projects have to be completed, all debts have to be paid, all that stuff, before it can be dissolved.
well, that's why I was just going by the way it currently, you know, in what you wrote here. It makes it sound like one group could say, we're not gonna do it anymore. And that's where I was getting back to the both parties having to agree. I didn't get as deep to the resolutions, but that's why
That's probably
you get paid the big bucks back there.
That's probably me not taking this to my attorney before I ever send it out.
Well, no, that's fine, but
Why I
Sorry,
want an
Janet.
attorney here.
I'm just basing my questions on what's in front of me.
Yeah, no, I mean,
And that's why I said, I think, you know, it should be, or if it is, apparently it has to be, so any termination section would have to include language that she mentioned specifically out of the code.
I think the more we do to tie ourselves together on this is the best.
If you do it for 10 years, you can still amend your, agreement anytime that you
Along
want to, so.
and well, if I were to agree to the 10 years, I'd want it, at least like Bruce said, if we do end up with the 10 years, I want it where both groups sit down and discuss it every 2. Now, that's just, I'm just speaking for me, I'm not speaking for everybody, but my position, because I think with what I'm seeing and what I've seen here, we need to talk about it more often than every 9 years, if that's what it ends up.
You know, the reason I mentioned 10 years, because I think that shows the community that we are committed.
Yeah, I
You know,
understand.
so yeah, and then like say every 2 years or whatever we decide on, you know, obviously the finances may change in that time, but like I said, those are things that we can work on, but at least we show the community that we do have the long-term commitment to be involved in this and try to make it work.
And everybody needs to understand, even though we put that in the charter as part of it, whatever the financial situation, again, 5 years from now, might not agree to pull out, might not agree to do away with the charter or anything, but whatever funds is put in is up to the board of that year. The council's in the same position. You can project what the current council is intending to do, and we can project what the current board's intending to do. But that doesn't necessarily, let's say we agreed to set aside $100,000 in contingency under your scenario. Well, in 4 years, there's a totally different board here. There's nothing, even though it's in there, there's nothing really tying that board until they agree to the same thing. And same thing with the council. Just because you put it in there, it doesn't mean that, in other words, we can't obligate a future board. We have debt right now, in what, 2 years, there's 3 positions up. Well, if we were to get 3 new people here and they said, we're not paying the debt anymore, then it doesn't get paid. Now, it creates a major problem, but we can't even bind a future board to our debt service, our own debt service, under the code. So what I'm saying is, this is still a mutual agreement amongst the people that's here. I don't know if actually putting an actual number in there is gonna accomplish anything. And in fact, it might be better to have a percentage or some other terminology than an actual number is what I'm getting at.
And maybe that's a schedule within the charter, Janet, that can be amended year to year?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can amend it as you need to.
Steve will not recommend it. No, Steve will not recommend it.
Well, I know, but
It just takes a resolution like you would any other
Yeah.
sort of amendment.
whatever we end up with, it going into the charter, our attorney will have to review it too,
Sure.
just like yours. And you understand that.
Before I get too far down the road on this, you know, that charter that we had for the last 50 years, what legal binding does then, the charter we just had for 50 years, what legal binding does the charter even hold between all of us? Like, you know what I'm saying here, like,
It's a creation of the.
I mean, it keeps everybody
It means that
to,
you two as governing bodies.
honest at the table, right? Like,
Yeah, that you have a responsibility for the wastewater and sewer
Right.
as they agreed upon 50 years ago.
right.
Um,
So I mean, it's like the document that we just had for 50 years, whether such and such members agreed or didn't agree, we're still bound to participate, right?
correct.
Right. I mean, you know, just my point on it, and I'm in favor of believing we need to make sure we do what we can to get this water system and sewer system in working order for the future. But the thing that I think is the most concerning, that hopefully we can work together on, is the 3 positions that I think is the most at risk for the future of like the PSA and its use is not from the town council and not from the PSA board, because you guys understand what it's about and why we need it. But in terms of the board's perspective, and I'm on board with this, but I think we need to just make sure we're protected for the future, that likely 3 of the 5 board members, Indian Valley, Locust Grove, and probably Burke's Fork, for the future, those 3 sitting members may not have a good understanding of why it's important to contribute to the PSA. So like in terms of the charter and its agreement, binding agreement, I just think we need to make sure that for the board level, that we don't get in a position to where those three positions could, if they don't understand why it's important for the funding, I think Little River and Courthouse will likely always understand the PSA. And I brought it to a few people out in Locust Grove and said, hey, what do you think if we have to contribute to the PSA with your tax dollars? What's your thoughts on that? And I just asked them that question. And initially, their thought is, well, that sounds crazy. You know, why the heck am I doing that when I live out here at Roanoke County line? And then I explained what's in the PSA usage, right? The schools, H&B and so forth. And it brings them back in on their thinking a little bit. But in the event you get three wild hairs up here in those districts sitting on the board, we just need to be careful the way we organize this, that, you know, they'll participate. I guess is what I'm trying to say, if that makes any sense.
It absolutely makes sense.
Yeah, I just think those three spots are the most at risk of, you know, not being on board, so.
Well, that's why you should always have communication between the boards.
Yeah, but I mean, I can just think of folks that if they were in these three seats for these three districts, they would not comprehend why the PSA is important.
And I think, you know, just to respond to that, I think you have to just look at them and ask them, imagine the county without it. You know?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But just my thought on
No, I mean, I
on
agree.
structuring this with these three spots that may not understand the value. And however we contribute, you know.
I mean, it also comes back to, because you'll always have two members on the board, just like town, and it's their responsibility as well to inform the board what's going on, so that would help as well. So, yeah. And then with them asking questions, you know, they're more than welcome to come to a PSA meeting and ask questions also. Hopefully, if it gets to that point, everybody can kind of work together to get them on board so that they will, you know, understand that this is why it's so important.
I guess one, and I may be getting way off topic on this, on strategy or something, like, it's like I'm playing chess here, but I guess one thing I'm thinking for the future here is, depending on the commitment from the board's level, and there are two board members representing the PSA, but depending on what that commitment level has to be, when those two board members come back to this table and say, we need this for the funding, if those other three don't believe in the PSA, then that's the problem.
That's
With majority. You follow, you know what I'm saying?
It's a huge problem.
So what's the protection there? I mean, I'm just asking a
I think,
question.
to me, it
It's our
seems like it has to
problem,
come within your group,
Right.
right? Yeah, I guess maybe we all need to do a better job of explaining the value. But to me, I mean, I think it's as simple as saying, if it's not here, what happens with the schools? What happens at H&B? What happens in the whole industrial park? What happens to, you know, the grocery stores that are providing services, the restaurants? You know, without that,
It's kind of like when the well runs dry, you're done.
yeah, right?
Basically, that's kind of what it boils down to, yeah. That's why we need to, you know, whoever those three members may be, that's why, you know, we need to make sure that they understand. Can't, like I say, can't make them get on board, but at least try our best to get them to understand the importance of it.
I think there needs to be better communication and continuing communication between all the boards. I mean, whether it be PSA presents to the town and the county, once a month or something, I don't know, but I mean, I feel, you know, as long as, if the PSA is telling you all the time, this is what's going on, this is what's happening, then you know what's going on, so. I think communication, in my opinion, has been an issue, so.
It's the hardest problem I've ever seen, sitting representing town government. I will agree with that. I know it's tough for you guys too, but it's the hardest one we've come across.
Move forward with the, do you have?
So, I mean, I don't know where, it's just such an, it just seems like, with the letter from the town, that there's this idea that the county has, you know, all this money that we just have at our fingertips to do what we want with. That's not the case, you know, with this, statement that the town, or the county has, where is it in here? A budget of, you know, 56 million. Where is it? 52 million? I can't find that, I can't find that line right now.
Talking about for the same period, Floyd County budget is 52,780,000.
Yes,
Acknowledging approximate
Right, there you
total
go.
funds the board has no control over, that number is reduced to 21 million.
Correct.
Is that the one?
yes, thank you. So that 21 million, that statement is so misleading and inaccurate, because that doesn't include any of our hard fixed expenses, debt service, fire rescue, DSS, CSA, assessors, local health obligation for the Department of Health, library, regional commission, jail payment, radio tower, healthcare, BRS, and so that, just some of those items brings it down to 16 million, but that still doesn't include the EMS, administration costs, EDA, solid waste, parks and rec. So truly, our pocketbook of unobligated money is pretty small, which goes into contingency. That's basically our emergency fund, yeah, and fund balance, which is not really that large.
It's approximately 3 to 4 million
Right.
of funds that are totally unobligated
Right.
or not necessary out of that total. But also, that's the minimum amount that our auditors and our financial people have said that we have to keep on hand. You know, like you have to keep a certain amount for the VRA loan or VDH, whatever. Well, that's what we have to keep on hand to keep our rating, so when we do borrow money, we get the better interest rates. And they want us to have more than that, but we can't do that without massive tax increases, and this board decided we're not gonna raise taxes just to raise the money in the bank.
Well, I apologize if that number's not right, but I got that out of your comments from the podcast a couple
Right.
weeks ago where you said we had $21 million that we were in direct control over.
No, I also said though, that doesn't include the comp expenses.
Right. I mean, really, you know, from the town's perspective too, we got $1 million budget.
Right,
But once we take away all the things we're obligated to do, we're probably under $100,000.
right.
You know, so
Cause
then that's.
we are a conduit for so much money for the comp board, for the money that goes to pay the sheriff's department. That money is part of our large appearing budget of the $52 million, but we're just the conduit, board, the treasurer, commissioner of revenue. This is all part of that $52 million, so, you know.
It's a similar situation as it is with the school funds that come
Right.
in, which dropped that down, you took your school funds out, and
Right.
that's good. But these other things, it's very similar to with them as it is with the schools. We're the funnel for the money to come in, but it just flows.
Right.
So it sounds like we're all on the same level playing field.
No money.
We don't-
Yeah.
We're all trying to figure out how to fundraise.
Yeah, that's right.
This is basically a fundraising session.
Yeah. You know, we threw it out like from the town, we considered increasing the mills tax, we discussed decreasing the amount of rebate we give on the mills tax. You know, we threw out the cigarette tax out there. You know, I think that's something that maybe we could, I don't know, I mean, we're trying to come up with ways to find dollars, and we had, in our last fiscal year, our real estate taxes collected were $50,000. So that's next to nothing, that's like 8 cents on the $100 of value, so doubling it's only gonna generate $50,000 more. That's, in the long term, not really gonna help the issues that we're facing with the water system. So we're gonna have to find sizable chunks of money.
I think if I remember right, when we was looking at the cigarette tax, you're not gonna make a
Whole lot.
whole lot. Cause the time you implement it, get somebody to manage it, collect it and everything, you don't make enough to even pay the expenses to implement it.
I think that also, if I may.
Yeah.
If I recall, that also was us just implementing it in the county.
Yeah.
And that was the town doing their own.
Right. You know,
I think
you
if
had to
we,
stamp it and everything else.
the only way it would work if we were to earmark cigarette tax money for wrong one, PSA, the town would have to agree to let us do the entire thing. And
We still
then
ain't doing that.
after expenses, that's why we would have to look at it from that standpoint. We'd have to go back and recalculate what the expenses would be, see how much they are, and then how much projected on today's numbers, what the income would be. And I mean, you know, if you're only talking $10,000 or $20,000 difference, the whole thing's not worth it. I mean, we'd be just as well off just to say, hey, we're adding 10,000 to the contribution and go on, you know?
And I don't think there'd be any objection from us. If you guys are gonna earmark that money, I believe we'd be in full support of it.
Well, we haven't discussed doing that.
I'm just
I'm
saying.
just in here. And, you know, when it's in here, it comes out here, but, you know, if we were to institute it, that would be where I would be. I would want the town to agree not to institute their own, let the county do the entire thing. But we'll have to run them, the numbers would have to be run to see what that would produce. And I would have an obligation with it that, no disrespect to the PSA, that not a penny of it go to operations. It goes to emergency fixes and capital fund. You know, I don't know that, I think the PSA on the operation part, you can keep up with your own rates and keep operation going. You know, we went through a spell and y'all continued it after I left where you were raising it like 4.5%. One time we raised it 4% on citizens and 7% on businesses because we felt they had they at least had the capability to generate more funds by raising their prices a little bit. For the citizens, many of the citizens, especially in town, but under this system, many of the citizens are on a fixed income. They didn't have 401k. They got what little bit of Social Security they've got coming in, so that's why we did that. Just so everybody that wasn't part of it knows why we did that difference in that was to try and keep it off the burden of those people. But, again, if the board decided to go that direction, we'd have to reevaluate the cigarette tax, get the information like we did before, and somehow talk the treasurer into implementing it. We don't know what it would take to do that now versus then, because when did we first look at that? That was
2021.
yeah, during the
Looking at it
pandemic,
right now.
during the pandemic,
During the
or at the
pandemic.
tail end of it,
Right.
yeah.
It's when, because I have the breakdown, Floyd, Giles, Montgomery, Pulaski, and how it's
Right.
broken down. And per capita
Oh,
revenue,
awesome.
percent, and things like that.
We dabbled in it even before then,
Well, we did, but
before the pandemic, we
yeah,
kinda,
but we were starting to look into it,
yeah.
but, you know, and that may not be an answer, that's just an idea, just like y'all said, y'all were looking at ideas, that's just one idea I had. That if it worked and the numbers worked, I wouldn't, and I'm speaking just for me, I wouldn't be above obligating that to the PSA. But it needs to be enough to make it worth everything it has to come together. And for anybody listening, I would pay the tax too. It's called the cigarette tax, but it's tobacco tax. It's all tobacco products would fall under it, so.
I don't smoke.
It's called a sin tax, S-I-N,
I don't guess I
not
get to
S-Y-N.
Yeah.
contribute. I don't smoke or dip, so I won't get to contribute.
That's right.
Well, we'll take donations.
I mean, at some point, you were talking about the budget expenses and what it leaves you and how it's just enough. Well, I mean, at some point, when expenses go to a certain level, there's only one the only alternative is to increase revenues.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody wants to try to outrun it, but
And then you're taxing our citizens, some citizens out of being able to continue to live in Floyd County. And I've experienced that personally, a tax increase that force me to have to sell my house and relocate. And I think just continuing to raise taxes to pay extra bills it's not.
well, you gotta prioritize the bill. What happens if we get a call and we walk out of here and say, something's happened with the PSA, there's no water in the schools, no water in the grocery stores, businesses. You think, no, you're gonna worry about forcing people to sell their homes and relocate. It's better to be proactive than reactive, because reactive is gonna cost a lot more than proactive. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a business. I mean, that's, when you're talking revenues and expenses, you're running a business.
But you're taking from people who don't have a choice, and that's where it gets,
I mean, do they have a choice now?
of paying taxes?
Yeah.
No, but
Okay,
that's
I mean,
the
we're
issue,
doing that already.
you just keep raising taxes and they don't have an option to get it under control, other than electing very fiscally conservative people who say, wait a minute, we gotta cut some expenses, not just keep
Well, there's
raising
the other thing.
taxes.
That's it, yeah, you either the revenues go up or expenses go down, I mean. You can only tread water so long.
Okay, thank you. I think it's really important that our 3 citizen members on our PSA have a word and express their thoughts. So in this order, Trent Cox, Rick Parrish, and Mike Masalani, would you discuss your thoughts? Because you are the citizens, folks. And I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I think it's important.
But you will.
But I am, but I think it's important. And then I also want to hear from our 2 main employees of the PSA as well. I would like them to also speak.
Freely?
Yes. You know me.
Well, I'm just making sure.
I've never, ever told you not to speak freely. So Trent?
Alright, so I think this is a big step, of course, getting everybody together and discussing this. And as I'm listening, I think the biggest thing, of course, is just the financial issue. I think the years and stuff, the charter time frame and stuff, all that can be worked out pretty easily. We've done a good job, I think, raising rates in the last few years and getting our operations and stuff under control. Capital, as we've found, ARPA is kind of what saved us on some of these other capital projects. If it wasn't for that, we would have had this conversation 5 years ago. So I think really the question is just capital, as far as how we're gonna support the capital costs. And what I would propose, I guess, would be, Jerry had a good point about, future years, it's gonna be tough to, if we do say, write something in the charter, it's gonna be hard to commit to that if the future boards don't approve it, town and county. So if we had something where it just allowed us to at least, like the PSA, to come to both the council and the board to say, we propose these capital projects on a yearly basis or so. I mean, you could do something where we just propose an amount, a certain amount of capital, but it might work better where you actually propose certain projects. That way the need and stuff could be better justified as far as what it's going to be used for. And I guess I would just have to kind of get ahead of each budget year to try to get that in to, to get approval. But if we wrote something in the charter that kind of allowed that and future boards could see that there is support for that type of function, I guess, then I think that would help, you know, even if you can't commit to it ahead of time.
So not necessarily, I'm sorry,
Go ahead, Jenna.
not necessarily, or maybe mean this, or what I heard was not maybe a monetary amount, but a commitment of an annual discussion or
Yeah.
budget
Or review.
or budget
Yeah, at
commitments
least
or
allow
something.
the PSA to petition for a capital project
Yeah, okay,
of some sort.
And
you know,
write that in a
like-
new resolution, is what you're saying,
in the
In
charter.
the new charter.
in the new charter.
Yeah, in the new charter, write it where the PSA would each, like on a yearly basis prior to y'all, you know, voting on the budget, that we would come and present to y'all like our capital needs for that year. And the tricky part's still gonna be how much the county commits versus the town. You know, I think that's probably gonna be on a yearly basis too, like, you know, we might have a project that needs to be, you know, $200,000 budgeted for it. I think you're still gonna be faced with the fact of how much the county wants to put in and how much the town wants to put in. Back to Janet's point, I think if you're communicating regularly and meeting, you know, at least quarterly or so, that probably helps kind of set that ground a little bit to where county's talking, town's talking, and it's like, well, we, you know, maybe we can put 150,000, we put 50,000 or something like that, but I don't really see another way to do a financial commitment ahead of time because it's gonna be tough to do it. And there might even be years, you know, kind of looking at the timeframes on some of these future projects, there may be years where we could get by where we don't have to do any major capital projects. You know, the town and county both, of course, would be happy on those years not to have to budget it in, but I mean, it's just a thought, at least something to kind of run with, I guess.
And in your estimation, what would be a good time for the charter's length?
I would say long enough that kind of to your point about future members, you would want to have it long enough that just like the next set of board members couldn't just say, yep, we're gonna get out of it, but you know, Janet's point, maybe it's not that easy to do anyway. I would say at least 5 years, but I like 10 years. I think 10's a pretty reasonable number. You know, I would say no more than 10, just so you can, you know, as things change. I mean, it seems like things change a lot lately. It would probably be good to be able to look at it in order to rewrite it if needed. But as long as you can amend it, I don't know that, you know, I think 10 years is a pretty good number.
Rick?
I would reiterate that communication is probably one of the most important factors here. And another type of communication that's directly related to some of the issues that supervisors and council people have brought up is public education, so that the public, your constituents, know what the needs are, know what the benefits are. Nobody wants to think of a scenario where you have major employers shutting down or moving away. So that letting the people know how things work and how important it is another key factor. I think I've only been involved with this for a short period of time relative to other folks. And but from what I've learned of the history, we arguably have the best superintendent that they've ever had. And that's a key, and his ability to explain things and is a key factor that could be brought into the realm of educating the public. But as far as the financial obligations, with our current state of 500 and some customers, there's a limited amount of revenue that can be obtained strictly through what we would refer to as sales. But as probably most importantly, county supervisors, but the town to a lesser extent, the idea of growth. I mean, we live in a country where people can live and do business anywhere they want with, few restrictions. And that just dictates that you have to consider growth. And at some point, there's gonna be somebody or a potentially major employer that wants to move into the area, and they're gonna look at not only just our schools and our workforce, but also our infrastructure. And at some point, we're gonna want to enlarge the system. The other factor that's along the same line of capital investment is the fact that we can only go so far with what we've got now. And the price tag of a new plant is not something either municipality can afford and would require a lot of lobbying and work at the state and federal level. So there's so many facets to this issue that they all have to be looked at. But it's not something we could easily cover in one meeting. And I think the idea of continuing this level of cooperation with the PSA and our government entities is critical.
And how do you feel about the length?
I think 10 years is a good number. That's especially if the charter is written. I'm on the board of the Blue Mountain School, and we've recently come up with a donor that wants to begin an endowment fund, and we have to do a charter for that. And how the charter is written is what protects everybody concerned, and it gives you flexibility for the future. And that can all be built in. 10 years is a reasonable period of time. And for instance, if you had a major light industry that wanted to move here and make a bunch of jobs and contribute a bunch of revenue to the county and to the town, you wouldn't offer them a 5-year lease. Nobody would make that kind of investment for 5 years. So, and what we're looking at in the future with unavoidable growth is going to be a lot of investment.
Okay, Mike?
Yeah, when I look at the PSA system, I always tend to evaluate it based on risk and where we are and which parts of it are pretty stable and which parts are not. And we spent a lot of money over the past 5 years working on the sewer side of things, and we had a major loan that we took out several years ago where we put in a new main pump station and redid a bunch of the piping, and we lined a lot of the sewers down Main Street and over near the school because we had a lot of I&I issues. And now I'm seeing that we have a lot of risk on the water side. All of our wells except for well 6 are in a mode where they're being depleted, and we're about to bring this filter online with well 6, and we don't know what it's gonna do. We're hoping it's gonna clean up everything. We're assured by our engineering crew that it will, but it leaves us really at the mercy of well 6. And if something were to happen to it, as we know, all of us in the county that have wells, that could have happened at any time for any reason. And something should happen, we could be faced with a major issue very quickly. And like Chris said, it's better to be proactive than reactive, because the reactive part of, trucking up water from Roanoke every day into our system would just be absolutely exorbitant. Seeing as how we don't have another source of water. So for me right now, we're kind of in a moderately risky situation, but we're on it. I mean, we monitor everything every day. The board is well aware of what's going on. We've spent some time this year looking at potential well sites, which I think is good. But I think we need to, move a little bit more quickly on that. But in general, we've been in a better situation based upon the ARPA money and the grants and the loans that we've gotten over the past 4 or 5 years than I think we've ever been in the history of the PSA. And we fixed a lot of things to bring us to where we are. So we've done a lot of great work. Everybody has, including you guys. You supported us along the way with the ARPA money, and it's been great. And we've used it wisely, I think. We don't waste any money in the PSA. It's a small group. We only have 5 employees, so it's not a huge group. We try to keep them happy and give them a good working environment. And I think they've done extraordinary with everything they have. As far as money goes, I'd like to see some kind of accrual system where yearly you contribute some money into an account that is set aside for the PSA. The reason I say that is because when we need emergency money, we need it now. We can't wait for a board meeting 2 weeks from now. Oxford Street, a couple of years ago, it started out with a pothole right in front of the town office, just an exploratory pothole. And within a week, we had to block off the whole road, and we had the whole road torn up, and it cost us $160,000. So, we had to pull that money out of our reserves. So it, kind of hurt us. Our auditor was not happy about that. Luckily, we did have some, but that's just an indication of, how much money we need, and when we need it now. So if you're thinking about some kind of system, just in my mind, some kind of accrual system where everybody contributes every year and then it's set aside. It can be in an interest-bearing account and you guys can hold it in your budget, that's fine too. But if we have an emergency, then everybody, all hands on board will know that, okay, we got a sewer break over here, the well's down or something. We're gonna need to tap into this money and it should be pretty much obvious. When we need capital equipment too, like a new backhoe or something, when something dies, it happens pretty quickly. With equipment, sometimes though, you can rent, to kind of hold you over, but the big issue is a catastrophic failure in the field, which like Will said, we've been pretty close. We've been very, very lucky the past couple of years. But all of us, included in this room, have been working hard to keep everything running, and so that's kind of what I would recommend. Because then the money's there, and even if the board changes, that money is still there, and it's waiting to be used. And you can change the amount you put in every year if you need to. You can back off if it gets to be too much. We can all, under mutual agreement, if it reaches, like $500,000, $750,000, something like that, probably hold us over for a little while. But also depending upon the risk of the system, where are we with respect to the rest of the system? The Route 8 pump station, is running full out. To replace that's going to be $1 million right there. And so, things that we have when they break always cost a lot of money. But again, some flexibility in that I think would be warranted. As far as the length of time, 10 years sounds good, but again, everybody's right. Communication is key. A checkpoint meeting at least yearly, and it doesn't have to be with a whole crew like this. It can be a designated some groups on both sides to, unless there's an issue that everybody mutually understands and feels like the whole group needs to get involved and can work it that way. So anyway, thank you.
All right. Patrick.
Okay, so my perspective is gonna be a little bit different, mainly because y'all more like the money conversation, and I'm more of the practical conversation of what's happening at the PSA and with our system. So, I've been here about 3 years, and when I first came in, I came in right during that Oxford thing, and I remember a lot of discussions about, where to get the money from for these repairs and how drastic it was. And I wasn't really familiar with the budget. I just came in and got to looking at it, and it made me a little stressed. I mean, no doubt, it's scary when you get an emergency like that, or any emergency that could happen when you look at the system.